Check, 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 check. Aló, aló. 1, 2, 3. Sonido malo. 1, 2, 3. Check, check, check. Check. Ey, 2, 3, sí. Ey, 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 ey. Se escucha con ruido. Check, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Check. 1, 2. Check, check. Ey, ey, ey. Ey, ey. Ey, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sí.
change mitigation, and biodiversity conservation. For more than 20 years, Francisca has been working on integral education program focused on the educational community in Chile and Latin America, with an experiential character and in connection with nature, reaching more than 7,000 young people and teachers each year. Filantropía Corte Solari has been an outstanding promoter of climate change mitigation and biodiversity conservation in Latin America and the Caribbean through scientific research and environmental education and outreach project developed by Mary Foundation, part of Filantropía Corte Solari. From 2024, Francisca is the new member of the USN's 15 Patriots of Nature that bring together the world's leading conservation leaders to mobilize resources and technical capacity and strengthen USN's management and vision for conservation. Francisca, you are very welcome.
Gracias, Patricia. A ver si hoy día puedo ir más lento para que Patricia me pueda traducir de mejor manera, porque a veces me apasiono y no logramos llevar el ritmo. Pero comentar de que nosotros estamos nuestro alineamiento tiene que ver obviamente con la Agenda 2030. Chile creo que es un país que se destaca ya que tenemos una historia con Douglas Tompkins y Chris Tompkins, que creo que fueron los padres de la conservación del mundo de Chile, donde ellos finalmente entregaron todas esas tierras al Estado. Por lo tanto, ya venimos, esta generación nueva, venimos ya con la conservación, diría yo, más instalada en nuestro día a día. Nosotros como Filantropía Corte Solari partimos trabajando hace 25 años en una educación que era integral. Era muy importante cuando hablábamos de esa integralidad que no podíamos dejar de lado la naturaleza. Y eso fue lo que nos llevó a nosotros a crear en 3 latitudes distintas, en la latitud 22, en San Pedro de Atacama, en la zona central, en la latitud 33, y en la zona de Patagonia, en la latitud 44, desarrollar un modelo que pretende, que es en el fondo, cómo vamos acercando la naturaleza al aula. Nuestro interés era llegar a más personas, a lo público, a lo privado, a la sociedad civil. Necesitábamos que la ciencia en el fondo se pusiera al servicio de las personas y que no quedara como dentro de la ciencia. Entonces estas 3 reservas se crearon. Estas 3 reservas se crearon con la idea de laboratorios naturales para compensar, colaborar con la educación formal. Es decir, pensando en que para poder educar en este nuevo paradigma necesitamos que los jóvenes, los niños y las niñas, dentro de las políticas públicas del gobierno esté la clase de educación en la naturaleza. Por lo tanto, estas reservas, estos parques, fundamentalmente nacen para poder, como un modelo para compensar la educación formal con la educación en la naturaleza. En Chile también podemos hablar de que el privado juega un gran rol en la conservación. Cuando hablamos de áreas terrestres protegidas, el Estado tiene 339 áreas protegidas y entre los privados creo que son como 370 áreas protegidas privadas. Por lo tanto, en Chile el privado sí hace un esfuerzo por conservar, porque entiende lo importante que es conservar un pedacito de tierra en su país, ¿ya? Entonces eso también es destacable que nosotros como chilenos llegaremos a la Agenda 2030 porque ya estamos en la Agenda 2030 con las áreas marinas protegidas y con las áreas terrestres protegidas. Sí sumamos también a los privados, que eso es relevante. Comentar de que, bueno, estas reservas tienen un modelo de conservación efectiva. Nos atrevimos a hacer un modelo de conservación efectiva. ¿Cómo? Nosotros como privados nos hacemos cargo de un territorio, pero nos hacemos cargo de una manera responsable, haciendo una conservación que fuera también para la comunidad y para el territorio. Por lo tanto, trabajamos un modelo que tiene 4 dimensiones. Hablamos de la importancia del territorio, de la naturaleza como base, por lo tanto ahí hacemos un estudio muy exhaustivo con líneas base para observar cuáles son los objetos y las amenazas territoriales de cada uno de los territorios que tenemos. Eso es como lo fundamental, entender dónde estamos, dónde está el territorio. De ahí también, para nosotros dentro del modelo, la cultura, las personas que vivan ahí son fundamentales, porque desde ahí está el discurso. Por lo tanto, no es lo mismo para nosotros trabajar en la latitud 22 que trabajar en la 44. Son mundos totalmente distintos, paisajes totalmente distintos. Después hablamos tenemos lo natural, cultural, lo social, que buscamos en el fondo cuáles son esas amenazas territoriales, cuáles son esos objetos de conservación territoriales para buscar sinergias con actores principales de las comunidades para poder lograr objetivos que sean reales y que puedan ayudar a resolver los problemas del territorio. Y luego, diríamos, el gran problema, que yo creo que es el que nos trae en esta conversación, es el problema económico, el problema de cómo hacemos que estas reservas puedan ser sostenibles. Entonces entendemos que ese es uno de los grandes desafíos que hoy día, por lo menos nosotros como privados, también estamos tratando de buscar y llegar a que las reservas sean sostenibles. Porque conservar es muy caro. Podemos conservar de 2 maneras. Podemos conservar a puerta cerrada, y digo, pero ¿quién tiene el dinero, también lo económico para conservar un territorio y dejarlo guardado? No es factible eso. Entonces sí podemos entender de que los privados invierten en territorios de conservación, pero hay que buscar un modelo o políticas públicas que ayuden a esos conservacionistas o filántropos a que puedan avanzar con mayor fuerza hacia la conservación, porque realmente es un sacrificio para nosotros como chilenos poder conservar. Pero lo hacemos porque obviamente en nuestro corazón está nuestro país y entendemos la importancia para el futuro del país y de nuestro país, de nuestra gente, la importancia de conservar nuestros territorios y nuestra biodiversidad. Gracias.
Thank you very much, Francisca. This is a major thing, and I think that we're going to discuss about that. Tristan already mentioned it. I mean, how are we going to finish the conservation, not only in Chile, but I mean in the South, in the global South in general also. So now we are going to give the floor to Stewart McGuinness, who is the Deputy Director General of USAN. Stewart McGuinness has worked in sustainable development and biodiversity conservation for 35 years. He has lived for extensive periods in Tanzania, Sudan, Ghana, and Costa Rica, undertaking conservation fieldwork. He led the development and promotion of forest landscape restoration, one of the first purpose-built nature-based solutions, to which over 60 countries have committed more than 210 million hectares under the Born Challenge. He and his team at USAN have worked over the last 12 years on defining and promoting the concept of nature-based solutions and supported its application to climate change, food, water security, and disaster risk reduction. He's currently the Deputy Director General of USAN, with responsibility for the USAN program of work. Stewart was educated at Oxford Universities and Queen's University, Belfast. Thank you very much to be here. We give you the floor, Stewart.
Thank you very much, and actually maybe let me just say first of all thanks very much to Mary Foundation, to Philanthropy Corte Solare, to the Velux Foundation and University of Côte d'Azur for both convening this. I think this is a really important topic, and also for inviting me to give a few thoughts on this here. So I'd really like to build on what's been said before. To understand Target 3, I think one needs to really put this in its broader context. It's simply not just about a question of moving progressively towards that 30%. And the reason for that, and this has been alluded to already, is that we need to be careful. There's no immediate inference currently that protected areas mean more biodiversity conservation, and in fact a better biodiversity conservation. In fact, we know this. In 1990, protected area coverage was roughly about 8%. Now we're well up over, we're moving towards 20%, and yet in the same period of time the Red List Index has declined by 15%, and in fact for some taxonomic groups it has declined a heck of a lot more. We also know that also in terms of species populations, WWF released a report earlier this year which said that in a slightly broader period of time, over the last 50 years, we've seen a 73% decline in species populations. So that's not to say that protected areas don't work, they absolutely do. But I do think it comes to this whole point that I think it's been reinforced by all the panel, that it needs to be in a much broader context. And I would actually say that rather than those figures I've given, rather than sort of diminishing the importance of protected areas, they actually raise the importance of protected areas, but it's how we actually use protected areas most effectively. They are between the nexus of climate change, biodiversity conservation, and I would say social equity and inclusion. Protected areas, I think, are one of the issues that sit right in the middle. And in fact, that is very much currently I'm bringing in all the comments from IUCN members, about 900 comments from IUCN members to the next IUCN program, and that is how we're framing the program around these three key areas: conservation, biodiversity conservation, reducing species loss, protected area, and enhancing protected areas, the biodiversity climate nexus, and the issues around equality, social justice and inclusion. And it does actually, so this comes, and this has been reinforced before, and of course it's very much in the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, of the importance of a whole of society approach, and that when we look at Target 3 we need to be looking beyond the boundaries of Target 3. We mentioned issues like agricultural subsidies, we've actually mentioned the role of the private sector. All these need to come together. So maybe let me just say what IUCN's doing quite quickly on this. I think, again, to really make protected areas effective, I think there's a couple of things. It's not just a question of gazetting them and leaving them. First of all, they have to be in the right place. There has to be a strong overlap with areas of key biodiversity importance. And the good news is that actually this has, again, if we really want to link effective conservation of species and ecosystem function with protection, then we need to make sure there is that overlap, and that has improved with, especially with the introduction of the key biodiversity KBAs, key biodiversity areas, in that framework, which IUCN and its members, we got everybody together to say, how do we bring birds, mammals, say zero extinction, how do we bring that all together to see where those key biodiversity areas are? And what we've seen actually is a real progressive increase on that. We have, in 2000, there was about 30% of key biodiversity areas were covered with protected areas. That is now up at 45%, and if you look at partial coverage, it's edging towards 65%. So a lot more work to do, but I think moving this in the right direction. The other thing that I think is really important is we must, that protected areas are an integral part of society. And I'm going to be very honest here. I think we as conservationists need to reflect that in some parts of the world, that the establishment of protected areas was less than distinguished, less than stellar. There were the rights and engagement and agency of communities, and particularly of indigenous peoples, were ignored. So there is a very, very strong social justice element that we need to get right as well for management effectiveness. Some of the things that, again, just then to highlight what IUCN, and I say the IUCN as a union, so our 1,400 members and our fantastic network of 17,000 scientists in the 7 expert commissions, what we've been doing, including actually the World Commission on Protected Areas. And it would be remiss for me not to give a particular shout out to those colleagues in this event. I think first of all there's the protected areas categories, which as you know define approaches to and categorize protected areas on their objectives. From category 1, strict nature reserve, to category 6, protected areas with sustainable use of natural resources. And I want to emphasize very clearly here, there is no hierarchy. 1 is not better than 6, and I say that because I live in a category 5 protected area, so I feel quite passionate about that. It's actually about the management approaches that are pursued to make those effective in delivering strong outcomes. The other role that IUCN is playing is we are a official advisor to UNESCO World Heritage Committee. We are this is done through a rigorous scientific approach. There is people complain sometimes that World Heritage is getting political. And my sense is good, because it means it matters. It means so. But what we've got to do in IUCN is to really make sure that the advice we are giving is without fear and favour. It is really based on the science. We've talked about effective management, and I think this is really important. And Peter, you raised this issue as well. So we have established now, again, working with and drawing on the science and the advice and the experience from the practitioners and scientists within the World Commission on Protected Areas. We've developed up the green list of protected and conserved areas, and this is really a conservation good news story, so that we're really building up a process whereby we can identify and indeed then issue certificates of effective management. And that effective management isn't just about having good management plans in place, it's about the issues of social inclusion and incorporation of values of the communities that live in and around the protected areas. At the minute we're just about to, we're now in a sort of a growth trajectory. We've now got 100, just short of 100 protected areas certified. The ambition is that we will increase that by tenfold by 2030. And again, we're actually starting to see real momentum. Countries are reaching out now, and they actually see this as a real, that this being able to say we are effectively managed is a real, is an advantage to them, and to promote those protected areas. We're also doing a lot of, as I say, we act very much in IUCN and its commissions, act very much as a science policy interface. So so for example, we issue the Protected Planet report, and for the one that we released just a couple of a month ago in Cali, a couple of weeks ago in Cali, it was the first report to really sort of fully assess where we are in this trajectory towards Target 3. We know there is a lot bringing in and collecting from official data to see how the protected and conserved areas, where they actually are. We now know, we can say, 17.6 of terrestrial and inland waters and 8.4 of marine coastal areas. So there's benchmarkers there, but there's an awful lot more that we need to do to move towards the 2030 target, and say not only to get those areas gazetted, but to get them effectively managed, to make sure that there is they work with and enjoy the support of the community that live around there. And then I want maybe just to conclude, I want to just focus on the issues of human rights and inclusion, because I think we cannot actually talk about protected areas if this is not front and center. IUCN fundamentally believes in a rights-based approach to the establishment and management of protected areas. We think this is not only the right thing to do, although it absolutely is the right thing to do, it's also the most effective thing to do as well. And I think there's some really interesting examples coming from Canada recently, where they've expanded their national parks, but they've worked this and co-designed this with First Nations and actually ended up with larger configurations of those areas. So, and the likelihood that those will be now much better managed. I do think we have to be honest about the history of protected areas and the issues there and the process which is happening now of decolonizing the management and of protected areas. That is an issue that very strongly came up at the Africa Protected Areas Congress last year, 2 years ago in Kigali, and I think it's something we all should embrace. It is, I think we want to see, if we're talking about 30% of our lands and waters being under this management regime, then we have to see it being really inclusive. We have to see it actually being something that society wants to embrace and helps, both for the long term, for the long-term prospects of biodiversity conservation, but also for how they function and deliver, again, as been brought up by the panel, these whole of society approaches. Just on that, one thing we've been working with our Indigenous peoples members. IUCN has a distinct category of Indigenous people, a membership for Indigenous peoples, and we've worked to co-design with the International Indigenous Forum on Biodiversity. We have co-designed a new initiative called the Padong Initiative, which is really aiming at building capacity. But critically, and the issue of finance has been raised a couple of times, it's not just about getting more money into protected areas. It's, I always say, innovative finance is not innovative enough if it's not inclusive. So it's about getting money down to the custodians and stewards of protected areas, particularly on Indigenous lands and territories. And so we've just, that has been launched last year. The Government of Canada have very generously started to resource that, and we will work with that again as we think a very effective strategy of building that up. Finally, there's just two other things I want to mention. The other thing is, it's very good. Moving forward, we want a rights-based approach. We want to see agency and inclusion of local communities. We want to see that being resourced. But we've also got to realise there are legacy issues there. And so the other thing that we're actually working on is to see, can we actually put in place something that recognises the legacies, and where IUCN works on convening. So can we pull together and recognise those legacies where injustices have been done, that then start a process of reconciliation, and then find forms of redress. And that doesn't necessarily mean financial redress, but it means redress to work through a better way of effective management. A couple of last words. OECMs have been mentioned. OECMs, of course, will be critical to help us move to target target 3, and they're, I think, key role for Indigenous peoples. Key role obviously for the public sector, but also, as you've said, Francisca, for the private sector as well. The private sector have got a lot of non-operational lands that could be much more effectively managed. Some also are doing offsets, quite good quality offsets, but again, those could be actually fed into and used as part of OECMs. So maybe I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Panel, such a panel. We have been talking about indigenous people, private sector, non-operational lands. That's a really interesting point. The market, I was thinking about Vera and the potential market around the certification, if it works or not. Well, a lot of things that we need to discuss after the intervention. But now I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Amadou Sanoussi Dafé. I can translate to Mr. Dafé. I'm going to explain his bio in French and then in English. Alors, Monsieur Amadou Sanoussi Dafé est diplômé de l'Institut d'électronique d'Abidjan, en Côte d'Ivoire. Il s'est orienté vers le management des organisations minières et a reçu tout au long de son parcours des formations professionnelles très enrichissantes. Il est actuellement le vice-président du Conseil économique, social et culturel du Mali, trésorier général de la Chambre des mines du Mali et président de la Confédération nationale des sociétés coopératives des orpailleurs du Mali. So, as I said, Mr. Dafé was graduated from the Institut d'électronique d'Abidjan in Côte d'Ivoire. Monsieur Dafé is also a specialist in the management of mining organization and has received professional training throughout his career. He's currently the Vice President of the Economic, Social and Cultural Council of Mali. He's also the Treasurer General of the Malian Chambers of Mines and President of the Confédération nationale of Sociétés coopératives des orpailleurs of Mali. You are very welcome, Monsieur Dafé. Vous êtes très bienvenu.
Merci. Merci Patricia, merci les co-débatteurs.
So thank you very much, and obviously all other panelists.
Pour nous avoir accueillis dans votre stand ce matin.
To welcome us in your stand this morning.
Parler du cas d'un pays africain comme le Mali.
So talk about Mali, an African country, West Africa country.
C'est très important.
It's really important.
Je m'excuse, je ne comprends pas bien l'anglais.
I'm sorry because of my English.
Donc, je n'ai pas beaucoup participé au débat parce que je ne comprenais pas trop l'anglais. Ceci dit, je vais y aller très vite.
So I'm going to start quickly.
Parce que on a le Mali, on a le panel de haut niveau tout à l'heure en plein air à partir de 10 heures.
Because later we have another panel with Mali.
Justement, c'est pour parler un peu de la durabilité.
So we want to talk about sustainability.
En Afrique, le cas particulier au Mali.
And in particular in Africa and in Mali.
Les défis en Afrique sont nombreux.
So in Africa we have a lot of challenges.
Entre autres, nous pouvons parler de la dégradation des écosystèmes et la ratification des ressources hybrides.
So we have to talk about the degradation of our ecosystem and the hydric resources.
La pollution.
Pollution.
Et l'érosion et la destruction de la biodiversité.
And the destruction and erosions of the biodiversity.
Au-delà de ça, nous avons des opportunités
But beyond that, we have
dans
some
le continent
opportunities in the continent.
Qui se présentent comme suit: l'innovation.
For example, innovation.
Ça, c'est des opportunités que nous venons saisir au niveau des différents COP dans les débats avec les différents débatteurs.
So those opportunities, we can see those opportunities throughout different COPs in different panels and discussions.
S'inspirer de l'expérience de ces pays.
We can also get inspired by the experience of other countries.
En matière d'innovation.
In terms of innovation.
Et au-delà de ça, renouer des relations de partenariat dans le sens du bilatéral et du multilatéral.
And this kind of event also allows us to establish relationships and bilateral conversation with other countries and partners.
En plus de ça, nous avons l'implication de la jeunesse pour relever le défi qui est très important parce que tout le travail contre le changement climatique, c'est l'avenir, c'est eux les enfants, eux la jeunesse.
Another very important issue for us is the role of the young people that are going to take care of the climate change in future years.
Au défi et à la prise en compte des opportunités, L'Afrique a fait preuve d'une ambition certaine.
So considering the challenges that we face, Africa has shown a lot of ambitions
Et d'un potentiel indéniable
and a lot of potential also
pour concevoir des solutions durables propres,
in terms of developing their own solutions
adaptées au présent et à l'avenir.
and at the same time their own solutions that are adapted to the present and to the future.
Rapidement, je vais évoquer quelques cas au Mali.
And I'm going to share with you some example from Mali.
En fonction de l'importance des défis majeurs ci-dessus indiqués, le développement durable revêt une importance toute particulière pour le Mali.
So considering the sustainable development, considering the situation that I already exposed, the sustainable development is really important for the Mali.
À l'instar des autres pays africains,
Beside the other countries of Africa,
à cet égard, le pays bien disposant d'importantes ressources naturelles,
our country has a lot of natural resources.
des dispositions pertinentes sont observées par les autorités maliennes
And Mali authorities have developed a lot of disposition, yes,
en vue d'atteindre une croissance économique durable.
in order to reach a sustainable economical increase,
tout en préservant l'environnement.
but keeping obviously environment resources.
Il s'agit entre autres
So what we are trying to do is
l'alignement de nos politiques publiques sur l'objectif de la durabilité pour une économie résiliente.
so to put the economy at the services of a resilient economy and development.
L'élaboration des stratégies et des plans d'action
So the elaboration of strategy and action plans
dans beaucoup de domaines au niveau environnemental,
in a lot of environmental topics.
dans le cadre de la protection de l'environnement,
In terms of environmental protection,
de la ressource, de la gestion des ressources forestières et fauniques,
in terms of management of forestry reserves,
de la conservation de la biodiversité,
in terms of biodiversity conservation,
de la gestion des zones humides,
in terms of humid management area,
la protection des cours d'eau,
in terms of water and hydrate protection,
l'assainissement.
assainissement.
Yeah.
I don't know how you say that in
D'accord.
English. Sanitation, thank
Sanitation,
you.
ok. Thank you.
In terms of
Du
sanitation.
contrôle des pollutions et de la nuisance,
In terms of control of noise,
de la gestion des stations d'épuration,
and in terms of management of epuration and of stations,
et de la restauration de l'écosystème dégradé.
and in terms of the restoration of degraded ecosystem.
Dans tous ces domaines, le Mali, l'État a travaillé, a fait sortir des législations
So in all those topics, Mali has developed different kind of legislations,
des codes pour l'environnement
codes about environment,
et des plans d'action
and action plans
qui permettent, dans la gestion de l'environnement, pour pouvoir dire telle année, tel jour, il y a des activités, il y a ça, il y a ça. Et dans la gestion aussi des ressources forestières et fauniques, dans la biodiversité, tout est encadré avec des plans d'action.
So to develop a pipeline around either the forestry management or other topics that we already discussed.
Donc, je ne vais pas, compte tenu du temps imparti, je ne vais pas développer tous ces plans.
So I'm not going to explain all those plans.
La prise en compte de la dimension du développement social comme priorité dans les politiques publiques de lutte contre le dérèglement climatique.
So for us, for our government, it's absolutely primordial the management of the social dimensions in the fight of the climate change.
Parce que là, c'est très important. Nous avons travaillé dans ce sens-là en mettant des politiques sur place pour la dimension sociale.
So we have developed many social policy, public policy.
Voilà, pour mieux prendre en compte les besoins des couches vulnérables les plus exposées à cette menace.
To taking care of the most vulnerable people that are facing this threat.
Parce que tout ce qu'on parle au niveau de l'adaptation, de l'atténuation, il s'agit de ces couches vulnérables qu'il faudrait les encadrer, qu'il y ait une politique afin de les soutenir.
So when we talk about adaptation, we need to take care about vulnerable people and develop public policy for them.
Au-delà du social,
So beyond the social area,
le gouvernement, dans l'efficience de la gouvernance au niveau international, national et territorial,
in terms of international, national, and territorial terms,
le gouvernement a pris en compte l'enjeu économique,
the government take care about the economical challenge,
environnementaux,
environmental challenge,
dans tous les processus de planification,
in each planification process,
d'exécution et de suivi, évaluation des politiques.
in each process of design, execution, and evaluation of the public policy.
Dans les plans et programmations et programmes de développement durable,
In each development of a program of sustainable development.
donc vous comprenez avec moi que toutes ces actions vont permettre à l'État de travailler dans le sens, tout en prenant en compte des aspects qui sont très importants dans le cadre de la planification, de la bonne gouvernance.
So as you can see, Mali have done a huge work in terms of governance, in terms of planification of each dimensions and area of sustainability.
L'implication des communautés locales dans la prise de décision
So the implication of the local communities in decision.
À cet effet, des initiatives publiques à l'attention des populations
So in terms of participation of the public in those public policy,
sur les risques et les enjeux liés à la problématique du développement durable en général.
considering the risks and challenges of the sustainable development in general,
À l'environnement et à la santé de façon spécifique ont été mises en œuvre.
considering the environment and health, we have developed many politics around that.
Donc voilà en quelques mots quelques éléments de réponse que je voulais donner
So
et quelques préoccupations de nos États par rapport à cette conservation de la biodiversité tout en allant dans l'agenda de 2030.
So this is in a few words how I want to explain what we are doing from from Mali, considering the sustainable agenda.
Je vous remercie très infiniment
I thank you very much.
et
Thank
que
you.
j'ai les documents en papier, je vais vous transmettre.
And I have all the
pour
documents that
C'est beaucoup plus
he's
volumineux.
going,
Voilà.
obviously it's a lot more, he's going to share with us in order to share with you.
Ok, merci et vous demandez la permission, je vais vous quitter pour aller.
Yes, of
tout à l'heure.
course.
Merci, merci tout le monde.
Thank you very much.
Thank you
Mr.
very much. Thank you
Amadou
very much.
Sanosidafe.
In
Felicitations.
Espanol, or you say thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Daffé. On vous remercie beaucoup. Et si vous pouvez m'envoyer les documents, comme ça je le partage avec le reste. Voilà. So thank you again. And now we are going to finish with Ayman Cherkawi, Director of the Hassan II International Center for Environmental Training, who is Deputy Chair of the USAN World Commission of Environment Law. He's also the coordinator for the Mohammed VI Prize for the Climate and Sustainable Development and Deputy Chair, as already said that. Ayman was re-elected in 2022 for a second mandate by African organization accredited to UNEP as regional facilitator of major groups and stakeholders in Africa. Ayman is also Obama Foundation I was surprised. Wow. Africa leaders, lead Council for Climate Change at the Center of International Sustainable Development Law, ambassador for the Adaptation Without Borders Initiative, Atlantic Dialogue's emerging leaders. Ayman has academic background in climate change, sustainable development, finance, law, and engineering. Previously, he was executive director of the Global Compact Local Network in Morocco for UNDP CGEM, special advisor to the presidency of the COP29, as well as legal advisor to the environment minister of the Kingdom of Morocco, judge for the SDG Action Awards, and work for Valiant Consulting, the International Air Transport Association, and Air Liquide. Ayman has also engaged professionally with UNDP, World Bank, GGI, AUC, and GIS. You're very welcome, Ayman.
Thank you very much. First, I would like to thank the philanthropy Côte Solari for the invitation. We are glad to have partners with Côte Solari on various activities, particularly in the context of the UN Decade of Ocean Science for Sustainable Development. I would also like to thank Mary Foundation, Velux Fonden, IUCN, of course, of which I'm also a part of, and Université Côte d'Azur. I would like to acknowledge the presence in the room of Mr. Moqsit, who is the Secretary General of the IPCC. I believe the 7th assessment cycle provides an important space to drive the agenda forward, and we are discussing here, for example, through the special report on climate change and cities. As the distinguished executive president was highlighting Chile earlier, I also want to highlight the very positive COP25 presidency of Chile, and I warmly think, among other things, of my two good friends, the two Gonzalos, the high-level champion and the chief negotiator, and the ongoing leadership of Chile on ocean, including in the process through the Ocean Climate Dialogue. So I'll touch briefly on 3 points. First, Morocco. Second, the foundation work. And finally, a few words about the Commission as well. So regarding Morocco, Morocco has the longest coastline in Africa with 3,500 kilometers, and it is the only African country with access to both the Mediterranean and the Atlantic. It has a total marine protected area, whether existing or being implemented on both facades, of about a bit more than 130,000 hectares, with a lot of work currently ongoing in terms of potential additional marine protected area. Morocco is very much connected to both its Mediterranean space and Atlantic space, and there are very important African initiatives that can help further drive the agenda that we are discussing. For example, the Royal Initiative for Sahel countries, of which Mali is a member, the Climate Commission on the Congo Basin, the Climate Commission on the Sahel State, the Climate Commission on African Island States, the African Atlantic States Process, the Blue Belt, among other important initiatives. The Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection is chaired by Her Royal Highness Princess Ala Hasna. I'm the director of his academic arm, the center, and is of course committed for environmental protection. Her Royal Highness herself is a patron of the decade, and the foundation is a founding member of the Foundation Dialogue for the Decade, of course, of which we are very happy to have the philanthropy Côte Solari a very active member of as well. And I wanted to highlight a few elements regarding our work. First, the Intercontinental Biosphere Reserve of the Mediterranean was the first intercontinental reserve declared by UNESCO, and the foundation played an important role in that regard. That reserve includes a marine corridor and draws a scenario of communication and collaboration between two different continents with two different conditions. It runs between southern Andalusia and northern Morocco, forming an open arc towards the Mediterranean and fractured by the Strait of Gibraltar. The core of our activities at the foundation are in terms of education for sustainable development and capacity building, in close partnership with the national partners such as the Ministry of National Education, Preschool and Sports, or international partners such as UNESCO, UNESCO IOC, IUCN, UNDP, the Foundation for Environmental Education, etc. And our targets in terms of those activities go from preschool children, primary school, high school, university, private sector, public sector decision makers, and other NGOs. And I wanted to provide a couple of examples on that. One, well, as I saw the gentleman from Mali was here, I wanted to indicate to him that 2 weeks ago, I welcomed at the center the president of the École Spéciale de Commerce, d'Administration, d'Entrepreneuriat of Mali for a capacity building course on carbon footprint. Another recent example was on November 6th, which for us in Morocco is a very important day celebrating the Green March. We launched an Africa Focus training program in partnership with the National Institute of Fisheries Research and the Early Career Ocean Professional Africa as an official UN Decade activity. More than 1,000 individuals across the continent registered for the course that is currently ongoing, and that includes modules on marine protected areas. We will then have, for some of those that successfully pass the course, in-person training programs on ocean research laboratories across Morocco, as well as include them in research vessel oceanic expeditions. Another opportunity is the African Youth Climate Hub. The call for application for the third edition of the incubation program of AISH is open until November 25th. And in the build-up to the NIS Summit next year, we are keen to include particularly initiatives and projects that make the connection between ocean and climate. Now, regarding IUCN and IUCN WCL, of course, fully aligned with the great presentation by Stuart moments ago, I wanted to highlight a couple of key messages that IUCN has identified in the context of COP29 that I think are of relevance to keep in mind going forward. For example, the importance of including concrete and quantified targets on nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches within the NDCs. The NDC 3.0 provide a very strategic and important opportunity that they should also reflect the outcome of the first global stocktake, which inter alia emphasize both the importance of enhanced efforts to halt and reverse deforestation and forest degradation by 2030, and of conserving biodiversity in line with the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, which of course includes the topic that we're discussing today. I don't want to read too much, but I strongly encourage you to consider and pay close attention to the key messages that we identified in that regard. The last key message I want you to highlight is the importance of the co-presidencies of the UNFCCC, CBD and UNCCD and the Convention Secretariat to jointly identify and promote concrete actions to strengthen cross-convention collaboration. In a context of a very busy year, as we were discussing with Stuart moments ago, the opportunity and the need for this kind of collaboration is very, very important. Regarding the commission itself, so the IUCN World Commission on Environmental Law is one of 7 commissions. That one is led by Professor Voigt. We have 1,300 members, 8 specialist groups, including, for example, one on climate change law, one on biodiversity law. We have 4 task forces, including, for example, one on the a task force on the plastics agreement. And the Commission will be organizing its 4th World Environmental Law Congress in May of next year. And the topic is integrated protection of air, ocean, and land. Again, in the spirit of going against silos and driving coherent and cohesive solutions to address together the triple planetary environmental crisis and those 3 important areas. It will take place for the first time in Africa at the center that I have the honor of being the director of, following the amazing success of the 3rd one in Oslo last year. We have already received more than 200 abstracts in the 3 IUCN languages, so in English, French, and Spanish. And I will rest here in the interest of time. Thank you very much.
And it's really interesting, and certainly we're going to have time to discuss about the role of Morocco in the marine protected area, also in Africa. And last but not least, we're going to give the floor to the Professor Christophe Den Houwer, Professor of University Côte d'Azur, Institut Chimie of Nice. His research interests cover environmental and human radiochemistry, looking at the fate and impact on the radioisotope of the hydrosphere, biotope, and human. He's also the director of the Academy of Excellent Space, Environment, Risk, and Resilience, and out of the 12 experts that joined the Green Deal European University Association Task Force to achieve the recognition and mobilization of universities as critical stakeholders for enhancing the Green Deal. From 2021, he is director of the University Research Initiative Space, Environment, Risk, and Resilience that fosters transdisciplinary research projects and promote exchange between human and natural science. Mr. Den Houwer, we are very happy to have you here. We give you the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the introduction and the nice invitation. I think I will go to the entire end of the spectrum that we have discussed today, because I'm a chemist and I'm a researcher and as an environmental chemist, and what I've heard today is I think it's logical to say, and also probably obvious, that we need more scientific data, and so we need more scientific input in order to be able to manage large scales of reserves, and so this scientific input has evolved a lot, actually, as as a chemist, I always teach students that we need to know the fundamental chemistry of metals, pollutants, organic pollutants, whatever, to be able to better describe their behavior in the environment, to better describe their transfer in the biotope, etc., and etc. And so that drives us to environmental chemistry, from environmental chemistry to fundamental chemistry as well, but also fundamental biology and ecology that converge to give us a better picture of what are the interconnections in those in nature. And so I really think we need more fundamental data. And lucky us, today we have more efficient instruments to look at those environmental data. What we have been dreaming of in the past decades is often possible to do. There has been a lot of progress in imaging, speciation. Speciation means a diversity of chemical and biochemical species. We have made progresses in analytical chemistry, so we are now able to count atoms, for instance. That was completely impossible to do a few decades ago. And so those new tools are really an advantage. And so I think it helps us to fill the gap between the very large scale of nature conservation that we've talked about today, but and research, and also small scale. An understanding at the biological scale, for instance, geochemical scale, geochemistry, etc., and etc. That's very difficult to do because you go from square kilometers areas to angstroms, so to be short, and that's a very difficult task. That's the task to link ecology with biology, chemistry, physics, geochemistry, etc., and etc. And of course, we are making a lot of progress with those new instruments today to be able to bridge this gap. I also would like to mention, as you've done in the introduction, that we need to call for different disciplines to do that. We need to call for all the natural sciences, of course, as I said, biology, biochemistry, chemistry, physics, geology, to be able to understand the entire picture, or to try to understand the entire picture. But we also need to call for human sciences, and you have mentioned the inclusion of native people in the conservation, but that's part of human sciences, economics as well, of course, law, politics, etc., and etc. And that's often very difficult to do, to build projects together with scientists or natural scientists and human sciences, economics, etc., because we don't speak the same language. But that's what we try to do at the university, and that's really I think an important task to do, to be able to understand really, to have another view of what's going on in conservation. And I would like, just as last words, to go back to what you mentioned on legacy, because legacy is, of course, very important, and it's also an area of research that is very fascinating, because we are dealing with past years' evolution of polluted areas. So we have in real time what happened for 50 years or maybe more than 100 years, and so we can learn from that the evolution of the speciation on site, in situ, and so legacy sites are for us as researchers very often very interesting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christoph. So what an interesting panel. First of all, I wish to open the floor to the public. I don't know if some of you have some questions in general for all of them, or in particular, please.
I'm Dr. Vijayalakshmi. From India. I represent here in All India Women's Conference. That is a premier organization in women organization in India. Basically, I'm a researcher. That is why I came here. I sat here and listened the topics, because all the topics you presented here was so interesting, completely scientific in manner. But I would like to ask you one question only for all of the panels, or maybe a suggestions, because we spoke about many things and research findings here. That is wonderful. Legacies you spoke about, it is very good. All the researchers we are doing in the university or higher level, okay, the findings or how we can bring into the grassroots level. That means in the whole education ecosystem, how can we come into the school level? When you start your education in the school level, in the primary classes, there we needed to teach them science for climate action. Science for climate action should be a subject from first standard onwards to the university level, that it will be publicized easily. The students as well the community can learn it properly. So for that, my question is, how will you lobbying with your government put into practice that event? Thank you. That is my question. Thank you.
That's a huge question. Please.
Thank you very much. It's very much at the core of what we do at the foundation through a lifelong learning approach. So, as I was briefly indicating earlier, we start from preschool all the way to universities, and that allows us to go from as they go older, but also learn from the older ones and bring it back to the younger ones. And through that, I can provide you with a few examples. One, together with UNSTSN, we looked at the curricula, the K-12 curricula. We reviewed them, everything that is used in K-12, all the material that is used, review them for integration of SDGs in line with Target 4.7, so through Mission 4.7. So we did that for K-12. Also, because we have the Eco Schools program, the Young Reporters for the Environment, and then another initiative I'll talk about later, we are able to have to grow with the children. As they grow, they always have a program with which they can engage with the foundation, and gradually, either through the curricula itself, but also activities outside of the curricula, but in some cases that are still mandatory. And then the final initiative we have for those that go to universities, we have the African Green Universities and Youth Education Network, that is a member of the Network of Networks. And actually, a year ago in Bonn with Université Côte d'Azur, with Saran, we did a side event together. And in that sense, we bring together universities across Africa, 30 African universities in 14 African countries, to green the curricula and green the campuses. And quite often we try to do, I provide the last example, I don't want to be too long, but we did 2 weeks ago the National Conference on Adaptation. So we brought all kinds of ministries. We did that together with UNDP, and we agreed with UNDP. We pushed for it, and UNDP was easy to convince to include as the official reporter for each of the scientific session PhD students from African Green Universities, and then we also included high school students from across the Kingdom of Morocco to also engage in the topic, ask questions, and do their own report at the very end. So we try to very much, through a lifelong learning approach aligned with the Green Education Partnership of UNESCO or the Transforming Education Summit outcomes, provide exactly what you're discussing. That's why I was very happy when I heard your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please.
Very quickly, because I think everybody wants to comment on this here. I think this is a super timely question. Often when we talk about conservation action, in fact, we always hear about the finance gap, but I also think equally important is the knowledge and capacity gap. There's no point generating finance if you don't actually have the knowledge and capacity to deliver that. I think just from an IUCN perspective, we are, as I said, I'm compiling the next IUCN program for the 4 years. We have written in, at the request of our members, nature-based education. That goes right through. It will link up with our members. such as Eamon has described. Also, for example, the Schools Club of Kenya, which has got massive reach, really trying to work that through. And I think as well, in Cali, we had an action plan approved on nature and education as well. So I do think there's an actual real momentum building around this now, and thank you for your question.
Yeah, I can answer for a master program actually that we have at the university. I'm sure in other universities as well, but we have a master on environmental risk management that combines different disciplines, and they have, of course, all the risk management and environmental courses that you can imagine, but also they have some maths, chemistry, basic ones, and that's done for students that are not scientists at the basis. And I think that's very important to mix those different disciplines in order to have a broader view for those students of what they are going to try to understand in their future.
Thanks very much for the question. I'm not sure to what extent I could really add, just to say that within the CBD we had, from 2010, there was the intention to try and make people aware of the term biodiversity and understanding on a sort of a broad level what that was. Now we're getting to a point where we need people to understand that it's not just a nice to have, but fundamentally important for us, both in terms of just our day-to-day lives, but also, of course, in the context of climate change. And Stuart's absolutely right. There has been advancements now in terms of trying to get that into educational systems. We just need governments to take some of these excellent examples forward and put them into curricula at all levels. So it's not just pure ecology or whatever it is, to understand what nature means or what climate change is, but also how are they all interlinked and how we can find positive solutions and not just looking at them as existential crises. Thanks.
I don't know whether you heard at the start my CV introduced by Patricia, but if you did, you'll know this is absolutely at the heart of what I do and have done for a long time. And it's great to hear about IUCN talking about nature-based education, which is, of course, not new. We all learn in, with, through, about, and for the natural world throughout the whole of history. And yet we've forgotten that that's what we actually learned and how we learned and where we learned. What can I say in terms of a practical input? Well, yesterday, 24 hours ago, I gave a whole talk on this particular issue with regard to the work that we've been doing in Scotland and beyond. And at the moment, we're running an online MOOC in sustainable education, which has been built through some years of practice, actually. But to go right back to the very core issue, to me, there's one thing that we need to keep in mind, that most preschool and primary educators don't have any scientific training to any great degree. So there is actually a real gap there across provision in most countries at that level. If the children don't get, they aren't in the presence of someone who loves science in the way in which they love literature or whatever else they might love when they're learning in those very early stages, they're not going to pick up on that to the same degree, which is why in some ways we see a dearth of people who are academics in the sciences who are women, for example, because most primary and preschool teachers are women. Now, in Scotland, just to give you a little bit of policy, we have embedded nature-based learning and related issues in our curriculum for young people throughout the whole of their school years in a topic called Learning for Sustainability, which is an entitlement of all young people and a requirement of all teachers. And there's much more I could show you and tell you about that policy context, but it's embedded in the way in which we do things. So I thank you for your question. To me, it's at the heart of what we do. Thank you.
Francisca, do you want to edit something? Then Ayman? Francisca, please.
¿Se escucha?
Sí.
Sí. Gracias a todos. Creo que ha sido un tremendo panel donde hemos podido hablar de tantas cosas que son importantes, sobre todo el tema de la educación. Cuando nosotros partimos, Partimos con Fundación Mary,
We started with
hace
Mary
unos
Foundation
8 o 9 años atrás,
maybe
yo
9
creo,
years
más o menos.
ago.
Para nosotros era fundamental entender de que la ciencia era muy importante en ese momento.
So for us at that time, science was obviously very important.
Pero nuestro rol era, entendíamos de que la ciencia estaba como metida como en una cápsula.
But we
Y
understood at
también
that time
veíamos
that science was
que
in a
habían
kind
ciertas
of
competencias,
capsule,
tal vez por el tema de los papers,
there were a little bit
un
of
poco
competitions
guardando
between
tal vez en ese
scientists.
momento, guardando información por los papers.
Well,
Entonces para nosotros fue un
scientists in
tremendo
the group
desafío
used to be very
levantarnos y decir, bueno,
competitive.
necesitamos sacar la
We really
información
made a huge
ahora.
work in order
No
to
podemos
explain
esperar
them the
que un
importance to
paper
show the
vaya a
information
salir en 2
outside.
años más porque estamos cuidando algo.
We
¿Qué estamos
understand that
cuidando? Y ese fue como el primer
a
diagnóstico que
different world,
tuvimos
but
cuando
we need to
nosotros
make
quisimos meternos en
dialogue
el
with
tema de
the
la
rest of the
ciencia.
world.
Entonces fue bien irruptivo
That
el
was
que
a kind of
privados se
different and
metieran en el mundo de la
disruptive
ciencia.
to have
Obviamente
those
que
private
no fue
sector
para nada fácil.
working with
Pero
scientists
lo que
at
nosotros
first.
hacíamos justamente era hacer ciencia de buena calidad,
But what to try to do is
buscando
to
objetos de
science,
conservación en cada uno de los
working
territorios.
around
Por ejemplo, en
the
el norte del
species under
flamenco, nosotros
threat
encontrar el Congo,
with the flamingo,
y
for
el-
example, in the
la
north of
Patagonia,
Chile,
la
or the
ballena
whales
azul.
in the south of Chile, in
Entonces
the north of
nosotros con
Patagonia.
esa ciencia que
And with
seguimos haciendo
that
hasta hoy en día,
data,
porque
with
los
the
programas
evidence, this
continúan,
science,
convertimos esto en material
we
educativo.
traduce that
Y este
evidence, that
material
scientific
educativo
evidence,
es el que
in
se
educational
implementa en
material
programas educativos en todas las
in
zonas.
order to develop
Lo
educational
maravilloso
program
es que
in
cuando
those
hablamos de la
areas.
ballena azul,
So when we
no
talk about
solamente
blue
estamos hablando
whales,
de la ballena azul, sino estamos
we are not
hablando de un
only talking
ecosistema
about the blue whales
completo
by itself,
que
but
viene desde
we
la
are talking
importancia
about a
desde el
whole
glacial,
ecosystem
desde la
that affects
importancia
the
de
glaciers,
los árboles o los cipreses de la
that
huayteca
also
en este
affect
caso,
in
la
very
ramita de
specific
Darwin es importante.
ecosystem lands
Todo
in,
es importante
in the bay where
cuando
the whales
utilizamos
are.
un
I mean, it
animal
affects
en
all the
peligro de
ecosystem, all
extinción.
the latitude
Por lo
also.
tanto, toma el ecosistema completo.
So it
Estoy
takes
como
the ecosystem as a
tratando
whole.
de explicar un
I'm
poco
trying to explain
lo que a nosotros nos ha resultado y ha
what
sido
have worked
tremendo.
for us.
Tomar
has
un
been
animal
a
en
huge
peligro de extinción,
success
bajar
to
la
take
información
an
en
important
material
animal, species
educativo
under
de
threat,
muy buen nivel
try to
y
traduce the
poner
scientific
personas a hacer
evidence in
clases en
educational
todos los
programs
territorios.
and
Y no
work
solamente en,
work
en
in
el
all the
mismo
territory
territorio,
with teachers
sino que
and
también
students.
nos vamos
And not
trasladando
and not
con la
only,
información de las
in the
ballenas
specific
al
territory,
norte,
but in the
con la
rest of the
información de los
countries.
cóndores al sur,
For
porque
example, we
también
take the
hacemos
information
debates
from the
con
condors in north of Chile to the
son
south.
clases muy dinámicas y
And
muy
we
entretenidas.
create very
Esa ha sido la
funny
forma en
and
que nosotros
dynamic
hemos encontrado
class
para
and
poder
teaching
educar
group. That's a way
con un
that we
foco
have
muy preciso
found
a los
and
niños,
create
niñas y jóvenes.
to help
Pero también hay
kids
algo
to
más.
understand what is
Cuando
happening.
vino el COVID,
But
también nos dimos
also,
cuenta
when the COVID
de que
arrives, we
estábamos educando a los
understood
niños.
that
que
we
los
were
niños y
educated
las
as
niñas
far only
jóvenes,
students or young
que ellos
people.
igual venían con otro tipo de
But young
espíritu.
people, they already
Entonces,
have
nos dimos
another
cuenta que al
setup,
final
let's say.
lo que teníamos que cambiar
And we
éramos
understood that
nosotros, antes que
we
ellos.
need to work with
Nosotros
teacher,
enseñándole
with
a
people
los
like
niños
us,
de
with
la
adults.
naturaleza.
It wasn't
Cuando en
enough to
realidad
work
ellos
with
ya vienen con la
students. We need
naturaleza.
to work with
Por lo
adults.
tanto, ahí nuestros programas se fueron rápidamente a trabajar con docentes.
This is where we decide when we
Anualmente
decide to
sacamos
work with
750
teachers.
profesores
And
anualmente
each year we
formados
work
que se
with
forman durante 3 meses
750
en una cosa
teachers
integral que donde
with a
metemos la
very
conservación,
integrated
el
program
desarrollo
where we
humano y
teach
múltiples
about
cosas
conservation,
que apoyan
multidimensional
también a los
conservation,
docentes a volver a
in order
tomar el
to help
espíritu
them
de lo
to be in
importancia
contact
que es ser
with
un maestro.
nature and
Entonces, también
to
ahí,
teach to other students.
Creo que hay otro punto que es que no es que hayamos dejado de lado a
It
los
doesn't
niños,
mean that
y a las
we are
niñas,
not
y a los
working with
jóvenes,
students or
sino que
young people
entendimos
anymore.
que era más efectivo
It's just
trabajar
a matter of
con los docentes
decision and decide to work
para
with
poder
teacher
llegar
in order to arrive
más rápido a los
indirectly
niños y que ellos
and more quickly
implementaran
maybe
en sus salas de
to
clase
a
todo este
major
tipo
quantity
de
of young people and students.
cosas como la conservación,
And this is a way we
ciertas
found to work
técnicas
around
para llevar las
conservation and
clases,
specific
autocuidado,
technique
etcétera, etcétera.
of well-being.
Muchas
Thank
gracias.
you very much. Ayman, I want to give the floor to you.
Very briefly, 3 quick points. One, I fully align with the approach that was highlighted just now by the distinguished executive president. Second, that I'm very happy to be a member of the task force that that Stuart just referred to. And third, which was the main reason why I wanted to get the microphone again, was to indicate to you, as you're from India and given where your focus, there's a side event, and I'm reassuring you, I'm not a speaker there, so you won't have to sit through me speaking again. But there is a side event taking place later today at 6:30 p.m., organized by the Center for Environmental Education that is based in India, together with the FI and the Office for Climate Education. It's called Meeting the Greening Education Partnership Targets with Quality Critical Enablers, and it's at 6:30 p.m. inside event room 6, if you're interested.
Well, thank you very much, all of you. It has been a very, very interesting panel. As an economist, I cannot forget the need of governance and certification to go further and to move toward maybe a market that allow us to make it sustainable. But thank you, all of you. You can hear and listen again this panel through of course, if you have a question.
Thank you so much for giving me a chance. I am Dr. Upasana Singh. I am from All India Women Conference, India. I am a treasurer there. It was a wonderful conversation, which I was enjoying a lot. My question is, someone mentioned about the biodiversity and using non-operational lands of private sectors for controlling biodiversity. I think it is a wonderful idea because the non-operational lands are so much in the quantity. But I would like to know, how are you going to do it, and will you introduce it in the world forum globally to give importance to this idea, so that people who are having unused lands, they can be given for this noble cause for the this climate change and all these things. So thank you so much. I would like to know about that.
Thank you very much for your question. Who want to answer? You?
Thanks very much. I think just for everybody to know, in case that when licenses are awarded by governments, usually to a private sector entity, let's say for a mining operation, they just don't award the license for where they will make the hole in the ground. There is an extensive area around that. A lot of that will not be, it's not intended to be used, and that's what we mean by non-operational land. And I think this has been sitting there, and the area is massive. It really is. It's much bigger than the areas that are actually being exploited. So it is sitting there. It has been a conversation that we've been ongoing for a while. We've engaged with several companies around that. I think actually the next thing is to take this up and formalize it a little bit more. We were looking for a hook, and this is where I think OECMs, so OECMs now could be a hook where we can say, and it's not just to tick the box, it's to say make sure that there are robust conservation measures being put in place. But it's rather than just that land sitting there as such. It's saying, right, this can now be proactively moved. Companies, they may want to take it for as part of, as we move into this issue of nature positive, which we haven't mentioned, and corporate responsibility to disclose their biodiversity impacts, that these might be ways of actually being able to help companies to demonstrate actions they are taking, additional conservation actions. So I think we're just at the start of that. It's been a conversation, as I said, it's been a conversation we've been having for about 10 years, but there was not that hook. But I do think now with issues around corporate disclosure, nature positive approaches, and the issue of OECMs being recognized now as a mechanism to move towards Target 3, I think we'll build momentum. So I think the question is, watch this space. we will have, I mean, obviously the World Conservation Congress is in Abu Dhabi next year. I think this issue will come up, and then 2027 there will be the next World Parks Congress, and I imagine again that will be one of the issues that feature strongly there. Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, we need to close. That's very interesting panel. Thank you, all of you. And I propose to take a picture, a global picture of all of you. And please, if you can stay, then to interview some of you or all of you, it would be great. Thank you very much.
traductor.
Can you hear me? Yes, you can. Oh, great. So we have Ramon with us. Jerry is already there through Zoom. Valerie is here. Manuel Pulgar also. We only need Eric. Let me check my WhatsApp. Okay. So let's start. So thank you very much, all of you, to be there in the panel Financing the Triple Crisis when Costs Are an Investment. As we know, the global economy is currently facing 3 crises, or more maybe we have been discussing about that, which threaten to undermine the welfare and prosperity of present and future generations. The first is the climate change. The growing carbon emissions continue unchecked, and rise in temperature and sea level are exceeding previous estimates. The second is the loss of biodiversity, and the third is the well-known increasing level of pollution. Today, many low-income countries and some middle-income countries too are having to make deeply painful choices between, for example, repaying debt and spending money on health and education, between investing in nature and developing their natural resources. The tension between fiscal sustainability and environmental sustainability has never been greater. And those countries are facing a triple crisis. The economic and social impact of climate change are becoming more frequent and more severe. The loss of nature and biodiversity are approaching dangerous tipping points, and their debt burdens are increasing, exacerbating by increasing interest rate in advanced economy over the last 2 years. These crises are reinforcing one another in alarming vicious circle. The high cost of serving debt leaves little, if any, fiscal space for spending on climate adaptation and nature conservation. There is a way out of this trap. Shifting to a more climate resilient, lower carbon and nature positive growth path can offer many countries a route to economic growth, job creation and environmental sustainability, thereby reducing future risk and in principle lowering the cost of debt. This virtuous circle, however, requires strong domestic policies, a stable investment climate, more robust domestic resources mobilization, sound debt management, and the right environmental incentive. Indeed, strong domestic institutions are the cornerstone of economic success. Moving toward the virtuous circle also necessitates an evolution in the global financial system. The cost of capital in low and middle income countries is too high to allow for investment in stabilizing climate and nature while also addressing pressing social needs. International financial institutions need to work toward reducing effective borrowing costs. So this panel is going to discuss about this, in particular strategies to finance climate change mitigation and adaptation policy, as well as biodiversity conservation policy in a scenario of urgency to achieve the 3030 goals. And to start, we are going to give the floor to Ramon Pich Madruga. Ramon, where are you? You are here, there. So Ramon serves as Vice Chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. He has been Director of the Center for World Economic Studies in Cuba since 2013. He is also an Associate Professor of the Faculty of Economics at the University of Havana. Moreover, he has been a member of the Scientific Advisory Committee of the Inter-American Institute for Research on Global Change from 2007 to 2013, and a member of the Academy of Science of Cuba since 2012. He has a degree in Foreign Trade Economics from the University of Havana, a master's in Social Science from the University of Lund in Sweden, and a PhD in Economics from the National Autonomous University of Mexico. Ramon, thank you very much to be here. We give you the floor.
Thank you very much, Patricia, and also thanks to the organizer for this event dealing with one of the more, let's say, relevant topics in terms of negotiations and also in terms of research dealing with environment in the current context that, as you mentioned, is a context of growing environmental challenges as has been widely recognized. Even the more recent surveys, like the one done by the World Economic Forum, in which half of the 10 main global risks for the next 10 years correspond to environmental concerns, environmental problems, including the effect of climate change, reinforcing climate change and also biodiversity loss and pollution. With regard to climate finance, I would say that climate finance in general, environmental finance, including climate finance, and technology issues, science, technology, and innovation are two of the crucial topics of the negotiations, international negotiations dealing with the environment within the context of the means of implementation. And this is even this conference, as we will know, are associated to this climatic issue as one of the core aspect, the core issues. And in the IPCC context, when assessing climate finance, the IPCC include or assess this concept finance in a very broad sense, and include both public and private, but also local, national, or international, bilateral, or multilateral, and alternative sources. And it takes the form of grants, technical assistance, loans, concessional or non-concessional, bonds, equity, risk insurance, and financial guarantees, of different types. So it's a very broad concept of finance. As I said before, finance, technology, and international cooperation are considered within the IPCC assessment as key enablers of climate action. And also another message from the last cycle of the IPCC is that public finance is an important enabler of adaptation and mitigation and can also leverage private finance. In general, with regard to the need of closing investment gaps dealing with finance, it was also highlighted in the context of the IPCC assessment that current financial flows are significantly lower than the levels needed by 2030 to limit warming to below 1.5 degrees Celsius or 2 degrees Celsius. This is one message. The second one is that there is sufficient global capital and liquidity to close investment gaps, but there are barriers to redirect, to orient capital to climate actions. Another finding, another message, is related to the challenge of closing gaps, that the challenge of closing gaps is widest for developing countries. And in that sense, it is mentioned the context of indebtedness, foreign direct indebtedness facing developing countries. You also refer to that when making the presentation of this report. According to some international statistics by the International Monetary Fund, for instance, the so-called emerging economy and the developing countries have a foreign debt around 12 trillion US dollars. So it's really huge. This is a very aggregated figure, but it's just as a reference for you to take into account. And then there are messages associated both to financing adaptation and financing mitigation. With regard to financing adaptation, there are two key messages out of the report of the IPCC, at least I choose these two. One has to do with the fact that current global financial flows for adaptation are insufficient for and constrain the implementation of adaptation options, especially in the developing countries. And second, a small proportion of global tracked financial climate finance was targeted to adaptation. A very small proportion of this global track finance, climate finance was targeted to adaptation, and an overwhelming majority to mitigation. Then with regard to financing mitigation, there are at least four ideas here that I would like to highlight. First is that finance flows fall short of the level needed to meet climate goals across all sectors and regions. Second, public and private finance flows for fossil fuels are still greater than those for climate adaptation and mitigation. Third, that in fact the overwhelming majority of tracked climate finance is directed towards mitigation, but even though falls short of the level needed to limit warming to below 2 degrees Celsius or 1.5 degrees Celsius across all sectors and regions. And there is also a mention which is closely associated to the topic of this COP29, that is the figures that in the year 2018, public and publicly mobilized private climate finance flows from developed to developing countries were below the collective goal under the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement to mobilize $100 billion per year by 2020 in the context of meaningful mitigation action and transparency on implementation. So these are some of the topics I wanted to highlight. As I said before, the insufficiency in general, both with regard to mitigation, adaptation. Secondly, the lack of balance between the finance for adaptation and mitigation, and also the growing concern with regard to barriers and difficulties, restrictions of the developing countries in the context characterized by this indebtedness and other restrictions. So with this, I would like to close this first presentation, and later we can come back on much more elaboration on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ramon, to give us the picture of the voice of the EPCC concerning those topics, and obviously we're going to come back to this in a few minutes. Now I'm going to give the floor to Jerry Sinderman through Zoom. Jerry is the Executive Director of the Green Digital Finance Alliance and the President of the Green FinTech Network. As an Executive Director of the Green Digital Finance Alliance, Jerry leads the Swiss-based solution, its key initiative, and oversees GDFA thematic program and project portfolio, especially focused on digital and data-driven financial and business model innovations for sustainable cities and the blue economy. Jerry is co-founder and president of the Green FinTech Network, a multi-stakeholders association building a thriving green digital finance ecosystem in Switzerland in collaboration with leaders from financial industry and academia, as well as supported by the Swiss Finance Ministry. Earlier, Jerry led an incubator and accelerator for the financial service industry, where he also served as a board member of the investment arm, and Jared worked as a banker for 10 years, mostly with ABN AMRO Bank, until he became an entrepreneur in 2010 and co-founded, led and worked with mostly fintech startup over 12 years. Jared, we are very happy to have you here. Can you hear us? I can see you.
Yes, thank you very much, Patricia, and hi everyone. And I also realized I should have shortened the bio as an introduction, as we have more important things to talk today about. So let me share my screen. I've brought a small presentation, and please let me know whether you can see it then. One sec. And you should see my presentation now.
Presentation, yes.
Okay, we'll just go into screen sharing or into presentation mode. Good. Okay, so as Patricia already introduced, so we are a Swiss foundation, and we are looking especially at the different angles in which the financial industry can be enabled to take an agent role, a change agent role for climate and nature. And especially when we are now looking at the oceans, and I mean, forgive me that my presentation is not fully targeted at the angle that maybe the other representatives are taking.
Yeah, Reed, it is not.
Yes, sure.
It is not in presentation mode. Could you switch?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Let me see. So, are you now seeing in presentation mode?
Not yet.
No, we are seeing you.
Ah, okay. No?
Can you put full screen, maybe? Is it possible somewhere? To have a
Yes, I'm actually switching screens now, but only switching in the wrong direction. Strange. Let me.
Okay, no. I think no
Otherwise
problem. Go ahead with that.
Yeah, let me. Otherwise, I'm sharing just simply this screen, and I will enlarge it as much as possible.
Like this, it's better actually. Yes.
Okay, good. Sorry for this. Yes, so I mean, as we're speaking about maritime or marine ecosystems, I think one important thing from our perspective is not to forget that anything that happens on the ocean doesn't happen without someone financing or funding it or investing in it. And that brought us, as part of our Making Oceans Count program that we are working on together with our partners at Harbor Ocean and Copenhagen Business School, and funded also by Velux Foundation, to the question, and it's probably like one of the many trillion-dollar questions: how could we make ocean biodiversity a key decision factor for investors? And a few underlying rationales led our research on this. One was that investment activity also for the blue economy is often very much driven and influenced by regulation. There are already like an increasing number of regulations and standards that are increasing the pressure to disclose on nature across industries. And at the same time, compared to carbon and climate, biodiversity is infinitely more complex. And that is also putting a financial institution at their challenge. So there's a big need for actionable data and metrics. And this is the core of the current work. We focused on a sector-specific research first. So started with shipping, soon we'll go also into offshore wind, and to explore how these have an impact on maritime protected areas or maritime sensitive areas. And in the context also of last year's COP15, when the global biodiversity framework was introduced, there's, I think, now a big recognition that what gets measured gets managed. At least there's a bigger chance for it to get managed, as we now know. But there was like a big reference also at disclosures. And when we're looking now at disclosures, and in this case, when it touches the ocean and marine ecosystems, we're speaking, or we're calling it blue metrics and assessments. We have to look at different perspectives if you want to do meaningful work. One is, of course, the framework setting, the regulation and the standard setters on top. However, anything that shall be disclosed in a uniform way and also in a meaningful way will need to be collected and made available by data providers on the left side. And of course, industry needs to be able to work with it to make decisions on it. So whether it's the physical blue economy industry or whether it's the financial sector. However, there's now many sources and angles from which you can look at the data that you disclose on marine ecosystems and related human activity. Whether you go on a financial or corporate perspective, whether you go on a blue industry specific way to cut it, or there's also the many environmental standards from which you would need to report to make it really impactful. And to complex the matters, financial industry is probably also one of the hardest regulated ones. So it's also subjected to a lot of like financial industry specific, product specific regulation. Of course, has to comply. And I mean, here we're emphasizing, because of the starting point of our research, more the European part, where a lot of things are already like quite heavily regulated. However, there's of course also the global standards, and so the alignment between all these standards and frameworks is putting a lot of challenges out there. However, at least we have recognized that across those standards and frameworks, there is already an increasing requirement, at least for granular reporting and monitoring. We see also that what's quite important for the ecosystems and biodiversity, location-specific metrics are more and more requested, and also there's a broad acceptance that it's much more important to also focus on the sensitive zones. It's also compared to some other climate-related topics and international standards. The double materiality is already broadly accepted. Here it's much about also covering the impact side, not only the risk side for the industry sectors. However, we also saw that there's still a lack of consistency of language and of definitions, and often methodologies are not really defined, which makes it very hard if you're in a very data-driven, a very strongly regulated industry. And just to give you a short example, so for example, the mentioning of sensitive zones has very different language across the different frameworks and regulatory standards. So whether you speak of biodiversity sensitive zones under the CSRD and SFRD, under TNFD, it's ecologically sensitive areas, or in the IMO, it's particularly sensitive sea areas. So it makes it very hard to identify whether you're compliant with a framework or not, and how to harmonize your reporting across them. We see on the other side, and that's, sorry? Okay. We see on the other side that there's also already like an increasing broader interest of investors and financial institutions. So now it's not only about compliance anymore, but it's also about target setting. And even there's a growing interest in identifying opportunities that come from the transition that has been initiated. So that's very encouraging. However, we also see that only 30% of the investors so far have gotten their head around a first level assessment of ocean-related activity. And to make things complete, or the complexity, it's also when you look at how to enable industry change via data, the level of granularity is very different, and the type of data that you need, whether you want to manage a global portfolio of, let's say, a mutual fund, or whether you're investing in a specific conservation project in a local context. And the same also from the value chain perspective. Are you already talking about the end product, or are you talking somewhere up in the value chain? And so while we are trying to increase, or while regulators and all invested stakeholders are already working heavily on increasing transparency, there's definitely a clear need for also reducing complexity if anything shall happen, and also financial flows that are urgently needed shall be redirected. And it's also not about only data, because data we have sufficient, or on many topics, but it's also about actionable insights to trigger exactly this decision-making, and to connect all the dots between the different elements that we have for healthy oceans, whether it's from the species and the endangered species, whether it's about whole marine ecosystems, individual sectoral activity, or also all the stakeholders that are actually investing and funding and owning those activities. So just to close off, and to also maybe stimulate a few thoughts about it. So what we are also doing in this project is to overlay all this information. So information about the sensitive areas, the economic activity. So for example, here you see the blue line is a cruise ship, how it's cruising across the Atlantic and then into the Caribbean. This is also more a visualization, because in the end, humans need to interact with the data, and therefore we see a strong need of this becoming not only interpreted but also easily accessible. And we are very happy for anyone who's interested in this type of work and to contribute to engage with us. So thank you very much for having me, and looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you very much, Turit. It's certainly a very interesting work that you have done. I have a lot of questions. We have tried from Philanthropy Cortes Solari to promote this kind of exercise in North Patagonia with a system to certify the captured carbon and then introduce that to the market in order to create a kind of public market. But it was very complicated because, well, the whales doesn't belong to anyone and they eventually go somewhere else and so on. So, well, thank you for your intervention. Now we are going to give, let me find again we are going to give the floor to Valerie Hickey. I just want to know, Eric Wandrag, are you here or not? No, he's not here. So yes, let's continue with Valerie Hickey. Valerie is the Global Director Environmental Department of the World Bank. Prior to that, she was a manager for advisor and operation in the Climate Change Group, where she oversees the implementation of the World Bank's commitment on climate change, climate mainstream, and climate finance. And before that, the practice manager for ENB in Latin America and the Caribbean, where she managed a cross-sectoral team that support countries and community on issues related to the climate change, sustainable forest management, integrated conservation and development, integrated coastal management, fisheries, pollution management, and environmental health, environmental economics, and environmental risk management. Valerie, we are a fan of you. So thank you very much to be here.
Thank you, Patricia. I'm a fan of yours and everything that Cortes Solari is doing and Fund and Velux and everybody else. You know, it's interesting to be here at this stage of the COP talking about finance, because the truth is there's a terrible clash of crises that is happening at exactly the worst time for the most vulnerable countries and the most vulnerable communities. Because yes, we have the climate crisis and the biodiversity crisis and the pollution crisis, the crisis that all of us who work in the environmental space talk about all the time. But we also have a financial crisis, whether it's in terms of indebtedness everywhere, not just in the global south, but in the global north too, whether it's in the case of a cost of living crisis, an affordability crisis. So there's a whole financial set of crises that are also happening. There's also an education crisis after COVID. 70% of 10-year-olds in the global south are functionally illiterate. They can't read or write, 70%. Somebody's got to pay for that. There's a food security crisis. 750 million people don't know where their next meal is coming from. 49 million people today in 2024 are starving. So unfortunately, we live in a world where it isn't just the climate crisis. There are a clash of crises, all of which are crying out for money, all of which need more money. But unfortunately, one of the struggles we have in trying to navigate this clash of crises, I think, is, unfortunately, severe financial illiteracy. Most of us, I'm a trained conservation biologist. I'm a malacologist. I did my PhD on snails, right? I had to learn finance the hard way, like most of us did, by making huge mistakes. But too often we talk about finance without understanding it. We talk about economics without understanding it, and all of that's doing is destroying trust. When we use terms, and Ramon, you're right, there is insufficient funding, but every time we say insufficient, there's this sense that someone somewhere has a big pot of money and they're just too mean to share it. And that's not the reality. There just isn't enough money anywhere. And expectations have been raised, and there are a clash of crises, all of which are crying out for money. And of course, it's all the same communities. The communities in Sindh province, in Pakistan, where 2 million people lost their homes, are exactly the same people who are seeing their land degraded, so their food security worse. They're people who also, their kids haven't been able to go to school, so they're part of that 7 out of 10 kids who can't read or write. So it's all the same communities, and that's why we need a little bit to get back to basics when it comes to finance. And we spend a lot of time talking about the quantity of finance, and that's okay, but let's get back to basics. The first basic truth is that most money for all of these crises has to come from domestic public budgets. It's not going to come from another country. It's not going to come from foundations. It's coming from domestic public budgets. And that's why we can't have these conversations without talking about subsidy reform. Every year, countries spend $1.5 trillion on energy, agriculture, and fisheries subsidies. That's money most countries don't have to spend. What's worse is they're spending it and causing an additional $5.5 trillion worth of damage every year. That's not good math. If you're spending money to simply dig yourself a deeper hole, whether it's in education or food security or any of the Rio Trio crises. And so we have to talk about subsidy reform, because that's the money governments are already spending. So the money is there, they just need to spend it on building up the world and building resilience to those communities on the forefront of all of these crises, rather than undermining their resilience. You can still give the same amount of money to the same small farmers, But instead of giving them money to spend on nitrogen fertilizer, and they're spending it, they're putting 10%, they're being incentivized to put 10% more agricultural nitrogen fertilizer on their land, and it's only leading to a 2% increase in on-farm productivity, but they're getting almost 4% sicker. Their kids are getting sicker because that nitrogen fertilizer is aerosolizing into the air, it's going into the water, and it's poisoning them. So why not give them the same amount of money, because they need the money, they're small farmers, but give it to them for biofertilizer. Give it to them to manage trees on farm so that they get better productivity without the healthcare downside. So these are the kind of discussions we have to have about subsidy reform, because that's $1.5 trillion that can be used if, instead of accelerating all of these crises, it can actually be used to solve them. Then, of course, we all talk about the private sector, and it's important, but we forget that the private sector is in the business of making money. And that's okay. Profit is not a bad thing. But the private sector responds to two things. They want to maximize profit within two realities. They live between a rock and a hard place. The rock is government regulation, and the hard place is consumer demand, the market. And so we need to make sure that governments are putting in place the regulation that allows businesses, not just big business, but micro and small business, to still make a profit, to still be competitive in the marketplace, but to do it in a way that helps solve these crises, not make them worse. And the market has to do the same thing. Consumers have to start demanding access to products that are healthy, that are decarbonized, that are nature positive, without us expecting people to pay a premium, because most people are struggling to pay their everyday bills at the grocery store. We can't ask them to pay more for food when they're already hungry. So we need government regulation and the market to be sensitive to allow the private sector to continue to make profit, because that's how we get jobs, that's how we get investment, but to do in a way that solves all of these crises, not makes them worse. And then finally, there's the pot of money that at COPs we spend all our time talking about, but it is the tiniest pot of money, which is international public finance flows. The money from MDBs, the money from overseas development assistance, it's a tiny pot of money. Because again, even though all of the MDBs, we have committed at this COP to invest $120 billion a year starting in 2025 on climate action, remember the numbers. That's less than 10% of just the subsidy spend every year. So it's a tiny pot of money, and that money has to be used more strategically. It has to be used no longer just to finance green projects, it has to be used to build green economies. That means it has to start paying for the policy reform and the institution building, so the private sector has a good business partner to work with in the government. But that partner will force the private sector to do better. We have to have the right regulation in place to attract investment. It also is the international public finance that has to absorb the cost of innovation. We should not be asking small companies in emerging markets or poor communities in the developing country to try something new and to spend scarce resources on trying something new. They should not have to spend their money on innovation. Innovation should be paid for by the international community. And absorbing that risk of failure should be on us, not on the communities and the small companies at the forefront of these crises. And of course, our money has to be used to de-risk for the private sector. Basically, that means to make sure that where technologies are not yet providing commercial rates of return, international public money can de-risk to make the difference so companies will continue to invest. It also means de-risking so that private sector will spend in countries where the rates of return are not as high and the rates of risk are too high. It's a sweetener to bring companies back to the Africa continent where they have been fleeing the last decade. And that's how we have to cleverly use the pots of international money. They're small, but they can be catalytic. But that's about going back to basics on the quantity of money, and that's really where we have to do so that we can rebuild the trust by all having a shared conversation based on a shared understanding of the reality of how money makes the world go round. In another date, we're going to have to talk about the quality of money. We're going to have to talk about access and impact, but that's not for this discussion. But my final plea is we all need to take responsibility for becoming a little bit more financially literate, understanding that there is nobody sitting with a big pot of money who's simply being too selfish to share, and understanding that there are so many crises that we have to start using money more smartly and using the different pots of money for what they're intended to do, because that's how we end up, instead of having a clash of crises, we can begin to attack these crises and solve them all at once. Thank you, Patricia.
Thank you, Valerie. You are brave, and I love your words. It's making me a lot of sense, and also I was thinking, I was writing a lobby, what happens in the middle income countries, where we know that if countries try to make such a decision to give less subsidies, they have a lot of pressure from the private sector. We know about that. So we probably are going to discuss that in a few minutes with Manuel, because obviously this is something that is completely applicable to our countries. So Manuel, very welcome. Manuel is the Climate Crisis Commission Chair of the USN. He previously served as Minister of the Environment of Peru between 2011 and 2016, and as President of the 20th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP29, in 2014. He has been recognized for his contribution to the Paris Agreement by the governments of France, Germany, and Spain, and he's currently also the global leader of climate and energy at the USN member organization, WWF. Bienvenido, Manuel.
Gracias.
I give you the floor.
Gracias, Patricia. And thank you for being here, and thank you, Valerie, thank you, Ramon, for your remarks. So I will build my reflections based on what Valerie has just said, because this is about financing the triple crisis. And sometimes we do think that it is as simple as to put a bucket in front of us to receive some coins and some tiny currency, but it is not that. It is to be prepared. It is to strengthen our capacities to really get the money that it must be mobilized to address the triple crisis. So that is why I will try to share with you how to navigate towards a successful outcome that can make us able to get those resources for the triple crisis. I have 6 points. I will be short because at noon exactly I have to run, and sorry for that, Patricia. So yeah, let me start. So we are talking about the triple crisis. That means that we have to think on synergies, because in 1992 we adopted different agreement or conventions, the climate, the biodiversity, and then the desertification. And in Riyadh, because of the desertification, what we can see it is that there is like a more willingness to talk about synergies. That for sure doesn't mean that we will merge conventions. That would be a mistake. What we will see it is how to connect those conventions, how to put those conventions talk each to other, how to put the science panels, IPCC and IPBES, working more closer in, for example, suggesting to decision makers what are those transitions that we have to walk to address that triple crisis. So there is a political process. That political process, it is moving us towards synergies, and that is the first thing. We have to identify exactly what is happening in the political process. But second, as I've already mentioned, what are those connectors? Where exactly can we connect to address the triple crisis? It could be in the global arena, but probably mostly in the domestic arena. Cali COP16 has already said we have to put more closer the climate and biodiversity plans. So what we do need is to promote an internal dialogue that can make us able to not only develop but implement our NDC, that it is a climate plan, plus the long-term strategy, plus the national adaptation plan, with the national biodiversity and ecosystem services plan, the MBSAPs. Because when it is about the planning process, what we do need it is to connect as a way to be more effective in the outcome and more efficient in the use of resources, and even more coherent with our own governance structure to achieve and to implement those objectives. So there is one connector there, but it is not a single one. Also, there is a connector because of nature-based solutions. Nature-based solutions, it is an instrument that it is evolving. In UNEA 5 in 2022, we got a good recognition by government on a clear definition, but also on how nature-based solutions must evolve. And we have to consider that nature-based solutions, it is an instrument that can help us to address this societal challenge: climate and mitigation and adaptation, health, food security, water security, and disaster risk reduction. So MBS also, it is an instrument that could help us to connect when it is about the triple crisis. But also there are some other connectors. The action agenda. You know that it was in Lima, and I feel so proud that we did that in Lima. It was the first time ever in which we convened the non-state actors into the table, and we started this dynamic called the action agenda. In the beginning, it used to be called the Lima Paris Action Agenda, and then evolved, the name shift into the Marrakesh Partnership. And we did that by knowing that the only way to implement it is by bringing all the actors into the same table to discuss each to other. Fortunately, that is happening in a more modest way in the CBD. In Riyadh, an action agenda for the certification convention, it will be launched, and even the plastics treaty will include an action agenda for the plastic treaty itself. So to make those agendas to talk each to other, it is also something that it could be very useful. But also in his reflections, our colleague Gerrit, it was Gerrit, yes, Gerrit, talk about on metrics and standards, because also to connect, what we do need to have, it is a clear benchmarking. We do need to develop metrics. We do need to continue building upon what does it mean net zero, nature positive, what does it mean all those concepts that are in our common jargon, but that deserve more content, more standard, more validation system, because it is a way in which we will connect those objectives to address the triple crisis. But also that moves me to something that Valerie has just mentioned. When it is about finance, it is about the public finance, and here we are discussing the NCQG, and we know what does it mean for me, and I hope we can get something by the end of this COP. The NCQG, it is something that it is going beyond the quantum. In Paris, we had a quantum, 100 billion. It was so difficult to achieve it, but finally it has been confirmed in 2022. But now we are discussing a package, that it is a quantum plus. No, G77, it is talking about 1.3 trillion, plus, no, have very accessible conditions to allow the most vulnerable in the developing world to access to those resources, include transparency mechanism or principles, have ways to tracking progress, among some others. That is the NCQG, and that is happening here. But friends, there are many other ways to mobilize resources by a clear public mechanism. Carbon pricing and carbon taxes, it is something that we have to continue working on, including the emissions trade system, the ETS, taxonomies, something that it is happening in many places of the world, mostly in Europe. Now I have already read a very good, not report, it is, a report talking about taxonomy for adaptation. Fantastic. No, we used to think just on taxonomy for mitigation. Now there are taxonomies for adaptation. Green bonds. I am the chair of an evaluation council of the French sovereign green bonds, and it is so effective because the purpose it is to use those resources to promote actions in biodiversity, climate, and pollution. No, so has shown to be very effective in connecting that triple crisis among many other public mechanisms. And Valerie has already mentioned what does it mean to work with the private sector. No, we have to connect with them. We have to understand what Valerie mentioned, that it is they are expecting for regulation and they move their things because of consumers and markets. So the point is how can we use those mechanisms to make the private sector to be more willing to bring resources to, for example, conservation efforts, because conservation has been mostly financed because of philanthropy. But how can we promote investment to conservation? How can we do to bring investment to achieve the 30-for-30? That is the goal. That is in what we have to work on, in be prepared to promote those investments into our 30-for-30, nation positive, net zero objective. But for that, we do need to convene that private sector. That moves me to something that it is so important. We have to develop the economic case for the NDCs, because unfortunately it is not happening. In many countries, the NDC, it is a very low relevant document in charge of a very tiny ministry, and I used to be a minister of that tiny, and that is why I know how tiny it can be, that it is the Ministry of the Environment. When probably it must, not probably, when it must be part of the Ministry of Finance, it must be part of a strong public policy, it must be part of what many countries are looking for, competitiveness. That concept, I am sure Valerie fully agree. Competitiveness, it is that word that we have to use when it is about on promoting mechanisms to attract investment or attract more money. And I am losing my ideas. I am in the 5 or the 4, I don't know. Okay, so it is important to consider those kinds of plans when it is about the economic case. And look, in climate, we have been already able to, in some way, develop the economic case for climate because of the transition suggested by science, the IPCC, that is clear. Also because of the ability of the action agenda to organize sectors. No, so it is clear that when we are talking about climate, there is an economic dynamic that it is feeding back the process, what it is good. Is that happening with nature? Not yet. We have to develop the economic case for nature. We do need to know what are those transforming sectors that would make us able to achieve nature objective. And I know that the IPBES is working on that, no? in those transforming sectors. Because there are many ways to address those transformations for the nature side. It could be by sectors that are depending a lot on natural resources. It could be by sectors that are affecting natural resources. So there are many, many options. We have to have clarity on how to walk those transitions, because that could make us more able to financing the triple crisis. Then when it is about on money for what, I can immediately think on it could be for developing policies. We do need to strengthen those policies, and that needs some resources to be strengthened. Sometimes that policies include governance structure. I am fully convinced that in Latin America it is time to change this Ministry of the Environment and to bring this idea of ecological transition to connect with climate, to connect with energy as in Costa Rica, no? Because the Ministry of the Environment are probably a bit missed when it is about this economic discussion. It could be money to enable the conditions, or it could be money to implement on the ground, no? And for sure, the three options are fully valid, but we do need to be clear so for what we are demanding or requesting that amount of money. And that moves me to the last, because I am taking too much time, that it is something that Valerie has already mentioned. We have a lot of available instruments when it is about finance. We have the fiscal system. In many countries, we are not using the fiscal system to incentivize some conduct. Unfortunately, in some cases, we are doing exactly the same. Exactly the opposite. No, we are putting more incentives to continue using diesel than to promote electric vehicles. It's fully absurd. I am fully upset with my country that it has already received 2 days ago, because of APEC, I don't know how many trains, how many wagons from diesel from California. So that is, sorry, so stupid. No, when we are in the, when we must be in the opposite. No, what we do need in Peru it is to promote electrification of the transport and not to receive all technology, no, that it is burning diesel. So those are the kind of things that we have to avoid by using well the fiscal policy. But also it is around debts. And look, friends, debts, it is something in which we have already developed a lot of experience. Debt swaps, it has been used in the world for conservation since the 80s or 90s, probably 90s. Yeah. The 80s. I remember debt swaps in Peru, in Ecuador. The first one, it was in Ecuador. Now we are having a debt swap for Ecuador for Galapagos, a new one. So we are always thinking that we are starting from scratch. No, that is not true. We have developed a lot of experience. So debt, it is something so important. Valerie mentioned subsidies, the harmful subsidies. I know how difficult is that because also that is related to WTO and the resistance in the WTO to address that. But we have to insist. We have to insist in using subsidies as a mechanism to promote, not as a mechanism to continue in a business as usual way. What else? You mentioned some numbers, and let me bring to you a number that I heard a couple of days ago. The profit from the oil sector since 1970 until now, it has been around $2 billion a day. $2 billion a day. Can you imagine if we had put a 8%, 6% tax to those profits? No, we should have not, we would have not been in the current situation that we are facing because of climate extreme event. So also, to see how can we use the system to put a tax to those activities that are burning fossil fuels, how can we use the system to shift and to promote the transition, it is something so important. So my last reflection, my last message, it is, let's be prepared. Sometimes we are just asking for more money, and more money, but we are not doing our own task, our own homework. No, we do need to be prepared and to navigate all of these elements because that will be the only way in which we can get the benefits of the resource mobilization to address the triple crisis. So let's move our action from the policy in the global arena into the implementation in the domestic one. Let's promote more dialogue in between multilateral development banks, ministers of finance, and sorry, by the way, how many of you know what is the current situation with the coalition of ministers of finance for climate? I think that is the name, that it was created in 2008, I think so, or 09 in a spring meeting in the World Bank and with the IMF, and that it has, I think that for now, 100 Minister of Finance discussing about climate. That is what we have to point. That is what we have to be, sitting with them and saying, look, friends, you have this coalition based in what it is called the Helsinki Principle, the Santiago Action Plan. Let's move this forward. So hope that this can help to navigate well how to financing the triple crisis. And with that, apologies, Valerie, apologies, Ramon. I have to run to the next. And thank you, Patricia.
Run, Manuel. Muchas gracias. Realmente fantástico. Thank you very much for all your intervention, please. And first of all, I have a lot of questions, but before that, I wish to open the floor to the public. I don't know if you have a comments or question for our guests. Otherwise, I can start. Well, Ramon, Jared, and Valerie, you mentioned public sector. We will talk about the private sectors. And I was thinking, I have different questions, but I was thinking, first of all, in the need of governance and legal certainty. When we talk about the need of investment from the private sectors in the middle, at least middle-income countries in South America, one of the main difficulties is legal certainty. And it's difficult, everything around the potential valuation of ecosystem services. And this is the other question, let's say. We need, as an economist, and really we have been trying to help the national government to do so, We have a lot of exercise in the CLAC, the CEPAL, la Comisión Económica de América Latina y el Caribe, in that direction in order to try to evaluate the marine ecosystem services and put a price on the damage. So I wish to have your comments on that, because we really believe that that could be a way to have those funds and promote at the same time the investment on the private sector.
No, thank you, Patricia. You know, what's fascinating is we, as a community, have been talking about valuation of ecosystem services for 40 years. And we finally have something called the UN System of Environmental and Economic Accounts, which is putting forward very concrete methodologies for assessing renewable natural capital accounts, including ecosystem services, that are assessed in a way that fits within a Ministry of Finance system of national accounts. Because it's what Manuel was saying, is that we need to stop just talking to ministries of environment. We need to get nature and climate and pollution into the Ministry of Finance. And to do that, we need to speak their language, not expect them to learn ours. And so every Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Planning or Economy, whatever they're called in every country, has a system of national accounts against which they adjudicate growth and the policy impacts on growth. And for a long time, those system of national accounts ignored natural capital wealth. It ignored ecosystem services. Growth models would only take account of nature, for example, when it was dug up, cut down, or fished out. So it only turned up in the system of national accounts when that fish was taken out of the water and put on a boat, or when the tree was cut down. Those models are changing. They're now taking account of the fact that, yes, if you cut down a tree, maybe you'll get $5 for the tree, but you're going to lose $25 in your agricultural productivity, and you're going to lose $50 in your nature-based tourism. And so now those models are changing, and this, I think, has been an extraordinarily important maturing of how we talk about ecosystem services, because we've moved from the discussion being around advocacy to really being around the action agenda, such that we're doing it in the language of ministries of finance within their decision-making framework, using their models, so they don't have to learn anything new to understand the implications we're talking about.
Thank you very much, Patricia, and thank you, Valerie, also for the intervention. I will say, as I said at the beginning, that this is a very controversial topic in the international debates, and of course also in the negotiation process, and it has to do with the different perspectives that are part of the whole issue, and it's part also of the literacy process that is needed indeed for going further in this regard. And the IPCC tried, as part of the mandate, to try to capture the whole range, or to the extent possible, the whole range of perspective with regard to these kind of issues, because at the end we are talking about environmental challenges, and environmental challenges are very specific in terms of the nature. In case of these triple elements of the crisis, I mean the climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution, and even land degradation. There are many aspects that have to do with the long-term nature of this problem, that in many cases imply that only with a short-term oriented kind of actions is not possible to solve or properly address this kind of issues. So this time scale is crucial when considering this, not always, let's say, business-oriented to short-term profits and so on are the solution to many of those, even when talking about valuation of resources, because there are many impacts which are non-economics, and so how to deal with that? For sure, I agree that this change experience in terms of having much more comprehensive or much more advanced, let's say, calculation of this valuation, including not only the utilitarian direct effect, but also, as you mentioned before, this improvement in terms of the economic valuation. It has been an improvement indeed, but for sure there is still a lot of gaps in that sense due to the nature of the problem we are talking about, and this is very important to take this into account when talking about environmental issues. Also, I fully agree that this is a global, these are global challenges, and as a global challenge, require global efforts, with everybody being part of the problem, and also everybody being part of the solutions, but also taking into account the different situation in which the different countries are, and also the whole discussion with regard to the common but differentiated responsibility and equity, which is also in the base of many of the debates taking place in the convention. So as I said, it's really very controversial, this kind of issue, and this is at the same time crucial, because without financing and without even financing, because financing is crucial for financing technology. So financing is the core of the core in this discussion, and as I said, and the IPCC recognizing the assessment key enablers for climate action. So even when it is said that there is sufficient global capital, it doesn't mean that there is a bag of money to be distributed. It means that there are current uses of this money that probably could be redimensioned, and this part of this money, you put the example of the subsidies. For sure, this could be, and in many cases, subsidies to fossil fuels. This could be part of the one of the tools. Our colleague from Peru also mentioned taxes as a possibility of a certain operation. But there could be other ways of redimension current use of the system money, and giving much more priority to environmental issues that in many cases could not be in the short term attractive for, let's say, private business, but and there, as has been already said, it is the role of the public sector to also work in the direction of making this money reoriented, or created the environment, enabling the environment for so doing. So these are many. It's a combination of many aspects, and some of them very polemic and very controversial, and this is the point.
I wanted to come back to that, and I'm going to give you the floor, because concerning the governance, I always have a feeling that this transition between a subsidiarian model to promoting another kind of economical model needs to be with the help of private sector. In Chile, for example, you have a lot of subsidies on the salmon farm, and in the north of Patagonia, based in place where you should have no more than 5 farms, you have 13, 14, 20 farms, and it's a total disaster. But even the local community doesn't want them to live, because it's the only industry and the only company that give work. So obviously, to make a shift, we need the private sector. So that was the next question, but after that, I want to give you the floor.
Thank you for this session, and thank you for very enlightening information about financing. My name is Dr. Wilbur Otichilo. I come from Kenya. I was a member of parliament for 10 years, from 2007 to 2017. 2017 to date, I'm the governor of one of the regions in Kenya. The issue of subsidies is a very emotive issue, and it's an issue that as a government we have tried to see how best to remove subsidies, particularly on fossil products, and also to increase the eco tax, and the issue of even accounting for natural resources. But it's been quite a challenge, particularly in the developing countries. When you try to remove subsidies, the first thing, people go to the streets and they start demonstrating. And I want to give you an example. In Kenya, just last June, we came up with a finance bill where we said we must bring in eco tax for all the polluters, the vehicles, the companies that do all this. we put eco tax as part of the tax that should be done. We decided we want to move significantly subsidies on fuel. But I can tell you, we had demonstrations, NGOs mobilized everybody in the country, and we were brought to a standstill, and as a government, we had to withdraw the finance bill. And now, as I talk now, we still don't have a finance bill. So how do we move forward in this matter?
Yeah, I think that's the same question actually. How do we make that transition?
I think Dr. Wilbur is pointing to something that is so clear in all of these discussions, that all of the easy things have been done. Everything that's left involves trade-offs. Somebody's going to have to pay a bigger price, or they're going to have less of something, and that's what makes it so difficult. That's why at the World Bank, when we talk about subsidies, we talk about subsidy reform, not removal. Because it's not just a global South issue. It's not just something that's happening in Kenya. I'm Irish and I grew up on a farm, and we absolutely were dependent on the subsidies that came from the European Union in order to be able to pay our bills. And any change in those subsidies sent all of our farmers out onto the street. So it's something that happens everywhere. And that's why we're increasingly talking about subsidy reform. How do we make sure that those same farmers, those same agricultural cooperatives and agricultural companies in a country like Kenya still get the same amount of money, but to do different things? I mean, Kenya is going through an extremely important process of land restoration and a very sophisticated thinking around how do you restore land, how do you do it in a way that helps with agroforestry and silvopastoral systems so that you have better water systems, and it's going to be a huge investment. And thinking through how do you subsidize small farmers to be part of that movement instead of simply subsidizing them to get more access to fertilizer. It's not easy. And that's why the issue of subsidiarity matters, making decision at the lowest level. It's governors, it's local councils that need to start making decisions about how do you use the same pot of money but redirect it. So it does become a very, very important but very difficult discussion. And it goes back to something that Manuel said, which is at the end of the day, the conversation matters, stakeholder engagement matters. I remember back in Chile, before the 2019 COP, I believe it was, when it was supposed to happen in Chile, there was a constitutional crisis exactly because the government suddenly put up the prices of the local metro fares in Santiago, a tiny increase in price, in order to pay for shifting the metro from being its energy source from a dirty source to a clean source. And because they hadn't spent a lot of time telling the community what they were doing or why there was a sudden increase, there were huge protests. The COP ended up having to be moved to Madrid. And so stakeholder engagement and communications are more important than ever. And we're very bad in the climate community at talking to people. The term nature-based solutions, we all use it. No one in my family knows what a nature-based solution is. They've never heard of that. It's a stupid term. But they know what it is to think about using hedgerows in order to improve pollination so that we get our potato crop is better. And so we need to be able to communicate to people. We need to be honest about the challenges that a government is facing and some of the options. So this stakeholder engagement, having everybody at the table and being honest about the challenges and having that sustained engagement. But the first way to solve any problem is to admit there is a problem. And we have a series of problems, none of which are easy to solve. And I have nothing but empathy for the men and women who are leading local government, state government, national governments who are trying to make these very difficult decisions. And also for the consumers for whom any new taxes get passed through to them, who are also having to make very difficult decisions about what they can buy any one day, how they put food on the table. And so we're in a difficult moment, and the first thing we have to do is admit that and then try and figure out how to get everyone around the table and create some solutions.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, yeah. In fact, some kind of instrument has been already mentioned. All of them has been already assessed by the IPCC, including taxes, including subsidy reforms and others. that are assessed in the IPCC as part of the whole range of possibility. Of course, it doesn't mean that each tool, each instrument could be applied indistinctively in any kind of context. And the way in which it is used, it should be the same in the different contexts. The application of this tool is context specific. And the role of the IPCC is not to make recommendations in terms of one or the other specific tools. It provides the whole range of tools according to the existing literature, and then it's up to the stakeholders, the governments, and many others to consider each of them the advantages and disadvantages, but according to the specific context in which they are going to be applied, because the conditions are different. In fact, in the case of Chile, it was a very small increase, but however, it was probably in a context that it was the catalyzer for this kind of action. This is just to say that, because this is very context specific, the way in which you deal with this kind of instruments that could be diverse, but need to be properly associated to that context. If we are going to talk about this just transition and equity applied into this discussion. And secondly, what you said in terms of how to better communicate all this information in the context of the IPCC, communication is also crucial, and has been part of the objective to try to improve this kind of communication as much as possible, and all of these events are part of this. Thank you again, Patricia and the organizer, for the invitation, because it's crucial, this literacy process of going further in even in other activities that could contribute in terms of socializing this knowledge, and but with this orientation, trying to be comprehensive in terms of to take care the different perspective with regard to these very complex issues that are environmental issues and need to be properly addressed and taken care of, taking into account the different conditions in different countries and regions and sectors.
Thank you very much, Valerie, Ramon, and Jared. It's really a pleasure to have you both here. It's an honor also. And thank you, everyone, to have listened to this panel. Jared is here. Jared, can you hear us? We can hear you, I hope.
Yes. Yes, I can. Hey. Thank you for having me.
Give you the floor.
Okay. Well, I think it was actually a late comment on some earlier points that Valerie had made about the ecosystem services and the natural capital accounting, and so I think that's a very necessary step to happen. But I think also, as Valerie mentioned earlier, industry has its own reality, and like to also enable to actually leverage and also engage industry. I think we also need to come up with ways how not only to put a cost on the use of natural capital, but also to find ways across different industries, stakeholders, to share benefits. Let's say at the current state where nature is of course already quite deteriorated, we're basically having a new baseline, and if we were, for example, to think creatively, how can we overcome some industry resistance, and let's say there's like a local fishery that would strongly benefit in the midterm if ecosystems became more healthy, fish stocks would replenish, and you have some industries that are currently free to pollute, and you need to invest in urgently needed modernization and environmental technologies. If we were able to come up, for example, also with some creative funding or financing schemes where some of the future benefits that local fisheries would generate could be like pre-financed to, or could be pre-used to also co-fund and reduce basically the hurdle for other industries to invest in the urgently needed renovations. That could also help remove some of these some of the resistance that industry has. Not saying that is a solution that is feeling like the most fair, but I think also in terms of a shortening time window and increasing urgency, we probably also need to look at such options. But that was more like a small side comment.
Thank you very much, Jerry, for this last comment. And again, thank you all of you. We are going to close this session and hope to see you soon, all of you. Thank you.
Check, check. Check. check, check, check.
El proyecto un pilar fundamental para la resiliencia de Chile. A los territorios en su rol frente al cambio climático.
Era muy necesario poder rescatar cuáles eran las particularidades de los territorios con sus características sociales, demográficas, económicas, culturales particulares y también para poder pensar cuáles eran las capacidades diferenciales que tenemos para poder enfrentar estos desafíos.
Fue una experiencia completamente enriquecedora y que espero que este tipo de iniciativas se sigan replicando en el tiempo para que más profesionales puedan contar con las capacidades técnicas necesarias.
Y agradecemos a cada persona que contribuyó a su éxito, dado que no solo asumieron este desafío académico, sino que también duplicaron sus esfuerzos para fortalecer las capacidades de sus territorios y avanzar en la implementación de la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático, un pilar fundamental para la resiliencia de Chile.
Particulares y también para poder pensar cuáles eran las capacidades diferenciales que tenemos para poder enfrentar estos desafíos.
Fue una experiencia completamente enriquecedora y que espero que este tipo de iniciativas se sigan replicando en el tiempo para que más profesionales puedan contar con las capacidades técnicas necesarias.
Y agradecemos a cada persona que contribuyó a su éxito, dado que no solo asumieron este desafío académico, sino que también duplicaron sus esfuerzos para fortalecer las capacidades de sus territorios y avanzar en la implementación de la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático, un pilar fundamental para la resiliencia de Chile. Esencial para preparar a los territorios en su rol frente al cambio climático.
Era muy necesario poder rescatar cuáles eran las particularidades de los territorios con sus características sociales, demográficas, económicas, culturales particulares y también para poder pensar cuáles eran las capacidades particularidades de los territorios con sus características sociales, demográficas, económicas, culturales particulares y también para poder pensar cuáles eran las capacidades diferenciales que tenemos para poder enfrentar estos desafíos.
Fue una experiencia completamente enriquecedora y que espero que este tipo de iniciativas se sigan replicando en el tiempo para que
Check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Check. 1, 2, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
This is FSTV.
Check. 1, 2, check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, two, three, 4, 5. Hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
climático. Desde la FAO valoramos profundamente esta iniciativa de formación que consideramos esencial para preparar a los territorios en su rol frente al cambio climático.
Era muy necesario poder rescatar cuáles eran las particularidades de los territorios con sus características sociales, demográficas, económicas, culturales particulares, y también para poder pensar cuáles eran las capacidades diferenciales que tenemos para poder enfrentar estos desafíos.
Fue una experiencia completamente enriquecedora y que espero que este tipo de iniciativas se sigan replicando en el tiempo para que más profesionales puedan contar con las capacidades técnicas necesarias.
Y agradecemos a cada persona que contribuyó a su éxito, dado que no solo asumieron este desafío académico, sino que también duplicaron sus esfuerzos para fortalecer las capacidades de sus territorios y avanzar en la implementación de la Ley Marco de Cambio Climático, un pilar fundamental para la resiliencia de Chile.
Sorry to disturb you. No. I will be moderating, facilitating the next panel. Okay. And here I have two presentations. One that I would like to have most of the time. It's just
Check, 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 check. 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 Check, check, check. Check. works? So you can go to the second slide already. To the second slide. Yeah. No. This one. The second slide. This one. Yeah. Okay, so we are all set up, we can start. Doesn't work? Press and hold. Does it work now? Yes, it works. You have a volume set. All good? Yes? All of you? Good. Okay. Are we good on the technical parts? Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this panel discussion. Today we are going to talk about a really important aspect, a crucial aspect when we tackle a global socio-environmental issue like climate change. It works also for all of these global socio-environmental aspects like poverty, inequality, marine conservation, or biodiversity. I mean, we have to talk together. So we are going to talk about cross-disciplinary interdisciplinarity. Yesterday, we talked about that on education considerations, because it's really important also to change education, higher education into that. But today we are going to address interdisciplinarity in research and innovation. So you know that the magnitude and the interconnected nature of these global challenges, like climate change, but I say again, like biodiversity, inequalities, poverty, and more, it demands a response that transcends the traditional boundaries of the disciplines. And we just say that just before starting the panel, science, when it's siloed, it only have a look to fragments of the problem. So that's why we need to work together. So today, we will explore how embracing this approach will enable us to find solutions. Good news, the paradigm shift is already underway. That's why you're here. You're already working on that from different perspectives. We are going to talk about that from a ministry level, from a UN body level, from a European level, but also from academia from different continents in Asia, Europe, and South America. My name is Christophe Moquet. I'm from Université Côte d'Azur in the south of France, and I'm director of the international but also interdisciplinary master program that combines science and socio-economy of marine resources. It's called MARES, and I will be the facilitator of this panel. So I already talked too much, so with no further ado, I give the floor to Asuncion Cristas, Associate Professor at Nova School of Law. Asuncion is former Minister of Agriculture, the Sea, the Environment, and Special Planning in the Portuguese Republic. So you've got a really extensive experience bridging policy, governance, and environmental stewardship. I feel really privileged to give you the floor.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon. It's really a pleasure and an honor to be here with you and share the panel with you. My experience, and I right now have two different hats. I'm a law professor at Nova School of Law, but I teach not only law, I teach ocean policies as well in the master's degree in law and economics of the sea, ocean governance, that I coordinate. And I'm pretty much engaged in preparing a totally interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary bachelor's, so undergraduate studies dedicated to the ocean, that is ocean studies, that will start next September. And that will bring 5 different schools from my University Nova de Lisboa and 2 other universities, the Algarve and Évora. And the 5 different schools are science and technology, law, of course, but mainly management and economics, and also social sciences, and also data science. So the idea is to just make sure that we can start working with a common language and let people at least know a little bit of what the others are doing so that they can act as facilitators and bringing the bridges between the extra super specialists that we have and we need with other different disciplines and scientific disciplines. And that is a view that I gained as minister when I was in government, because I saw in government and in the Portuguese parliament as well, because I saw things pretty much fragmented, as you said. So each body of the public administration, each ministry, I would normally say that the Council of Ministers is a federation of ministers. It's really hard to overcome these silos ideas, because everyone is so focused on their own topics, on their own public bodies, on their own specific concerns, that it's very easy to miss the central point and to find out ways of collaboration and of sharing knowledge and working together. And I guess that right now what we have, it's an extraordinary complex world with extremely difficult challenges. Climate change is one of them, but when we link between climate and ocean, and this is a nexus that we need always to reinforce because it's not that clear for everybody, and that's a whole amount of topics to discuss and to address. We feel that we need everybody at least to be able to communicate, to work together, and to understand a little bit of what the other is doing. It's the only way, in my view, to guarantee that we'll finally find good solutions, and solutions that don't stay connected only with the starting point of each view, because the problem, I guess, is that every one of us think that the solution comes from our side, or thinks that we should do everything because this is the big solution that will come out, and that's not how it works. It works if everybody can bring their own solution. The point is that normally it's very difficult to maintain a good and fruitful dialogue among the different sciences, because the language is different, the concepts are very different, and it's very difficult to simplify it. And as academics, we all know that when we simplify, of course, we lose something, but simplify and maintaining the core issues and the truth, it's really a challenge, and I guess that's where we should all focus. I can see that also from a political perspective. The problems are very complex. Populism is all about creating the idea that we have a bunch of very easy solutions for difficult topics, and the point is, how can we guarantee that we are working hard, intensely, with deep analysis, and at the same time be able to share that knowledge with the others and bring the others on board. That's what we're trying to do, and that's what I see in my other hat, that is a practitioner, as a lawyer in a law firm in Portugal. What I see, the companies and their challenges and their concerns, they do depend on different angles of observation and different angles of solutions. And I guess that universities and research and education need to adapt and make sure that we do our research and prepare our students to interact and to collaborate and to work with respect with the other views and with the other sciences. I think this is really what we need to do nowadays.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Really interesting that you saw that also as minister, that it's hard to de-silo, if I understand correctly, these ministerial activities to work together, and not because they don't want, I guess, just because they work hard on their own expertise. But it's really interesting that now that you're on the side of academia, that you're also participating. So it's 5 different schools: science and technology, law, management and economics, social science and data science. Good luck.
and 2 other universities, yes,
Yeah.
3 universities in ours, which is a leading university, 5 different students. And hopefully I wanted to do this internationally, but then when I started working, it was so difficult to bring these 5 different schools to work together and to decide which would be the courses. Can we share some courses? What will be the contents and so on? Well, we decided to downgrade a little bit the ambition, say, okay, let's make it firstly at a national level, and then of course do all the interchange, and then we will move into an international level, because this is really different and hard work.
It's already a fantastic update in the process. Also, I found really interesting that you're sharing the importance of sharing knowledge and knowledge from different disciplines, but really important and core knowledge to combat misinformation. I understand it's also about that misinformation, especially with more populist decision makers. So we really need that. Really.
We need that, definitely. We need to make sure that people understand that there are no difficult topics that can be addressed only with one solution. And there is never one single cause of anything. And we need to tackle all the different causes and to build smart, intelligent solutions. And for that, we need different angles and perspectives. And we need to elaborate on the capacity to hear each other, but hear and understand what the different topics are saying.
So there's no magical solution aside from talking to each other and finding solutions together.
Yes, definitely.
Thank you so much. So let's move to you, Co. Co Barrett is a Deputy Secretary General of WMO, so the World Meteorological Organization. So Co, you're a global leader in climate science now, and so I'm really looking forward to your point of view on that.
Thank you. Yeah, and thanks for inviting me, because this is a topic that I'm really passionate about. It comes, of course, from sitting at an international organization that, first and foremost has to represent our diverse membership of almost 200 countries. But I also, previous to this position, was a vice chair of the IPCC. And in that role, we assess the state of climate knowledge. And we do it across the entire globe. And I think through both of these perspectives, it kind of reinforces something that I've seen very clearly set out in the research on this topic, which is, as the former minister said, if you're going to set out to solve a complex problem, like in my case, climate change, you really need to look at it from every angle. The innovative solutions come from looking at it from everyone's perspective. So it is really basically an issue of creating a diverse and inclusive process. When you do that, you are kind of able to check the unconscious biases that each of us bring to the table. And, when I say unconscious bias, it sounds like it's a negative thing. Let's all recognize our brains require biases, right? Otherwise, we'd be taking in so much information and not being able to, sort it out and cross the street without getting hit by a bus, right? So we all are constantly shutting out information we don't think is necessary in order to efficiently work in the world. However, sometimes when we do that, we shut out information that's actually important. And that's why bringing a diverse set of perspectives to the table helps to ensure that the things that I shut out are not necessarily shut out from the conversation, especially as they're important. So we each help each other to bring our perspectives to the table that ensure that the information we should be considering is actually on the table. And for me, again, that's the importance of diversity. So when people talk about, the importance of gender inclusion and geographic representation as in WMO, yes, it has value in and of itself, but it is at the core important because we are bringing the diverse perspectives of our members from around the world to the table in helping to find solutions. So that's the key of it for me. And I think, as the former minister said, if you bring a table full of engineers to the table, they're going to give you an engineering solution. even if that's not what you're looking for, right? So that's why diversity ends up being critical to complicated problems like climate. And, you know, I believe that the true power of diversity is the ability to tackle complex problems through cross and interdisciplinary approaches. So, in my experience, there are kind of three key things that go into kind of addressing this. The first is that when you're looking at creating this cross and transdisciplinary kind of approaches or solutions, you need to bring the diverse group together when you're setting the questions, right at the beginning. Because a lot of times, if you don't do that, you've already limited where you're going. And it is difficult sometimes because you are facilitating a conversation across disciplines where sometimes people speak in different jargons, they don't actually have the same shorthand, so you're actually creating a community out of people who maybe are not naturally in that community. But it is important to kind of engage at the question setting stage. The second thing that's important is when you do that, then you need to create a safe environment so that the diverse voices can feel like they are able to speak freely. Now in IPCC, for example, where we're bringing lots of scientists together from across the world to assess the state of climate knowledge, sometimes a very young climate scientist from the global south is sitting in a room with a long established climate expert, and it can be a daunting thing to feel like you have something to offer or feel like you are empowered to speak. But as conveners of this type of approach, it is our responsibility to make sure that we are seeking them out, to offer their perspectives, giving them that safe place to, and letting them know that their perspective is valuable. And then the last thing I'll say is, once you've gone through this process and you've, engaged in whatever it is that you're addressing from a transdisciplinary approach, it's important to socialize the outcomes back to communities through their trusted community members. Because the messenger matters, and it is really helpful for a trusted member of a community to be bringing information back to their constituency and representing what is a diverse outcome, but also having the trust of the people that they're talking to. So we know from communication research on climate, for example, that sometimes this piece, having a trusted communicator, is key to getting any message through at all. If you are somebody who doesn't believe in a multilateral international world and the IPCC tells you something about climate change, it's not coming from a community that you necessarily trust. So you're kind of fighting an uphill battle. But I think those three kind of issues are really essential to approaching the issue at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Ko. Thank you. So thank you, Ko. So at WMO, so I understand that you're assessing the status of climate knowledge. I understand that for you, innovation is diversity. And that I find it really, really interesting. You talked about the biases, and it's true that it's maybe the first time I really hear that one of the important things in interdisciplinarity is recognize that we are all biased. Once again, there is no one magical solution, and that when we work together, we have to find a way to overcome our bias. And I was about to ask you, how do we do that? But you answered to my question already with the different points. The safe environment, something really, really important, that we have to feel, that people have to feel that they have something to offer, even when they're at the table with someone who is really globally recognized already. But how do you do that? Can I ask you?
Well, within WMO and also in IPCC, we actually train people. We train people to be facilitators in a way that draws people out from maybe their shyness or feeling like they're not worthy of sitting at a table. It really does, you can't just rely on people to all be skilled at doing it. It really does take training, or even just, pointing out, like, we are here because we want to hear all the views. So let's make sure that we do it. Yeah.
And do you do that also with the relay to the community? Because you talked about socializing the outcomes back to the communities. And if I understand it correctly, you say that you develop trust communication, so relay to the community. Can I ask you also how you develop that?
Yeah, I mean, at least in my experience, we don't necessarily have to train that person. They're already a member of the community, but they're very effective communicators because they can bring back the outcomes that represent not only the discipline that the community is very well, ensconced in, but they also bring the greater kind of transdisciplinary findings back to their community. And that's not something we've had to train.
It's quite natural.
Yeah, it's kind of natural. Yeah.
Okay. And how do you avoid, having the wrong person?
Yeah. Oh gosh. Well, I can't say that we always have the right person, but just recognizing the value of a trusted member is getting you half the way there. But yeah, it's not always perfect.
Thank you for honesty. Thank you, Co. So we will move on. So from a ministry point of view, from Portugal, from a UN body, the WMO, let's go to European point of view. Not only the European point of view, but also Italy. So Marta Dalla Vecchia is representing Science Europe here in the European Commission. So Marta serves also as the director of the IFEN Service for Safety, Health and Environment in Italy. So you are at the forefront of integrating sustainability and safety in scientific research.
Yes.
So it's our pleasure to hear from you.
It's a pleasure for me to be here. I have prepared also some slides that I don't know.
Slides are coming.
If we can share. And thank you very much for your invitation. I'm a member of the working group on greening research of Science Europe, and I would like, I don't know in which way.
Just have to say next.
Next, please. Of Science Europe, just a few words to present you Science Europe, that is the association that represents national public organizations that fund and perform research in Europe. As you can see, Science Europe has 40 members that represents 29 countries in Europe, not only in the European Union, but in the whole Europe, as you can see in the map. And our member organizations spend 25 billion of euro per year in research. So the next one, please. And I work at the National Institute for Nuclear Physics in Italy, as you have seen. And INFNN is a member of Science Europe and also a member of its governing board, and it is the Italian research agency to study fundamental physics. It was founded in 1951, and now we has about 5,000 researchers that work in all the most important international physics labs, and the INFN has also 4 national labs in Italy and 20 divisions inside the most important universities in Italy. And of course we are working hard to reduce the carbon footprint of our activities. So the next one, please. So today I would like just to present the job that Science Europe has done about this important matter that is interdisciplinarity for the net zero transition, and then to share with you some key messages. So if you can go to the next again. Okay, so the next one, please. Okay, here you can see what the job that the Science Europe has done in the last years. We started moving from COP26, and in that occasion we launched the call to action to research organization for the net zero transition, and then we wrote a values framework for the organization of research. And in this paper you can see that we underlined the importance of inter and transdisciplinarity as main elements of the value of collaboration. And in the last year we wrote a guidance on science for policy activities, and just in this month a framework for the environmental sustainability of a research organization that included the importance of inter and transdisciplinarity approach. So the next one. And I would like to start with the call to action, because in this call to action we said that we share a vision of a world where research and education communities work together and in interaction with industry and society at large to solve urgent global challenges. So what we did is to invite other organizations that share our vision to commit to these actions and work with us towards a sustainable future with net zero emission. And the action we indicated some action that had to move into 6 main areas that you can see there, and the first one was the interdisciplinary approach to respond to the complexity of the net zero challenges. Is the first area that we indicated to the research organization to cope the climate crisis. So the next one, if it's possible. Okay, so I will, the next one please. So I would like to share with you some messages. The first one is why the interdisciplinarity is so important, because of course we know that sustainability needs to balance economical, social and environmental dimensions. So the green transition is a complex and a multidimensional societal challenge, and can only be solved by mobilizing all the stakeholders in the whole society. So interdisciplinarity needs to become a mainstream in research project. And if you can go to the next, we think that the research institutions well know the importance of interdisciplinarity, but the problem is that the initiatives in interdisciplinarity need to be scaled up to accelerate the net zero transition, because it's not important also to know that interdisciplinarity is very important, but also to use this experience for the net zero transition. So if we can go to the next. So for this reason, the second message that I would like to share today is the importance to lead by example, because we know that universities or research organizations are already greening their activities, but these experiences should be further promoted to lead by example. For this reason, in the last job of Science Europe, that is this framework to the environmental sustainability of research organization, we offer tools to promote environmental sustainability on a systematic level. So in this way, we think that starting from our example, research organizations should motivate other sectors to speed up their transition to net zero. So please, the third message is the importance to involve students and the young generation. Because in Italy, when we wanted to educate to save water or to recycle waste, we say speak to the children, to teach to their parents, because students are a leading force for the net zero transition, and their involvement in the interdisciplinary teaching and research activities brings positive change and should be encouraged. We don't have to forget that the students are the future leaders and the future experts, and they can be the future agents of change towards climate sustainability. So if you can go, the fourth message is about the importance to reinforce science policy interactions, because transdisciplinary approach is essential in science policy interaction, because it provides policymakers with a comprehensive overview of available options and their implication. We can find a lot of examples in the local communities where the involvement of research and students can provide relevant impact. And for this reason, we think that research organizations can act as intermediaries, facilitating the exchange in both directions, identifying policy demands and relevant research findings, and then enabling the interplay between science and decision making. And the last message is again that we have to act together, because university and research organizations are considered among the most neutral organizations, and they have a privileged position to mobilize other actors. So to establish common platforms with the university, research organization, government, business sector, and other societal stakeholders should be encouraged to cope the climate crisis. A meaningful and inclusive stakeholder engagement should be mainstreamed in the national and local level to speed up the transition towards net zero. So we can go to the conclusion, and the next step that we would like to take, that is of course to keep on mobilizing research organization, and then Science Europe would like to develop other guidance with concrete steps for research organization, with a lot of examples to share together, and then of course to promote and support the scale up of the existing experiences. So thank you, and thank you.
Thank you, Marta. Okay, very inspiring. We know more now with about Science Europe action. So if I noted correctly, 40 members. So it goes beyond the boundaries of European Union, 30 countries, 25 billion euros per year in research. I think it's important to notice. I find really interesting that you see that interdisciplinarity in science is recognized now, so by Europe, as an important aspect of how projects should be conceived in universities in research, especially to reach net zero transition. So it means that when you open calls, do you have specific part on the calls to foster interdisciplinary programs?
Yes, because I think that if you work in science, you know that it's important in interdisciplinarity. For instance, in my field, that is physics, we work with the biologists, the medical, and so on. The problem is to force this job towards the net zero transition, because we work for medicine, we work for I don't know, biological effect of radiation and so on. We sometimes the efforts are not focused in the net zero transition, because scientists can work together, but the problem is for what? And so the net zero transition is becoming to become the first one of the main projects that at what we can work together.
Okay, it's good to know that Science Europe will be more into that now, and also it's good to recognize that universities and laboratories, research organizations are already reducing their impact. You say most neutral organizations, but it's also good to see that Science Europe provides tools for that.
Yes.
And also, if I try to finish by summing up, you fostering science policy interactions and also student commitment in searching effective actions.
Yes, because this is why I say that it's very important to lead by examples, because our organization have a lot of initiatives for the greening transitions, to reduce the carbon footprint and so on, but to share all the examples is a way to
make it effective.
Yes, but also to involve other organizations to do the same. So I think that if with these tools and with the examples, we can force other organizations to aid us in moving towards the
help.
Yes, the net zero transition. Yes.
Thank you, Marta. So now we are going to law, also back to law. We're going to Singapore with Danielle. Danielle Yeo, you're a lead on climate law and policy at the National University of the Singapore Center for International Law. Danielle is also adjunct associate professor in the MSc Environmental Management program, and so you specialize in legal framework, driving, as I said just before, so climate resilience and international cooperation. The floor is yours, Danielle.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much to the invitation and also for the very illuminating comments by previous speakers. My background, just to share a little bit, is really more as a generalist public international law practitioner for close to 30 years with the governments of Singapore. And more recently now, I'm kind of doing a hybrid, an academic in the Center for International Law, where we focus on thought leadership for the Asia-Pacific region. I also spend part of my time as a practitioner and also as a consultant with a global geopolitical risk advisory. And a lot of the comments that I've heard actually harken to my own experience, because when I left the service at that time, I realized that for students, for law students, and I'm focusing on law students and on legal practice, there was a lot of interest in specialization. I want to be the best investment lawyer, the best arbitrator, the best law of the sea practitioner. But there's very little and not enough, I think, of that cross-disciplinary approach. And I think generalists at one time were not seen as being as important, but I think their importance have risen, particularly in an area like climate, which is so cross-dimensional and so interdisciplinary. And so what I try to do at the center, what we're trying to do at the center is also part of my mission is to try and address that issue. Martha talked about the importance of science policy interface. I would add science policy law interface. And the reason being it's driven by science. The interdependencies and the interactions between what science tells us about the climate, about the ocean, about the biodiversity, about food security, things like that, really drives home the point that you really need to have robust policies guided by robust science, and lawyers must come with the same mindset in order to provide the proper legal advice, strategic advice that would guide the policy decision makers, which I think is a very critical part of our role, and also to guide businesses when we are advising businesses about all these different dimensions which they may not ordinarily be aware of. And so that goes to the why of why we think this is particularly important. Nobody has a monopoly of knowledge, and it's only when we synthesize the relevant disciplines not an easy task. Lawyers by profession sometimes are very territorial, or sometimes they may feel that, oh, we know everything, we don't need to consult others. But I think it's very, very important to address that mindset. And how can we do that? From the students to professionals, how do we do that? And that's what we try to do. Let me give an example of where this comes to mind very, very clearly to me. And this is a recent advisory opinion by the International Tribunal of the Law of the Sea, advisory opinion on climate change. And what did the tribunal have to do there? And what the tribunal did, in fact, engage on is what has been described as systemic integration of different disciplines of public international law: ocean governance and climate governance. One of the big questions was, how did the two different disciplines of law interact? And this was a difficult question. And the tribunal spoke about this and interpreted, for example, how the principle of common and differentiated responsibility, how does that work, and how can that be interpreted? And if you, let's say, comply with, if you're consistent with the Paris Agreement, does that mean you are therefore also meeting your obligations under UNCLOS? Those are different principal questions which ITLOS spoke on, and that was also done very much against the context of science. That could not have been possible without scientific expert evidence before the tribunal. And so the next point now is to look at the ICJ decision that's going to be looking at advisory opinion on climate change, and that's going to come up in December. The oral submissions are going to come in December, where we will see very clearly, in very tangible terms, how different disciplines of international law collide or interact. Collide perhaps is a wrong word to use, it sounds very ominous, but it is really how they intersect. And how do they intersect with science and different disciplines of science? I'm excited by what that decision and those two decisions will show the light in terms of where legal practitioners, legal educators actually need to go. And with that, let me just share a little bit about what we are doing at the center and what we are trying to do at the center to bridge this issue. Our mission, of course, as I mentioned, is to provide thought leadership. So in the climate area, the question now is, well, what do we focus on? There's so many issues, and we have, as many academic institutions, limited resources. What area do we choose to focus on? And we have chosen to focus on, of course, we look at issues within climate, like just transitions, global stocktake. But increasingly, we need to look at issues like climate, trade, and investment. What is the interaction? So we have done a series of seminars last year, 6 of them, bringing together government officials, private sector lawyers, private sector corporate figures, civil society, to look at different aspects and how the two disciplines interact. And even looking at things which are not traditionally public international law, ESG, more in the area of corporate, right? But this is something that you cannot ignore now. And so we try to do that. This December, we're actually working with the Columbia Global Center for Energy Policy and the Singapore Ministry of Trade and Industry Academy to look at, to bring together a high-level sort of trade and climate dialogue for the region, precisely to bring together this silo, to break the silos, as we mentioned, between trade officials and climate officials, because they don't necessarily always speak the same language, they don't necessarily attend the same meetings, and even they're both here, they're not necessarily even on the same agenda item. So I think this is one way of trying to do that. And what about climate and health, right? So we participated in the ILA One Health paper that looked at the issues of the intersection between climate and health. What about climate and energy? What about climate and the oceans? So many topics to pick on. So that brings me to one learning point that we have as an institution also to focus where we want to prioritize and which partners do we work with. How can we expand our footprint by working across regions? So we have had a very good collaborative partnership with the Durham University for about 2-3 years now. And in that context, we actually put together a joint submission to the global stocktake process together with the International Cryosphere Institute. All right? And just yesterday, we were involved in a joint transitions panel, again looking at different aspects, including even communication and engagement, which was also touched on in this panel today. So these are some little ways, I think, as a legal institution, legal profession needs to work towards. Our minister talked about the interdisciplinary program at the undergrad. And I was quite excited to hear that NUS had a master's program, interdisciplinary master's program for a number of years. Precisely the same model, bringing together the law school, but this is within the same university. The law school, the business school, public policy, and science. And these are for master students who are intending to work in the green economy. So the focus here is on economics really more than anything else. For Singapore, we want to be a green economy hub, but how do we equip the people with the green economy skills? But that means when I'm teaching, and I teach the law module in that course, environmental management, I have to teach them in a very different way from the way I teach law students. Because these are not people with necessarily with legal background, and then definitely not necessarily to be practicing in the legal field. But they need to know, they need to join the dots. So the way we even structure the syllabus, the way we teach them, and because these are also students from around the region, we have to bear that in mind. And how do we change our paradigm? And sometimes we can be a little bit conservative, and we need to be able to also change our own paradigm to do that. So these are just some little examples of things we do. The next question then is about partnership. Who are the partners? Within government, within industry, within other international organizations, civil society, so on and so forth. So that brings us to the challenges, in which I think talked a little bit about. Mapping the landscape, prioritizing, finding the right partners, and dissemination. I couldn't agree more. How do we disseminate this useful output so that it goes out to an audience, to the right people, so that the efforts are not wasted? How do we do that? I take this point to just do a shout out for our partners, Durham University, because they've just started this very interesting initiative called the Just Transition Towards a Net Zero Future, and we are supporting institution for that initiative. And the whole idea really is to bring together under one school the different experts from science, from law, from business, so on and so forth, economics, precisely to reach that point. But the challenge is, of course, implementation, but I'm very excited by that. I think that's an important, useful model for institutions, for law schools at least. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you for sharing your leadership and geopolitical vision, fostering interdisciplinarity. It's really interesting you said that robust policies have to be driven by robust. Thank you, Ko. I know you have to leave. Thank you for that. Robust, so policies have to be driven by robust science. Also advising businesses, you say. So advising businesses, you need, I would say leaders need knowledge. They need science, that's true. My question will be, do they know that, the leaders? I mean, don't they want advice, business leaders, do they want advisors like quick? Do they have to be convinced that you have to work interdisciplinary to give advices?
I think for business leaders, what drives them is actually business resilience and profits. You have to be able to speak the language that they listen to. If I tell them you need to have cross-disciplinary, they'll just look at me with like, what are you talking about? I mean, what am I paying you for? Right? So you have to be, the ability to translate the communication, to adjust the communication to the audience, to the listener is very important. Yeah.
So you don't sell the idea that it's interdisciplinary, you just provide
I just
a
say
solution
this is
that works.
important for your business to survive for the next 5 years, something like that.
Thank you so much. So from Asia we go to Europe with you, Christophe Denauer from Université Côte d'Azur. You're director of an interdisciplinary center, the Academy of Excellence on Risk, Resilience and Sustainable Development. So you lead also innovative research, educational initiatives to integrate sustainability and interdisciplinary approaches in your research. So the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you. At University Côte d'Azur, we have created those Academy of Transversal Initiatives, and I think it's a very good idea because that's really one of the rare examples of completely transversals to the disciplines tools to foster transdisciplinary science with money first and incentive as well. And that's what we are doing. So I'm working for one of those initiatives, as you said, which is risk, environment, and resilience. And we try to bring people that usually don't talk together to talk together and to manage projects from different perspectives, from what we call hard sciences, but also social sciences, economics, etc., and etc., so they can build on projects with different views. And that's what we really insist on, to create transdisciplinary approach. So it's good to create transdisciplinary approach when we know what disciplinary is, actually. And I recognize what you have said. It doesn't mean that we need to lose precisions or we need to lose competencies in disciplinaries. And that's very difficult because we need to cross-link disciplinaries but not losing competencies. And I think that's the hardest task to reach. So that's what we're trying to do with different projects. We are also, for that, trying to advocate what transdisciplinary research will add up to the researcher, because sometimes it's not the case. Sometimes the researchers think that they will lose their time, or in other cases, as it has been mentioned, they don't speak the same language. So it's very difficult because they just don't understand each other. And so we have to put efforts in the system to convince them to speak to each other, to build projects together, and that it's going to be an added value and not a minus value. So I just have an example, actually, of a book. We don't sell it, so I have no interest. It's a book that we publish at this academy, and every 5 years. And so we have examples of all the projects that we've been fostered in this book. So we can show other researchers, other disciplines, other labs, or we can show them that what is the interest for it. We can show them that it works sometimes if we put the effort in it, and I think that's very, very interesting. Last point, because we are working on transdisciplinarity, and there are a lot of words for that. Interdisciplinarity, transdisciplinarity, cross-disciplinarity, and we usually mix them, and it's difficult to define. But I'd like to read a sentence from actually the Manifesto of Transdisciplinarity, from which Jacques Monod is one of the co-authors, actually. And he says, recognition of the existence of different levels of reality governed by different types of logics is inherent in the transdisciplinarity approach. So I think there are important words in this definition, with different levels, different objectives, but for a complex system. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Christophe. So yeah, clearly you're mentioning again that disciplinary research is important, and it's not something to forget, because we talk a lot about interdisciplinarity, but it's the same in education. We mentioned that yesterday. Interdisciplinarity is important, but we have to make sure that to ensure the high level quality of the core knowledge and skills that we need also for example in science, and that we go beyond. So you say that researchers are sometimes sometimes difficult to convince. Sometimes they don't see
reluctant. Yeah.
They don't see the points. They don't speak the same language. It's really something that you say. It's more and more each of you. So the idea of this academy is to offer tools, to help them to work together. Okay. You talk about money. How does that work? What kind of incentives do you propose? Like, is it on research projects for master students, internship, for example, PhDs?
Yeah, we actually offer research packages, but we are not a national foundation, so we work differently. It's completely open. but we are a board of few researchers from different disciplines, law, mathematics, chemistry, geography, and we decide. And so if the project is not transdisciplinary enough, we can tell them, we'll give you the money because we find the project is interesting, but you need to find another partner in this field because we think it's missing. Of course, we could be wrong, but and so since we are the only one to decide, that helps to convince them to go and search for different partners.
Yeah, so it's not just no-go, it's interesting, but let's talk to these other partners, for example.
Yeah, it's never a no-go, but it's a negotiation. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Christophe. So we can go with you, Patricia, so from Asia to Europe to South America. So Patricia, you're the CEO of Mary Foundation. So first, thank you for hosting us in here. Thank you for Cote Solari Foundation. Patricia, well, with Mary, you're a champion of cross-sectoral dimension because, yeah, you develop conservation approach. We see a lot of pictures also here. Not only in South America, you're developing conservation, sustainability, social equity. So you have a lot of impact with Mary, and so how do you integrate this interdisciplinary approach in the foundation?
So thank you, Christophe. Thank you for the invitation, and I agree with everything that has been said before. First of all, I wish to say that transdisciplinarity for us, it's a necessary condition for a kind of peaceful and successful agreement, and also an efficient and efficacious one. But obviously, it's the most difficult thing to reach because the common sense doesn't exist. This is the first problem. And somewhere the public administration and the international multilateralism has repeated this kind of segmentation that we find in the science, you know. So obviously, if you want to have a peaceful and efficient agreement and sustainable agreement in time, you need to avoid the natural segmentation that we have in science and in public policy. That was maybe my first learn and what I have learned during my, before being the CEO of Philanthropy Corte Solari, I was in politics for 6 years, and the first thing I learned was that there is a kind of enormous tensions between the sustainability and that fragmentation of science. But coming back to what we do through Philanthropy Corte Solari and Mary Foundation, we have many examples. One of them is this pavilion, the Science for Climate Action Pavilion. And obviously, I wish to thank again and again the EPCC and the WMO because they trust from the very beginning on this idea, on the idea that we need to try to make an effort in order to develop a space, not only to explain and present the assessment report 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, or whatever, and the same for WMO, but also to try to invite people for around the world with other expertise in order to force scientists to move forward, go beyond their limits, and try to maybe try to find some agreement with people that do not think the same and don't have the same experience as you mentioned somewhere. Another example, in particular in Chile, with something also very concrete, even if now it has completely changed that project, but that was very interesting, was the Blue Boat Initiative project. Blue Boat Initiative project was a project where we were trying to protect the whales in North Patagonia, installing a very smart buoy with artificial intelligence in order to prevent the collision between whales and ships. Well, that was the technological part of the project. So after 7 years of a lot of expeditions in North Patagonia, the scientists decide to move forward because we said, okay, we cannot continue the expedition just like this. I mean, we all like science, but eventually we need to have a kind of impact in public policy. And they say, okay, let's go further and let's move to the Blue Boat Initiative, and we're going to install the huge buoy, and that's going to be great. But it wasn't enough. Obviously, this project needs to develop an executive committee with the government there, and we need to develop a consultative committee with many institutions among others, the UPCC, NOAA, all the ministries that you can imagine. And we also have, and I will never forget this, the scientific committee. You can you can try you can try to think which was the most difficult one, the scientific one, because we discovered that Chile has more than 3,000 buoys, all completely different around the Pacific. They never agreed on nothing. And I'm an economist, and the scientist has this sense of which is what is correct and what is not correct, you know. So you cannot negotiate the truth, let's say. Then when you are talking with politicians or ministers or economists or, I don't know, sociologists, everything could be, not, I wouldn't say negotiable, but you understand that there is different logicals. But in science, at least from my perspective, it was more difficult. So it was a great exercise because we really spent 2 years developing this governance, creating the scientific committee, the consultative committee, the communication committee, and the executive committee in order to be able to install one single buoy in the Patagonia. Eventually, the technological project didn't continue because someone tried to destroy the buoy. It was a mass disaster and so on. But the governance was there, and today the government is using those committees, and we have some results, some agreement between public, private, and civil society in order to reduce the speed, for example, of vessels in the North Patagonia. Even if the technology is not there, I'm not saying that we don't need the technology anymore. I'm just saying that maybe we need to understand that science, to be successful, needs governance and need to include in the working table the public, private, and civil society sectors. And that requires time, a lot of time. We never imagined that we would take 2 years before installing the buoy. We promised many times to the board of Marine Foundation that we would take 6 months. It never happened. It took absolutely 24 months to be ready with all the permission that we need to start the project. That was our lessons, at least.
Thank you, Patricia. Thank you. Yeah, you say that the pavilion is here to put science at the center of the discussion, but you're right. It's also here to offer scientists from various disciplines in sustainability a possibility to, to connect first and to start maybe working together. And it's a really powerful tool for international and interdisciplinary collaboration. So really thank you for that. Collaboration in research, but also from my point of view, for higher education, it's really powerful. And also thank you for sharing your experience on how to work with politicians and economists and scientists. So okay, we can blame everyone apparently, but I really appreciate something to say that sometimes the result is not always the idea you had at the beginning with the boy, for example, but there is something. There is something, and it's maybe hard, maybe more for a scientist point of view. You say that to accept that, okay, there is something, but it's not really the level we had at the beginning, but it's really important to recognize that at the end there is something.
Thank you. You know, we have a consultant that used to tell me that after 2 years you're going to understand that the wishful thinking at the very beginning, it's not the end. And it's totally true. At the end, the main result was the governance. It's an active for the country, but it wasn't at all what we were looking for at first. Okay, but you cannot ask everyone, all the ministers, to be part of this exercise without understanding that you need to give them something in a positive way, means governance, institutionality, and create a lot of things around the science, which is really important, but we really need to create an ecosystem around that.
Thank you, Patricia. So we are now moving to the last speaker, John Paul. I hope you can hear me. John Paul Rodriguez is professor at the Center for Ecology of the Venezuelan Institute of Scientific Investigation. Hi, John. We can see you. It's great. John Paul is a distinguished ecologist, and so you're joining us online. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. It's a real pleasure to be with you. I apologize not to be able to join you in person, but here I am in Caracas. So I will share my screen and have a brief presentation. You should be able to see it, but I should be able to see it as well. Yes,
I confirm we can see your screen. You can go full screen.
Great. You can see it in full screen or in...
Not yet. Yes,
yes?
all good.
Yes, okay, brilliant. Okay, thank you. So it's a pleasure to be here again, and thank you so much for the invitation. Thank you to the organizers for including me in the program, and it's a real pleasure to be here with you. All of the work that I do and all the motivation for everything that I do, all my career for the last, over 3 decades, has been this, where you can see on the screen, the biodiversity cartons. If you take a map of the world, like you can see there, and you map the distribution of species or any other measure of biodiversity, terrestrial biodiversity, you will often get a pattern like this one. The number of species is highest. Each one of those colors represents the number of species per country of birds. And you can see the number of species is highest in around tropical areas. If you look, I'm very involved with IUCN, the International Union for Conservation of Nature, and I use a lot their information to quantify the capacity around the world. So if you look at experts, that is the number of members of the IUCN commissions, a global network of volunteers, you can see that the concentration of the experts is in other parts of the world. You look at institutional capacity, the same thing happens. If you look at per capita GDP, the pattern also contrasts sharply with species. So if you take the top 15 countries in those 4 maps, birds, experts, institutions, and per capita GDP, one thing that stands out really very dramatic is that the first column, the number of birds, and the last column, let's call it a measure of financial capacity, there's 0 overlap. So the top 15 countries in the world where biodiversity is found, it doesn't match the top 15 countries where the financial power is concentrated. So this is the paradox, and you can see this in a map here. So this is the paradox that motivates my work. How do you build these capacity groups around the world so they match the challenge, so they stand up to the challenge of where biodiversity is? And as you can see, my expertise is in biodiversity, it's not in climate, but I do think, and I'm sure you would agree, that biodiversity and climate are just 2 sides of the same coin, because a lot of the climate solutions and the tools that we have are linked to biodiversity. I won't go into detail of that, but I will talk a little bit about how I can envision science being involved in the Convention for Biological Biodiversity, primarily in the Global Biodiversity Framework, which was adopted by the parties in December of 2022. Now, if you look at the Global Biodiversity Framework, it has 23 targets. Those targets are divided into 3 groups. The first 8 focus on reducing threats to biodiversity. The next, from 9 to 13, on people's needs, sustainable use and benefit sharing. And the last 10 or so on tools and solutions for implementation. Each one of those little shapes that you see to the right represent what are the targets, and the symbol that the Global Biodiversity Framework uses is the circle that you can see in the middle there, which integrates these 23 targets. Now, the question is, how do we implement this Global Biodiversity Framework, and what are the main characteristics of it? Well, here's where we come down to the interdisciplinary aspects. First of all, it is centered on nature, the power of nature, how nature can respond to the threats and the pressures of humans. And again, here's the link with climate change. Nature as a transformative force, as a regenerative power capable of absorbing, if we give her a chance, of absorbing and reversing many of these impacts that we impose on Earth. The second is that it's evidence-based. And evidence-based means not only science from traditional scientific disciplines, but different forms of knowledge. And that's something that is very present throughout the biodiversity framework, is integrating knowledges, transdisciplinary in the sense of different knowledge types and different knowledge systems around the world. And the third one is that it really has to have everybody on the table. It's a decentralized and participatory framework that brings together all of the stakeholders in all of their strengths, scientific and otherwise. Now, I will not go into detail of these. These are what I envision the 12 components. Each one of these little symbols represents one component. So the top left, for example, is air, then comes water. The next one is biodiversity with an asterisk, and so on. I will just mention what I see the role of science and interdisciplinary science in three of these, the three that have asterisks. The first one is biodiversity, the second asterisk is sustainable use, and the third asterisk is science and engagement with the public. And you'll see what I mean. But there are other components here, 9 more that I won't talk about today. But what is what I look at as the different things that we need to develop as scientists to contribute to achieving the global biodiversity. So in terms of species, here on the screen, you will see in Spanish the Red List Index of Venezuela. This is one of the headline indicators of the Global Biodiversity Framework. Is a tool developed by the IUCN, the Red List Index. And what it does, it gives you an indicator of the status, the global, the average, the mean status of biodiversity in a place of the world. Now, the key why I bring this here is that development of these indices is by definition transdisciplinary because it requires participation of people from many, many different sectors, from government, from academia, from private sector, from social, civil society. So the development of the Red List Index, although it's a scientific, seen as a kind of a pure scientific effort, it really is a scientific effort that brings together many different sectors. And this particular tool addresses target 4 on extinction, genes, and conflict, primarily, other targets as well. Now, genetic diversity is at the center of the global biodiversity framework, but genetic diversity is not only about diversity of species in the wild, it is also about human-mediated diversity. So again, here we have a community that ranges, that spans from pure scientists working in genes and DNA and barcoding and all these different things, all the way to how communities manage their resources and produce diversity and food security and so on. The same thing applies to conflicts as we occupy spaces of species, of wild species with our own domesticated species, human and wildlife conflict arise. And this also is a theme that requires integration of scientists, but also of land use managers, of governments, and so on. So the science here is at the service of society more generally. Invasive species, a huge threat around the world. Humans and the way that we move goods in ships, for example, around the world is a main vector of these dispersal of these species around the world. So the impact they have on biodiversity is also connected to our economic system and our socioeconomic system. So once again, a theme that really needs focusing on from many, many different perspectives, not just the pure biological sciences. And citizen science is a way that I see a really important aspect for the future. I really see tools like iNaturalist and eBird, which already feed into the Global Biodiversity Information Facility, but I see many opportunities to integrate people that are not professional scientists or that are not even scientists that work in other disciplines around the world to really bring together their expertise, their technology, their knowledge, their capacity to move around the landscape and bring all of this knowledge together. So again, many, many different aspects of disciplinary science, but also transdisciplinary engagement. Now, sustainable use is really a major, major issue. Many countries around the world are very interested. I have that symbol there, number 1. Number 1 is overexploitation. Overexploitation is by far the biggest threat to marine biodiversity, and a lot of the discussion on climate is also focused on marine ecosystems. These are the ecosystems that we have, they're kind of hidden, the impact that we have on marine ecosystems. It's not very easy to see from the terrestrial world, but 99% of the world's biosphere, all of the place where we live, the biosphere, 99% is underwater. So it's certainly a major a major place where we need to think through and see how managing the oceans helps human well-being, but also the climate and other species. The point here is that we know the science. We know the science of protecting the oceans to make them more sustainable, to make them more effective in producing goods and services for humans. The science of sustainable use in fisheries is well developed. So here, the problem that we have is not a problem of knowledge, it's a problem of political will. It's of bringing together all this expertise and all this knowledge into decision making and dealing with subsidies and many other distorting forces that are present in mismanagement of these resources. So the overexploitation that I said before is an overexploitation that could be prevented by a proper management, science-driven, evidence-driven, and the information is there. There are many, many examples at a local level, at a more community level, where people can focus on sustainable use as a way to improve their well-being, support biodiversity, mitigate climate. Lots of opportunities here as well to integrate science from many disciplines into better management of the planet. And the last one that I wanted to mention is the research and public engagement. Target 14 asks the countries of the world to involve biodiversity in all levels of decision making, public, private, at all levels. Also, there's a strong emphasis on technology transfer, on technical capacity, not only in the kind of classical north-south way, but also south-south and triangular, meaning that many different sectors integrate. And also a global call for all the data and information to be freely available so that the people can use it in their own decision making. What I imagine is a world where each country has a Ministry of Nature and these 12 different components that I briefly described, 3 of them, the evidence, the science, the transdisciplinary collaboration of these 12 components feed into these ministries of nature around the world. And the combination of science and public participation really leads the way forward in conservation and mitigation of climate change. Thank you so much. This is very brief, and I look forward to hearing your thoughts about this. Thank you.
Thank you, John Paul. Thank you for sharing with us the idea of global biodiversity framework from the coming Montreal Biodiversity COP. 23 targets, so here we had a look to only some of them. If I can try to sum up like 3 aspects, you say that you talked about the development of, you say that the development of the Red List Index is a scientific effort to bring together different sectors. I find it really interesting. You talk about food security from agricultures, so from genetics specialists to decision makers. That they have to work together. It's wide, it's really large. Like people working on genetics, having to talk with decision makers. And I found that's also really interesting, the protection of wild species in the context of what I would call pastoralism or raising cattle. In France, for example, we have that a lot between sheep and wolves in the mountain. And that's true, we need science information, but we need to connect to decision makers. And you said, John Paul, that sometimes it's not a problem of science. We have the information, we have the data, but more a problem of integration of science in political decisions. So if I may, John Paul, you're an ecologist, you're working with IUCN, but how do you do more in details? How do you do to better connect this reality, the science that we know, to the decision makers?
Yeah, no, it's a tricky issue. And you look at the trends around the world, and in the biodiversity conventions, the decisions over the last couple of decades have the alignment between the evidence presented and the recommendations based on scientific evidence and the decisions by the parties is far from perfect. So in many cases, even though the evidence is there, the decisions are driven by other interests, driven from science and from scientific evidence. And you can see that in the climate discussion very clearly. I think that what we have to do is become better as scientists in communicating, and we have to, one thing that really troubles me is when a scientist gets asked a question, and the first thing that they say is, "It depends." and then goes on into a long explanation of the assumptions and other aspects of scientific research. I think that we have to be much better at having single sentence responses, at having responses that are relevant to people's interests and concerns, really hear what people are thinking about, and then make sure that what we say responds to those questions rather to a more abstract. So there's a lot of room for improving scientific communication and for grounding that communication on people's interests. I don't think we are that good at doing that yet, and we should certainly focus on it.
Thank you. Communication is important. You say, like, yeah, it's hard sometimes to talk to decision makers, and I will come back to you, to the panel, John Paul included. I have a question. So I think, Patricia, you already answered my question. It's what has been your most important challenge or surprise working with other disciplines, with people from other disciplines? So maybe the most important surprise or challenge for you. Do you still have
it's not a surprise, I guess. It's a lack of flexibility. Usually people, we all are much more rigid that we think, that we want to think. So I think the real challenge is to be able to keep the agenda and try to surf around the waves, as we said with Francisca, and to achieve the target, because otherwise there is no way. We have faced many difficulties those years, either here for those kind of pavilion. When you talk about the pavilion, it just sounds like a place, and it's not actually. There is really a purpose and a concept behind that. Inviting many ministers and countries to see the rounds. The other days, the CEO of the UN Museum told us that she was completely surprised to see for the very first time on the same place, in the same podium, a representative from the CBD, the UNFCCC and UNEP, and that was something very unique and so on. Well, it has been a huge effort to move this, and we were not alone. Obviously, we are here with EPCC, with you, but to do so, you need to forget who you are, all the study you get, all the title you have, and to be able, I'm not going to say to clean the bathroom, but almost, if someone has to do it, well, you have to do it. So there is no place for ego, and people need to be flexible and strong, and usually it's difficult, and I think it's a difficult job for that, actually.
Connects a bit to what Ko said before, like to create a safe room and not looking just at your title and what you were doing before.
Ko is an excellent example of that. I mean, she's in charge of everything. Since she was in the EPCC, she always had this attitude, to be really in each details, and you always come back to her to ask for everything. And Francisca is the same, and you are like that. So I think that's the correct attitude, because otherwise you are technicians, but you are not a trustable person to find a solution and to find an agreement. And what happened is that at the end, at university, you learn about a subject, then you get specialized, because if you want to find a job in the market, in the very competitive market, you need to get specialized. So you are more and more special, at least in economy. But nothing teach you, no one's well, you don't learn except in the real life about the rest. So you learn during your work that you need to reach agreement with people that don't study with you for many years and so on. So yeah, it's a challenge.
That's good. So with all the schools connected together with us, and so that's no, Christophe, don't keep the microphone. Keep it. One word from each of you, Christophe. So maybe a surprise or a challenge with your colleagues, with our colleagues at Université Côte d'Azur, to work together. It's a tricky question because we work together. So.
Thanks. A surprise, maybe I'm too optimistic, but the surprise is that it works. It works sometimes. I mean, at least at the university, I fully understand your reserves and difficulties, but at least at the university, I can say that it works. Not 100%, of course, but it works very well, and the result is sometimes very pleasant.
And it's quite new also. I don't know if you...
And it's quite new as well. Yeah, yeah.
Started
So in 2016. And the challenge, I think, the most challenging part is to explain that it takes time. And so if it takes time, it takes money. And I think that's a real challenge, because having scientists or even more from different disciplines talking to each other takes a lot of time. So that means money, and so we have to explain money makers that we need time and therefore money for free or for nothing, as you know, for just for yeah, to try to connect, and that's probably. But we have this chance at Côte d'Azur, so we have this money. It's a little bit of money, and we have no constraints on time, so we can build on.
Good. For those joining us, so Christophe Denauer is from Université Côte d'Azur, an interdisciplinary program in research. Going to Daniel, so your challenge and or surprise. So for those joining us, Daniel is from the National University of Singapore Center for International Law. Daniel, you.
Thank you. I'll just share a little bit, not necessarily from the university, but I feel that as coming to the point about specialization for lawyers, for researchers, they are so steeped in their area that sometimes they're not so prepared to be open. And this point about ego is very important, because there's sometimes also I myself encounter ego in my role, right? And I think the ability to negotiate, the open-mindedness, readiness to listen and to let go, that you don't know everything. You may be the best in your area, but you're a novice in an area like climate. So that humility and that modesty, I think it's very important, and sometimes that's a little bit more challenging because it's all wrapped up in personality. So that's what I mean about looking for the right partners who understand the challenges. That's difficult. So when we are starting now an ASEAN network of universities, that's what we're trying to do in the region, to try and get a regional voice. But again, it's about making sure the process takes time.
Thank you, Daniel. So going back to you, Marta. So again, Marta Dalla Vecchia, Science Europe, European Commission.
I agree with Christophe. I think that we realized that it works because researchers are used to work together, and so they can work also with researchers of other discipline and that are studying in other fields and so on. The problem is that they have to trust each other, one another. I have to trust that also if I am a physicist, I have to trust that also the biology is a good scientist, and he knows his matter as I knows mine one. So I think that this is the difficulty, the much difficulty to trust in the other when we work together.
Thank you. And so to conclude, Asuncion Cristas, so Associate Professor in Nova School of Law and former Minister of Agriculture, Sea, Environmental and Spatial Planning in Portugal. Surprise, challenge?
I guess that I pretty much agree what have been said concerning the difficulty in generating consensus and being able to enter into compromises. So it's difficult for people to leave their room, leave their space, leave their certainties, and come to hear the others, and to be flexible and to let solutions appear. And that means that we need to enter into negotiations and we need to find out compromises. And when I have to comment what Patricia was saying about science and political decision and why it's difficult, because what surprised me most was having a law background before entering into politics. I thought that the other sciences were much more robust than they actually are. And when I started in specialists in different areas, in different kinds, I found out that it was not only, that everybody says that once you have two lawyers in a room, you always have three opinions. But then I found out that that was pretty much the same with other sciences, which is really surprising, and it's a deception because we look at science and hope, hard sciences, and hope to have the very robust and credible solutions, and they just point us a solution, then we say, okay, this is it, just sign down. And we find out that it's not that way, and decisions and political decisions need actually to have a decision sometimes, because they need also to learn from science, reflect from science, but at the end decide in ways that different areas of science advise in different ways. So at the end, I guess that if I had to use a metaphor, I would say that science is in the domain of romances when you think about literature, and politics is from the domain of poetry, because you need to find out creative solutions, and sometimes people don't see the reason, and sometimes you're not able to explain it. It's just a compromise, bringing all the different angles and thinking about what, in my view, in our view, in the political view, would be the best solution. But it's really challenging. All of this is really challenging. Thank you.
Thank you, Assunção. So thank you for all of you. I feel really privileged to share this moment with you. I learned a lot of things, but I think we all have in common some keywords, like, for example, different language, and we have to work together. I think you saw that. Also, John, if you want to conclude, if you're still here, John?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So, John, also on your point of view of ecologist, if you want to conclude a surprise or a challenge.
Yeah, well, for me, what I think it resonates with other people have said, I think that there's much more in common. There's much more that we have in common than we don't. So when you look at working with other disciplines, you find that these discrepancies are maybe over 5% of the things, and of using different words to mean the same things. So I think that it's not so hard. You find the common ground and then build from there, and that has been a great surprise for me.
And it connects again to communication and science then. Okay, thank you for all of you. So I'm sure that the panelists will remain available for questions one-to-one with the audience. I see that I will just wrap up because you're a bit late for the next one, but you can directly ask your questions to the panelists right after. Okay.
Thank you. I have one question for Dr. Paulo. Thank you very much, Mr. Paulo. I'm a geneticist myself. I work with genes and DNA. I'm interested to see that what do you advise for the other 15 countries which has a very low or non-existence of biodiversity in birds? I come from UAE, and we do have an extinction of a bird called hubara, where we supported some research in the back for conservation. But I'm working on a lot on the sequencing and for gene expression. Is there any advice on this matter, please?
Is that for me?
I guess so, John, yes.
Yes, Dr. John.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
thank you. I'm very familiar with the Hubara and have been to Abu Dhabi many times. Yes, I think that the fact that I highlight the countries with more species in that graph does not mean that countries with fewer species are not important. Quite the contrary. I think that what is really important is that we all, there's no species that is less important than other species. That's the point that I want to make. And there's no effort that is less important than other efforts. So my advice would be, please build that capacity, help people in the region, because your region in my commission, in the Species Survival Commission of IUCN, one of the regions of the world with fewest members involved is West Asia, precisely. So I would invite you to support the region, support other countries, and make sure that the strong and the unique and the very special capacity that UAE has can spill over into the region.
Thank you, John. Do you want to ask another question directly or I give you the floor after that one-to-one. So I would like to wrap up, to finish on that. So thank you again. And I think it's clear that, well, it's good. We've got a lot of work to do toward cross-disciplinary action, towards better communication also in science to make it work. We saw that at different time. But for all of you also, you're surprised it works. So it's good. Well, we'll finish on that really good news. It takes time, it takes money, but it works. So thank you again for all of you. And we all stay available for questions.
evaluemos ese querer de financiamiento. ¿Cómo vemos ese financiamiento?
Necesito espérame un son porque voy a aprovechar el tiro porque si no
hablamos de cómo usted vio o cómo está la COP en este momento en cuanto al tema de financiamiento. ¿Qué tan optimista está usted para que se cumpla este final feliz para los países que están sufriendo los embates del cambio climático, especialmente nosotros que estamos en Centroamérica y que tenemos la presencia de huracanes, que tenemos el avance del nivel del mar, que tenemos también sequías con consecuencias de incendios forestales?
Estamos las dos de rojo. Sí, que estamos. Además que somos como yo no soy un poco rojo, es como raro. Pero me gusta. Pero es bonito, pero es un color bonito, igual es un rojo bonito. No sé, ay, como rojo, no sé, es como un rojo, no tan rojo.
panel?
No, just two. Opening
Ah, yeah,
remarks.
yeah.
I'm just giving few words. Okay.
Okay.
Here? Okay.
Yes. Sí, Cortés Solari, de Chile. Voy a tener una persona que me va a ayudar a hablar, a interpretar. Sí. La Patti por... No, I'm okay. ¿Tú me pones la pregunta o...? Me la dices en español, ¿no? Estamos cerca. I'm just wondering, do we need my headphones
Yes.
here or not?
It's pretty loud.
Yeah, yeah.
But they are
Sí, pásame igual la cuestión. It's at back of your... Yo lo quiero apagado. No, close, please. Oye. Hello, you can hear me? Right? Okay. Right?
La cámara no está bien.
Eso. Ahí sí. Y después la cambiamos.
After we spoke, we go back there?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you for coming over here. Today, you all need to have mics, otherwise you won't be able to hear us. So we will be having this event, an integrated approach, gender responsive nature based solutions for climate, nature and people. So, climate change, adaptation, working with people and other, it all, I think we have a technical issue. Can you hear me or no? With the mics on? Okay. So, with climate adaptation, other human well-being is critical. And when human well-being started and all this, we discovered while working on for mitigation, adaptation, that women participation must be at top of it. We need to have an integrated approach. So that's why we have this event where we will be having experiences from our experts and other how they are doing the work, what experiences they are having, and then how they are trying to have an integrated approach. So before we go into panel discussion, we will start with the opening remarks by Francisca Cortez Solari, who is a philanthropist, and Isabel Jett, Global Affairs Canada. So first, I will invite Francisca Cortez Solari for the opening remarks.
No hay preguntas, sino que no hay preguntas, sino que te dan un espacio para hacer las primeras palabras de apertura.
Bueno, muchas gracias y bienvenidos a todo este panel de igualdad de género. Creo que es uno de los grandes temas que hoy en día tenemos que tomar en cuenta. Personalmente he trabajado también programas de años con mujeres.
Personally, I have been working with women for years in different programs.
Y he entendido muchas cosas que creo que son importantes valorar, de por qué es importante que hoy en día las mujeres entren a trabajar o liderar espacios o acompañar en las empresas o en las organizaciones.
And I've understand all of us here the importance of women to be part of those kind of organization or companies. You don't? Can you hear? Está todo bien.
¿Sí?
Sí.
¿Se escucha? Antropológicamente, si nos vamos a la antigüedad, en algún momento las mujeres fuimos las que lideramos la manada por el solo hecho de ser madres.
In the history, anthropologically, if you go to the
Luego
history, the
cambiamos un
woman
paradigma
used
tal vez más lineal.
women used to lead the manad. Then we changed the paradigm to a
Tal
more
vez un
linear
paradigma
one.
más enfocado tal vez en lo masculino,
We moved to a paradigm most masculine.
pero ahora creemos que es importante unir esas dos fuerzas.
But now we do believe that it's important to get all those forces together.
El valor que tiene la mujer dentro de los liderazgos
The value of women inside the leaderships as
es el
leadership
valor de acompañar, apoyar o también poder ser líderes también.
is the value of being together and being leader.
Porque las mujeres y los hombres somos distintos.
Because women and men are different.
A lo mejor esto va a parecer, pero creo que cada uno en su rol tiene una habilidad maravillosa.
But each one has a wonderful
Las mujeres somos más
abilities.
intuitivas.
Women are intuitive.
Somos multitouch,
We
podemos
are
hacer 1000 cosas por
multitask,
minuto,
We can do a lot of things.
podemos estar trabajando y pensando en lo que está pasando en el
Can
supermercado.
work and at the same time be
Realmente las
thinking on what is
mujeres
happening somewhere else.
yo creo que somos tremendas en ese
We
sentido.
are great.
Y creo que llegó el momento
And I do
en
believe
que
that
hoy en día se valore
We need to value
el valor
that.
de la mujer en las organizaciones y como tomadores de
We
decisión.
need to value women as policymakers and people that take decision in each organization.
No queremos pensar, o yo digo, no se trata de decir, oye, queremos sobre los hombres o al...
It's not a matter of being
Lo
over the
importante es que estemos juntos,
men. The important thing is to be together.
es que podamos caminar juntos en igualdad de condiciones,
Is to work together in the same conditions.
porque no es un tema de igualdad de género, eso, ok, es político, pero realmente las mujeres tenemos unas capacidades
It's to understand
que para
that
lo que
women
está
has a lot of
sucediendo hoy día en el
capacities
cambio climático son
that are
fundamentales.
completely essential in the climate change challenge.
Por algo la madre tierra es madre
This is why
y
the
por algo las
mother
mujeres
planet
también
is
somos
mother.
madres.
And this is why women are
Entonces
mother.
hay una relación
So
de las
there is a
mujeres como
relationship
madre con la
between
madre
mother
tierra
as
también.
motherhood and the
Y
planet.
entender que este nuevo paradigma
We need to understand that
pretende
this new paradigm
resolver
tries
esos
to solve
conflictos,
those
porque
conflicts.
entendemos también
Because
que en la
we
relación de amor,
that in the
en unidad,
relationship of
en
love and
igualdad de
unity
condiciones,
and equality of conditions,
seguramente esos hijos van a salir también con ese amor y ese cariño.
probably those kids are going to have a lot of love.
Es decir, es importante la relación que tenemos entre hombre y mujer
So the type of relationship
para las
that we
futuras
have
generaciones,
between men
porque
and women
ellos
are really
son
important
las
for the
semillas
future
de
generation
nosotros.
because those are the seed for the future.
Por lo tanto, los adultos tenemos un gran rol.
So adults has a lot of responsibilities and role in that.
Las mujeres tenemos un gran rol
We have a huge
y también
role.
los hombres también tienen un gran
And also
rol en lo que
men
está sucediendo hoy
in
en
what is
día
happening today
en cuanto al cambio climático
terms of
y
climate
la
change.
extinción, diría yo, me pongo dura,
And maybe
pero quiero hablar de
in
la
term of
extinción de
the
muchas
extinction
especies
of a lot
y
of
con
species.
eso también la extinción del ser humano.
And
Por
through
eso
that, the
la
extinction
importancia
of the
de los
human
vínculos,
being. This is why
de la igualdad,
the relationship,
de que
the
todos
equality
tenemos
are really
que ser
important.
transversales.
We need to be
En los
transversal.
círculos tiene que haber diversidad, necesitamos
In each circle, we
diversidad.
need diversity.
Y ese es el valor que yo le veo
And this is
a
the
la
value
igualdad
that
de
I
género
see
o la importancia
to
de que las mujeres
the gender
entren en las
equality
empresas.
and to be
Gracias.
sure that we have
Me alargué
women
un
in
poco,
the
pero
company. Thank you.
es un tema que normalmente no lo hablo
It's a
tampoco.
subject that usually I don't talk about.
Eh, lo articulé ahora,
just
sí que
thinking
gracias
about
por
that,
lo
so
que
thank you
pude decir y por las
for
cosas que
that
me atreví a
space
decir
and
también.
for the things that I had the courage to say.
Thank you, Ms. Solari. I think let's give. Now we will have Isabel Jett, who is the Environment Advisor with Global Affairs Canada. So over to you, Isabel.
Hi everybody, good afternoon. I'm really happy to have the chance to be with you. Thank you for IUCN to invite me to share a little bit of information about Global Affairs Canada, and thank you for organizing this great event. So, yeah, we really believe that nature-based solutions are a really effective way to protect us against the impact of climate change, such as drought, flood, extreme hazard, or heat wave, for example. This is why since 2021, Global Affairs Canada, we have created a specific envelope of $315 million out of our big envelope of climate finance, $5.3 billion. Specifically to support partnering for climate initiatives, which is known as a P4C. So P4C, Partnering for Climate Initiative, has been created to leverage the expertise of Canadian organizations and as well as Indigenous people in Canada for them to support climate change adaptation project using nature-based solutions. So all these projects are located in sub-Saharan Africa. And of course, it has to involve a woman. That's really key for this project. Gender equality needs to be at the heart of all of this project. So far, we have 16 projects. And so related to wetlands restoration, mangrove conservation, agroforestry, and so on. And in a few minutes, if I can start talking, then you can hear some of the great project example out of this Partnering for Climate Initiative programming. So and as I mentioned, gender equality needs to be at the heart of this project. And then, so in Canada, we have the Feminist International Assistance Policy, then as mentioned by Ms. Cortez, sorry, I didn't remember. As you mentioned, women are really disproportionately affected by the impact of climate change, but of course they're a great agent of change. So then, of course, the woman needs to be at the front of this project, involved in the design at the beginning of the project. And just the last word. To make sure we got the greatest outcome out of this nature-based solution projects. So Global Affairs Canada is working closely with the IUCN for IUCN to provide oversight and guidance to the implementing partners involved in this initiative. Called as the Nature-Based Solution for Adaptation, NAPSA. I think in a few minutes you can hear more about the IUCN talking about the NAPSA. So I'm sure we're, same as me, you're all looking forward to hear our panelists. So thank you again to IUCN for the organization and to have invited me here.
Thank you, Isabel. So if you please take your seats there. So thank you so much. Thank you. So now we will have our panelists over here who would share their work in gender and environment and climate change and all integrated approaches. So Angela Andrade is IUCN Commission Chair for Ecosystem Management and Senior Policy Advisor at Conservation International. We have Andrane Martel, who is the Senior Project Manager for RISI project at Mission Inclusion. Kirti Sharastra, Climate Action Advisor for Dan Church Aid Nepal. And Oliver Amorsky, who is our Regional Director of Eastern Europe and Central Asia Office. So thank you for being here. So we will have first interventions and then we will have follow-up questions and other. So let's start with you, Angela. with the global standards on NBS providing a framework, how would you ensure that you can balance the trade-offs in NBS projects and long-term scalability for success?
Thank you, Ali. And yeah, well, I will be just highlighting some of the key findings that we had from an in-depth review of over 20 case studies that were assessed by the Commission on Ecosystem Management of IUCN. The Commission was very much engaged and involved in the development of the IUCN Global Standard. And important to highlight that this assessment was based on existing cases, most of them on ecosystem-based adaptation or nature-based solutions for adaptation, and other related challenges like disaster risk reduction and biodiversity conservation. So that means that the assessment was, the NBS standard was not used for the development design of the interventions, but rather the assessment of existing interventions that are alike to NBS. So the most, I think, important element that was considered was the criteria that is related to biodiversity, since the element of ecosystem integrity is so relevant for this convention as well as for the Convention on Biological Diversity. We know that ecosystems, differently from species, they don't get extinct, but they collapse, and then we have something else, something new. And this is one of the main problems that we are addressing at this point in the globe, because ecosystems are so much transformed that in many areas of the world we are really facing a new environment. So that is quite challenging for the communities that depend on the services provided by those ecosystems, and because we don't recognize what is going on. So we have more uncertainty and more difficulties to address those challenges. And the way really to make sure that we are addressing the problems in an integrated manner, that I think is the main message of the IUCN Global Standard, because so far we have been addressing the problems in a fragmented manner. And that's why we are really creating all kinds of trade-offs in the territory and also affecting the well-being of the communities. We are competing ecosystem services, we are competing different pieces of land, but also at the socioeconomic level, we have to deal also with inclusiveness, including gender, of course, and other social groups that usually have not been taken into account. We have to deal with different cultures, with different power relations. So all these trade-offs need to be identified and assessed. And that is, in my view, is the core of NBS, because we have to respond to the complexity, and to respond to complex problems needs to have integrated approaches, to minimize the trade-offs, because in the long term is the only way to have sustainability. So I would like to emphasize that element, and the other element that is very relevant is regarding the need for integration. That is something that we have been discussing in this COP and in the previous CBD COP, is how to link both conventions and both messages. Now we have more information coming from science and evidence, especially regarding the assessment of the integrity of ecosystems, but also other elements that are related to biodiversity and ecosystem services. And finally, the other element that was difficult to assess in this assessment of case studies is the one regarding economic values, because we have different instruments like payment for ecosystem services that are being used in many cases, but the big problem remains, and is how to value these services. In many cases, the services are undervalued. For example, the case of water in many circumstances. So if you don't have a real value and then you use the market value, you are not really assessing properly the services that are provided by ecosystems. That is critical, and I will leave with that. Thank you, Ali.
Thank you, Angela. Trade-offs is something which many a time we ignore. Okay, whatever we do, everything has an impact. And we have the tendency of thinking because we are doing something good in the name of climate or in the name of environment, we are always doing something positive. But whatever we do, there is positive impact, but there can also be negative impact, as everything has an impact. So that's why looking into the trade-offs and minimizing those, that's critical. And that again, at times remain marginalized because we don't pay attention to those things, thinking whatever we are doing is great. So thank you for bringing our attention to this, and that's why following standards, that's critical. So another area which remains marginalized, and we have two speakers on that, is how to integrate really at the core of it, gender integration, women participation, not just as a tick mark exercise, but also fully integrated so that decision making can be done together. So for that, I invite Andrea, who is RECE project manager and working in Western Asian region. And could you share that how gender integration you are ensuring and going beyond the tick mark exercises?
Thank you very much, Ali. Thank you, IUCN. Thank you, the NAPSA team, for inviting me to speak about the RECE project and this panel. First of all, I would like to talk a little bit about our organization, Mission Inclusion. It's a Canadian-based organization in Montreal. We've been around since over 75 years. We are working in the space of social justice, and we are supporting enhancing initiative for marginalized communities, in Canada, but also internationally. We have an office in Haiti, Port-au-Prince, and Nairobi. For the RECE project, as Isabelle was saying, this is a project funded by Global Affairs Canada through the Partnering for Climate window. It's a 3 years project, 30 million Canadian dollar in funding. We are working to implement this project with the IUCN, with the team, the climate change team, but we're also working with the Eastern Southern African region team, the SRO team. And we also work with 5 feminist organizations, one in each of the country where we are implementing this project. So the 5 countries are Kenya, Mozambique, Comoros, Madagascar, and Tanzania. So in each of these countries, we are partnering and implementing our activities through these feminist partners. We also work with technical partners, including TechnoServe and Ocean Hub Africa. And the goal of the RECE project is to strengthen the physical and socioeconomic resilience of coastal communities in the Western Indian Ocean region. We work toward 3 different pillars. The first one is the pillar around, the Blue Planet pillar, which is around inclusive governance, and it's around supporting and strengthening conserved marine areas. The second one is the Blue Nature, which is on NBS, but gender responsive NBS. Under this pillar, we will, for example, create demonstration sites that are gender responsive. And then we have the Blue People pillar, which is around economic empowerment of women and youth in these seascape, in these different seascape, through connecting them to nature-based value chain. So we work to support through boot camp and incubators, women group entrepreneurships, and connecting them to the regenerative blue economy sector. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the different pillars or framework that constitute our gender approach. So just as Ali said, our gender approach needs to go much beyond the check boxes or the how many women are involved, how many women participate in training and LMMA. So it goes beyond the representation of women. It should really be an holistic approach. In our case at Mission Inclusion, we are using those four dimensions to talk and to implement our project and to talk about our gender approach. The first one is very related to what my co-panelist just mentioned, is the recognition that there is social dynamics in play within communities where we work. There are structural inequalities, and we need to assess to better understand and better acknowledge those structural inequalities that may impact differently the communities and community members. We acknowledge that those communities are not homogenistic, the women's group are not homogenistic, are not homogeneous, and we need to better understand and use an intersectional approach to make sure that we are including women in all their diversity and making sure that we adapt our initiative to the different needs of community members. The second one is active participation, and this is related to what was just mentioned. So it means more than having women in the room and taking a seat. It means how they influential, are they part of the decision making. Just to give you an example, in the RECEIVE project, when we did our initial gender analysis, we realized that in Kilifi, one of the seascape where we work in Kenya, 40 women were part of the LMMA, the locally managed marine area. But out of these 40 women, only 6% are saying that they are influential and participating in decision making. So it's not enough having them being part of this governance structure. They need to be influential. There needs to be some mechanism to include them, to make sure that they have a voice, but also to ensure that they understand that the knowledge gap is actually filled. Because when we look at our data, we also see that women are less know less about sustainable practices. When we look at the women in the coastal communities where we work, 60% don't know enough about sustainable practices, while it's 23% for men. So we see as well that there's a knowledge gap that prevent them to actually participate in decision making. The third pillar, and I'm going to try to go a little bit more quickly. So the third pillar is the pillar around benefit. So to ensure an equitable distribution among the community of those different initiatives. For example, we need to make sure that the different members of the community will benefit from the economic opportunities related to the blue economy value chain that we are supporting. So for this, we did an initial assessment of the different value chain and their potential, but investigating the gender barriers and the gender dynamics that could prevent, for example, women groups and women entrepreneurs to be part and to engage in those blue economy value chain. So again, collecting the data, doing the analysis at each step of the way, and making sure that we are doing a gender analysis and ensure that we are including all women in their diversity. And finally, the last pillar, it's around advocacy. Because if we want some structural change, so we need to support women's voice, we need to support them in building their advocacy. And in our case, it's also around bringing those organizations together, creating a space for them to be more influential and to build to build the knowledge, but also to share among them. So the 5 feminist organizations we're working with, one of the examples will be they were invited at the last LMMA forum in Madagascar, and all of them worked together to influence the decision maker around locally managed area in the Western Indian area to include gender in their action plan, to include gender in the policy document that will come out of this forum. So together, these 4 pillars, they make the framework, the gender framework that ensure that we have transformative and gender approach throughout all pillars of our activities and project. I will stop here.
Thank you. Thank you. So, this project is part of the NAPSA initiative, also, working with them under the, Partnership for Climate, Global Affairs Canada. So, so that's critical to see that I believe, overall, P4C, and, that's one of few donors globally who are walking the talk when we, what we discuss at policy level and other, that we need to have integrated approaches. So thanks for sharing that. And we are happy that NAPSA also working with you, and NAPSA overall trying to improve the monitoring systems. With all the 19 projects which Global Affair Canada is funding, so we are trying how they can have effective implementation on ground through monitoring and evaluation. And Anila also alluded to that, standards and then monitoring and other trade-offs are critical to understand. Globally, what we talk about, there is not as such integrated tools available. So that's what attempt we are making, that when we go there, along with socio-economic climate adaptation, gender integrated approaches, and then looking into biodiversity gains and others, so those are critical aspects. So I believe, thank you Gek, that's perhaps the only initiative globally which is having such an integrated approaches. Otherwise, we are quite, how to put it politically correct way, we are so much siloed in a way that there are different windows. This is agriculture, this is economic development, this is other. So we need to have integrated approaches, and very happy that we have this aspect there. Another area which is quite other marginalized in all over the world in conservation and especially in climate change is gender-based violence. We think again, same way as we treat and many things we remain blinded towards those, is that perhaps gender-based violence is somewhere else happening. No, it happens everywhere, and that's why we need to look into those while working on climate change and conservation or adaptation or mitigation or mainstream development. So Kirti, would you share with us why it's important to have gender integrated in those approaches, and about GBV also?
Thank you so much, and I thank Rise Resist team for inviting me here. Let me start by introducing my organization. I work in Dan Church Aid, so it is a Danish organization, and we have been working formally in Nepal since 2008. We are part of we are in around 19 countries all over the world, including Nepal. And in Nepal, we have been working with IUCN-led RISE project together with our partners, National Indigenous Women's Forum and Dalit Women Rights Forum. So let me start with the scenario of the Nepal. We're talking about nature-based solutions. Nepal is pretty famous for community forestry management. Nepal has a very good record of community forestry management, and now we are proudly saying that we have 45% of our land coverage is forest. And this would not be possible without women in the community forestry user group taking custodians of it. Especially with the increasing male migration, women are not only bound to the care work, but they are also working as environmental human rights defenders. So they are defending our human rights. But then in the sublines of it, in all the glory, there is an increasing case of gender-based violence that these women are facing. And it starts at various levels. It could start as a similar simple comment like, oh, you are attending a lot of community forestry user group meetings. You are not doing your domestic responsibilities, giving justice to your domestic responsibilities. Very simple comment as that. To the husband or the partner or the in-laws doing violence on these women leaders for neglecting their home-based duties. To them facing sexual abuse and rape through the forestry security personnel. The range is wide. It can start with a simple comment to those kind of horrendous acts. And the worst part of it is most of it go unreported. And when it gets reported, it is, again, they face the victim blaming by the system, So many of the women environmental human rights defenders or the community forestry officials, they are kind of hesitant to move into that space, to claim their rights, even though they are tokenistically part of the community forestry user group. They do not have their say in decision making. They do not have their say in equitable benefit sharing. So these kind of hindrances and social inequities, injustices are there and that the women are facing. So what we are doing together with IUCN through our Resist project is we are teaching them how to say that this is wrong, starting from there. This is not normal, this is wrong. Even a simple comment as that can be an example of the discrepancy, discrimination mentality towards the women. So we are starting by teaching them that this is wrong. We are starting by simple trainings on what is gender-based violence, how loud it can be, how small, tiny voice it can start with. So those kind of things we are starting with. We're working with all the stakeholders, including Department of Forest, municipalities, security officials, and we are starting with a kind of orientation for them on what gender-based violence is, what PSEAH is, simple things as that. And we're also working closely with community forestry user groups in 50 community forestry user groups in Kailali district with our two partners, and we're working at one trench with the indigenous communities and in the second trench with the scheduled caste like Dalits, we call it in Nepal. So they are the caste that previously the system did not allow them or termed them as untouchables. So we are working with those communities with the two different specialized partners. And we are also working within the community forestry user groups trying to influence positive masculinity in the male members of the community forestry user group. So they are more positive and more supportive of the women in their group. So that is how we are going. Apart from this, we are also giving them technical trainings on what payment for ecosystem services look like, so what equitable benefit sharing may look like, what just decision making may look like. So those kind of technical trainings and climate change adaptation, mitigation, and also we recently conducted a 3-day training on REDD+, reducing emission for deforestation and forest degradation. So I mean, those kind of technical trainings are also going on, but I think the most important part of this is letting the women know that gender-based violence can be addressed if you are able to speak, and there's a system that can be receptive of it, to address the issues. So maybe that is where we are starting at. And we also conducted a detailed gender analysis in those communities, and the baseline study and the gender analysis findings did support our hypothesis and our plan of action. And we are looking forward to, this is in the initial phases, and we're looking forward to also influence the media fellows, like the journalists, so that they can do more sensitive reporting on the gender-based violence cases. There's all these, hidden, unreported cases there. So we are also doing that as part of the project. And this not only helps within the 50 community forestry users groups, but the broader 1900 community forestry user group. It has an impact to scale it up to those areas as well. And hopefully by the end of the project, we will be able to have some learnings that we can scale it up with the community forestry user group network called FECOFUN and all those networks, so that they can also take up the learnings. Yeah, I'd like to stop there.
Thank you, Kirti, for sharing this. It is very courageous job you are doing because the enabling environment at times is missing. So working in that environment where anything you do, you also get blamed because you are, instigating things. And, we sometimes think that these things are only in stories or case studies. It happens. IUCN did a study with over 300 environmental defenders and other. We found up to 53% have observed or went through gender-based violence. So that's a huge number. It's unacceptable. These should not be norm, but because these are the blinders, at times we don't understand that these things are happening. Now let's go to a region where we are in Balkan. And Oliver, you've been doing nature-based solutions for a long time. So what are the key lessons learned which you can share with us, and then get those we can take forward as knowledge sharing with other regions also?
Thank you, Ali, and thank you for this opportunity to share our practical experience in implementing nature-based solution standards in the Western Balkans, in Southeast Europe. And this experience was made possible through the dedicated and sustained support from the Swedish International Development Cooperation Agency, and I'm using this opportunity to thank them for being a dedicated partner for many years. We started the Adapt One project, nature-based solutions for resilient communities in the Western Balkans, and now we are moving into the second phase. Well, before I go into the details, let us remind of the IUCN definition of nature-based solutions, those which address societal challenges. And they do so by protecting, improving sustainable use, or restoring natural or modified ecosystems, and for the benefit of both people and nature. There is a lot of thinking and complexity and concepts in this complicated definition, and my fellow panelists already explained why it is so. At the closing event of ADAPT 1, we had quite interesting participation by representatives from the local governments, from different agencies, planning, spatial planning agencies, and forestry, universities or departments, agencies, who have been involved in 3 pilot case studies where we were demonstrating our standards in Albania, North Macedonia, and Serbia. What struck me was that many of those would say, well, we know this. I mean, we practice this. You are just giving a new name to it, which really signaled to me that this complexity is underestimated and misunderstood. And addressing societal challenges often means addressing gender inequalities, and this is why we are here and explaining why. And the established practices or approaches take this sectoral fragmented approach, and this is why most of the time they fail. Fortunately, in these pilot cases, we could engage with these different stakeholders, as I said, from national authorities through local governments and communities and non-governmental organizations, and deliver a lot of capacity building. This is indeed needed in order for us to be able to rally more allies and help them understand the complexity of the issues we want to address through the application of this standard. In Serbia, in this case study, we involved a local NGO, which was basically bringing local women. And I would like to share quite an interesting explanation why they found it meaningful to participate, explaining that, well, with this, with your pilot project, you were addressing the flood risks or risks of devastating flooding that these local communities have experienced in the past. And they said, guess what? After each flooding, women are those that bear most of the brunt of the consequences, cleaning up the houses, the property, etc. So it was quite simple, but quite meaningful to me, and I got the message quite directly. So I would like to share more experience later on if there is more time. I hope this helps. I wouldn't like to reiterate what has been said by my colleagues. Thanks.
Thank you, Oliver. So along with, all these things, the reason standards are needed, I think if I can call it a sector, the conservation is one of the perhaps only sector or the practice where mostly, standards are not there when we do the field work. We think because our intentions are so great, everything we do will be great. That's not the case. As from here, from the panelists, we have, heard that things may go wrong. So that's why good practices will help to have the guidance many a time guidance is available but not practice. So few things must be non-negotiable, and that includes gender and some standards and other thing to be followed. I'll stop here. This is something we can keep discussing, but it's open to you all. If you have any clarification needed or question and other, please. Yeah. Do we have another mic or? Yeah. Oh, it's it. Yeah.
My name is Mahmoud Akhtar Chima, and I'm country representative of IUCN, helping as a government delegate that I am participating this COP. What a wonderful session that I have attended. I have two submissions and one question. One submission that we started with putting together climate change gender action plan for government of Pakistan, and now in the process of preparing for implementation of that plan, putting together a resource center. Interestingly, when we presented findings of this to government of Pakistan, and this nature-based solution largest project, which one of the finding was that much less involvement of the women. You said about that we need to let women know. I think we need to let men know that they recognize the role of women. We made this recommendation. Now in this one project, 8,000 women have been engaged, involved. And this study, that findings that we are going to present day after tomorrow, 3:30 to 4:30 session, and in the morning session as well. This, we had undertaken with the support of BMZ this holistic monitoring approach with those COBO tools and latest tools that we applied. My humble question to this distinguished panel is that what can we do to actually upscale and replicate? We have seen hundreds and thousands of pilots, but I think we need to go beyond pilots, and I'm so glad that this regional initiative, this Western Asia that you said, is an opportunity that we need to, and largest, access that we have. We have chair of the Commission of Ecosystem Management, that we need to think big and involved. What can we do to upscale, these initiatives, go beyond pilots? Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question? Otherwise, yes, please. Yeah. Oh.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Aya De Leon. I'm from Forest Foundation Philippines. And I don't have a question exactly, but I found the event on the IUCN event page, and I was very excited because actually Forest Foundation is, I don't know if you're the most recent, but we are also a recipient of GAC funds for climate adaptation, NBS for climate adaptation. We entered into the agreement with GAC earlier this year, so we're very much early stages, and I'm the program manager, so I'm very excited to hear from those who have been doing it for a few years with the experience. And so Forest Foundation is a grant-making and technical assistance NGO for forest conservation, biodiversity conservation. We've been around for a long time, but this is the first program that we have that is actually explicitly targeting gender responsive approaches that is required in our projects. So in a way, that's one of our biggest learning curves in how to do this integrated approach, because we are very, not to brag, but we're very good at the conservation part, at the social community part, but as you said, that integrated approach of it's not an afterthought or it's not nice to have. We've done our gender-based analysis, but it's really, I would say, one of our biggest challenges in how to make it very tailor fit to the communities and very appropriate. So I would love to connect with some of you. And I didn't catch the acronym earlier, the NABSA acronym. That apparently I don't know if it's a platform or initiative or a group, but whatever it is, I'd love to be a part of it so that I can connect with other NBS for climate adaptation programs that the government of Canada is funding. And lastly, we also recently entered into a memorandum of understanding with IUCN in Asia, so that kind of all these things coming together is very exciting for me being part of this program in the Philippines. Thank you.
Thank you. I can answer the NAPSA thing and then I'll pass on the mic. Nature-based solutions for climate adaptation, monitoring, and impact. So that's another GAC initiative, but it's working with all GAC-funded projects in Sub-Saharan Africa to improve their implementation and monitoring and evaluation. And I believe that will also be applicable to you in your initiative. Okay, let's come to this million-dollar question, how to scale up. So because that's something we always struggle to mainstream and scale up. So if you can just 1 minute each, not more than that, please.
Yeah, thank you for the question because I think it's extremely relevant. I would say that, well, once we have the IUCN Global Standard, and that, by the way, is in the process of being updated in the coming 2 months before the next Congress, it's time to add or to promote the MBS accelerator, because we really need not only to scale up, to scale out, to really address all the challenges that we have and that are increasing. The more we wait, the more problems we are addressing. We know that we are increasing loss and damage, and in most cases this convention is becoming the place to document the crisis that is happening. So I think it's important to consider that we need to go beyond the sectors. We need to focus on governments at different levels, from the bottom up, from the bottom to the global level, but considering the importance of the national level, because the national context is the one that can also promote and incentivize that the private sector is adopting this approach, that the local communities are adopting this approach beyond any projects. We need to make MBS like let's say, the way of doing things in different sectors. No, it's the only way to break these silos and really create resilient territories.
Thank you. So I'm not going to respond to the question on scale up, but I'm going to react on one comment you said, and I'm going to share maybe some thoughts. So when you talk about men, so this is incredibly important to engage men in those initiatives and to raise awareness. In our part, we raise awareness on positive masculinity, but we also create inclusive space that will actually show the men and the women that it had value when you had more voices. It could be women's voices, but it's a diversity of voices that actually had value. It force us to change the way we think. It forces us to change the way we approach the governance structure, for example, but it's worth it. And when we're creating those inclusive space, I think it's just the reality of the value that it has speak for itself. But I agree that the awareness raising is super important and engaging with men as well. First, congratulations of being funded for your initiative. You touched something that is very important for us being here at COP and talking about the RISI project is the importance of bringing together the conservation organization with gender and inclusive organization, because these are different profile, these are different expertise. So for us, for example, working with IUCN, we are not conservation expert, but they bring that expertise, we bring the gender and inclusion expertise. So I will say through partnership and allying and following some tools and guidelines and resources that are existing out there would maybe help make your gender approaches more maybe deep and transformative. I will say though that the IUCN global standards, we are using them, we're following them, especially the criteria 1, 5, and 8 are very good actually on participatory approaches and inclusion. So I think using those standards and those tools could help improve the design of your project. And maybe on the experience working with Global Affairs, I've been managing project with Global Affairs funding since several years. I will be happy to talk to you maybe after.
Thank you very much, and I would like to take the question from you, sir. I congratulate you on the positive masculinity, how you have been involving men to bring about the change, and I think that is also similar approach that we are following in our Resist project as well. And I think it is a sustainable way of turning tables around, and I agree with that. Regarding your question on how to upscale it, I mean, we are still implementing it, but I think we need to have strategic partnerships with networks that can take it longer. For example, the Community Forestry User Group Federation, municipalities network, Municipalities Association of Nepal, the local government, so that even when the project ends, the learnings are taken up, adopted by these federations that will be working in the sector of community forestry for a long time. And also we have been very strategically trying to involve the Ministry of Women in here, because generally when you talk about community forestry space, it's only Ministry of Finance that takes the center stage, Ministry of Forestry that takes the center stage, but we are trying to have a multi-stakeholder coordination in a way that the Ministry of Women and Children at the provincial and national level, and also the focal points at the local government level, are also equally involved when it comes to coordination and collaboration. So they have like a kind of smaller networks at these municipalities where we are working on, and then they can share the information together with the security focal point. So it's all about having the right number of stakeholders at all levels who can be a part of the project, not just at the end of it, for example, not just submitting the report, but throughout the process from the beginning, have their say at the various steps. For example, we did gender analysis, we went to them, back to them, showed them the results. Maybe that's how you can build ownership, and even when the project is finished, there will be some kind of adoption and scaling up after that. So yeah, I would like to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. I would say at this stage, before it becomes mainstream, at least from our experience, the major lesson is to scale up, we need more time and money. Considering the dynamics between the state level agencies, strategies and planning, then regional and local government authorities, different permits from different agencies, and then sandwiched in between elections at the national or local level, creates a lot of dynamics that takes time. In addition, cooperating with different sectors, including civil engineers, forestry sector, which have their own established practices and procedures, it takes time. And to demonstrate the full potential of the solutions we promote, we need larger scale or more impactful projects. Few donors can provide a long, or I would say programmatic support, and that's very important. One of the strategies we applying now with the second phase of ADAPT is to establish a regional trust fund or equivalent that would on a perpetual basis be replenished by different donors and provide sustained support to scale up nature-based solutions in practice. And I'm looking forward to the next opportunity to report on whether we were successful or not. Thank you.
Okay, thank you everyone. I have a question, or because we are running out of time, the next is also on adaptation and other. Rather, you will see again my face doing the moderation and couple of others, so maybe you will ask. But thanks a lot for the panelists. Let's give them a big hand. So please stay on. We discussed here network, so it will be an FIBA network event on nature-based solution, nature climate nexus, how to take that forward.
Who's got the slide thing? Do you do that, or who does the slides? Not you. No. Okay, I'll double check. Okay.
Okay, welcome to the FIBA event, and I can very well see that with the passage of the time, with people are exhausted and other, but let's all of you who are here, thank you. And Friends of Ecosystem-Based Adaptation is the largest network on ecosystem-based adaptation. And ecosystem-based adaptation, we have many discussions and many of you have been engaged that calls for addressing social, economic, and ecological, all three components of human being and overall good adaptation concurrently. So that's the key. We need to address all these components concurrently. So without going into much details, considering the time and a couple of our panelists have to leave early due to negotiations and other. So I'll just go straight into this and would request Dr. Ulf Jekyll, who is head of division at BMUV, to provide the opening remarks. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Ali, and it's a great pleasure to welcome you here on behalf of our Ministry for the Environment in Germany. Here we are shortly after we already met in Cali, and more or less the same things were discussed. We didn't reach agreement on each and everything in Cali, but still there were some quite good things already achieved there, and maybe there are more to come. Our aim also at the ministry and our government is to to achieve a better integration of biodiversity and climate protection in our policy, in our planning and implementation level. Of course, we also want to take this forward here. The climate and nature nexus is not just a buzzword; it's a necessity also here at the COP. And for us, nature-based solutions are at the core of addressing the climate and nature crisis and a way to develop concrete and targeted action. Yes, of course, this is easier said than done, and all of you who have been working on the implementation of these things know that very well. Therefore, a network like the Friends of EBA, it's very important. We have to join forces and cooperate. And even more if we are at the moment living in quite challenging times. If you look at the financial situation in most of the countries, it's pretty difficult. If you look at the approach, the public discussions you have, not only in our country but in other countries, where your nation first is a thing which is quite often used, and that doesn't help when it comes to working together, when it comes to financing projects, when it comes to implement ecosystem-based adaptation. And of course, there are also some signs of hope, I would say. For example, the European Commission has announced that they will develop an adaptation plan, which not unlikely will also include legislative action and financial settings. So this is something we are also looking forward to, and of course looking forward to work with the Commission on that. Despite these developments, there's a strong need to combine and align our efforts and actions on EBA and nature-based solutions. Our ministry will continue to support this effort, also but not exclusively within the follow-up processes of the COP28 statement on climate, nature and people, and also within the ENACT partnership we have developed some time ago. The high value we also place on ecosystem-based adaptation is also reflected in our new strategy of our international climate initiative, which is supporting the FIBA network and as well as the global ecosystem-based adaptation fund. EBA is one of the 3 priority fields of action under the adaptation funding area of this new strategy. And in particular, we want to put an emphasis on the spread of successful piloted EBA approaches across sectors. Our collaboration with the Global EBA Fund is an excellent example in this regard. Together we have supported more than 50 projects globally and contributed to increased resilience of people and ecosystems. So this is really a success or story, I would say. The Global Ecosystem-Based Adaptation Fund is also the facilitator of the FIBA network, and that plays a vital role in knowledge transfer, learning, and raising awareness for the various benefits. And of course, financing EBA has quite a tradition and in our international climate initiative. The projects amount to 417 million euro in total until now, and more will come. Through its so far 66 projects, ICI has made and then continues to make EBA part of the mainstream of adaptation planning and action across the globe, and therefore one way of addressing the climate and nature nexus. Funding programs can do their share by providing funding, but they are nothing without the implementers. They need those who make things a reality on the policy and program level as well as on the ground, and are able to create innovation, momentum, and change. And that's where the network plays a crucial role. And that's why we support the network, because it's always easier if you are not doing that alone. If you have people you can talk to, if you can learn from others, and of course provide your experience as well. Therefore, I would like to thank the Friends of EBA and IOCN for the opportunity they give us here today to exchange our thoughts and experience. And let me assure you that our ministry will continue the support for these activities in the area of EBA, in particular also in the context of the Global Ecosystem-Based Adaptation Fund and the FIBA network. Thank you, and over to you, Ali.
Thank you, Ulf. Thanks. When FIBA was set up, we were all trying to do Germany championing EBA, but lessons learned with each other, that has its own value rather than just alone doing things. That's why FIBA came into being, and now it is one of the largest network on ecosystem-based adaptation. You can see on screen that it has more than over 100 organizations, NGO, UN bodies, and research centers which are part of the Friends of EBA. 9 working groups. Again, we at times say that case studies, they are important, but one-to-one learning and discussion, that's very important, because there you talk to each other, question and all this. So these 9 working groups are there, which are based, some of the best experts globally. They talk to each other, they discuss, they look into knowledge, policy, and practice gaps, and then try to address those. And then over 120 high-level events over the last few years we have done together with you all at all policy fora, trying to promote integrated approaches. And 45 knowledge products, again, all those which all practitioners or policymakers identified those gaps, and then we worked together and peer reviewed, and those products were produced. So that's how you can say a lot of work can be done with little resources if we come together. And for 2 resources I will just very quickly will mention here. One is with WHO and IUCN. We looked into, when COVID happened, all this work was going on either, I could say polarized, if we either led by health officials or other way wildlife, other. But climate was missing with all that. So we set up a working group with WHO and produced this document that how we can have integrated approaches while dealing with One Health. So that report is available. Please download it, and please do give your feedback on it. Then again, this ecosystem-based approaches for integrating disaster risk reduction. So that's another element, how DRR and climate and land and biodiversity goals can be achieved through an integrated approaches. So PADR and IUCN and with all its members, they contributed towards this, and that was produced. Yeah, quickly next one, please. So now we will come to the panel discussion. Very happy that we have from WWF UK, William Baldwin Cantello, who is the Director of Nature-Based Solutions. We have Najma Mahmood, Head of Nature-Based Solutions, UNEP WCMC, Tristan Terrell, who is Program Management Officer for Biodiversity, Climate Change and Dryland, Subhumid Land at CBD Secretariat, and Enla Andrade, who is Commission Chair, Ecosystem Management at IUCN, and Senior Policy Director at Conservation International. So we will have, one question to you all, and then depending on time, we'll go to the second one. You all are engaged in nature-based solution for climate change, ecosystem-based adaptation, and Tristan, you also, at a CBD level, looking into target 8 and 11 through ecosystem-based adaptation and other. So, while working on these integrated approaches, what benefits and challenges they are there which bring together whether we can work together or not together to achieve those objectives. So how to look at it at policy, investment and implementation level. Is it possible? It's not possible. How to go about it? So let's start with you, Tristan, because I know you have to rush off to negotiations, but over to you. And you also produced a paper which was launched at Kali to have integrated approaches through EBA for target 8 and 11 achievement. So over to you.
Thanks very much, Ali. I'm not sure how much time I have to answer that whole question, but yeah. So within the CBD, the discussions under the CBD, the climate biodiversity nexus has been challenging at times. I think right from the very start, there's always been this recognition that climate is a driver of biodiversity loss. It's one of the key drivers of biodiversity loss. But it's the reciprocal of that, and recognizing the role that the biodiversity, that ecosystems, that nature plays, has fluctuated over time. And if you look back through the history of the work of the convention, there was more focus on some of the mitigation related issues. That has since migrated more across to adaptation and disaster risk reduction, with some parties wanting to keep the mitigation discussion under this process, and we focus on adaptation and disaster risk reduction. And so that has meant that the likes of groups like FIBA and PEDR have been extremely valuable in the work of the convention, because it has helped to elevate the science and the understanding, the knowledge up to a level where parties, especially given that it's a party-driven process, but how governments and civil society as a whole can work together, looking at what is the value of ecosystem resilience, the role of nature in helping us to adapt to the impacts of climate change, either slow onset or fast onset. Now I think that line in the sand as such is starting to change, in part because within the GBF, the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, there is this recognition of nature-based solutions and or ecosystem-based approaches, but it doesn't necessarily try and separate out adaptation from mitigation. It tries to look at it in a more holistic manner. And what we're seeing now, and especially coming from Cali just a couple of weeks ago, how a lot of the kind of the tension around some of those terms seems to have dissipated quite a bit. There's a recognition that through effective conservation, sustainable management, restoration, protection of both ecosystems and species, that helps to underpin that ecological resilience and therefore also the social resilience to the impacts of climate change, as well as recognizing for the first time we have terms like ecosystem integrity within the climate change decision, which is obviously very important as a message coming out of the CBD, coming into, for instance, into this process. And there has been this request for the executive secretaries to work together to start looking at some of the options on potentially forming a joint work program across the conventions, but certainly in terms of looking at it from a synergies perspective. Within the GBF itself, certainly targets 8 and target 11. 8 is very much focusing on climate change, the driver that is climate change of biodiversity loss, and looking to make sure that in our efforts to try and address climate change, we're not negatively impacting biodiversity. Target 11 is more about what are the benefits that we get, the nature's contributions to people, ecosystem services, as it used to be more known as, but looking at it from that sort of adaptation and mitigation benefit. And these two together, we, through the FIBA working group, start to look, well, what is the role that EBA plays in terms of both achieving targets 8 and 11, which absolutely fundamentally is important for, but then also across the whole of the framework, given that we're not, the intention with the framework is the indivisibility of the targets. It's looking at the framework as a whole. So what is the role of protected areas? What's the role of finance? What's the role of indigenous peoples, their knowledge, their culture, their practices, gender equality, all of these things, which are down in the targets, but then also that section C, those cross-cutting considerations. What's the role of the human rights-based approach within this? Intergenerational equity, which doesn't have a standalone target, and some of these other concepts as well, and just generally recognizing rights and some of these other approaches. What we want to see now is a similar response from this process. And while certainly within the the arc that has been some of the UNFCCC COPs, we saw coming from, in particular from Glasgow into Sharm into Dubai, we saw a great movement in terms of recognition of nature. I guess expectations weren't quite so high for what was happening in COP29, not least because of the focus on finance and the NCQG and things, but then looking forward to next year and to COP30. And we know that the Brazilian presidency are very keen on this issue of synergies. And so what is, having had the decision coming out of COP16, what is COP29 providing us as the mandate going forward on that? But then what is the role for groups like FIBA, given that it is a sort of across governments and civil society, various different actor groups, including representation from indigenous peoples and local communities, that what is the ultimate momentum that can be pushed from groups like this? And so it's been great to work with the group on this FIBA briefing paper, which highly recommend that you all download and read. But then also from the PEDR group and that one with like that you highlighted with WHO. It's about bridging across these silos and looking at how we actually ultimately implement this whole of society as well as whole of government approach. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Tristan. So integrated approaches and those are critical, and we see that CBD again taking it forward. And if you remember, if you are attending a UNFCCC few years ago, when you say biodiversity or integrated, they all used to say, no, don't talk about it. This is to be discussed at CBD. So good to see over a period of time with all our push and other thing now, biodiversity climate nexus is being discussed all over, and also it will be discussed big way at CCD also. So that's a good development, but let's see how it goes forward. So I'll come to now WCMC, who does monitoring, evaluation, and all these tracking. What do you see the challenges and opportunities in this regard?
Thank you so much, Ali. I mean, I realize it's Synergist Day, and I've been talking nature-based solutions from the morning until now. I mean, I think I would just want to share really my one reflection on today of speaking about nature and climate and people on multiple occasions. It's actually that people don't experience the nature and climate crisis separately. They don't experience the impacts of the crisis separately. We've separated for convenience, for ease of managing these big agendas. But the experiences and the solutions have to be integrated. So I don't think we have much of a choice but to take an integrated approach. I think that the benefits in terms of efficiency, in terms of designing the solutions, the ecosystem-based approaches and nature-based solutions that speak to the experiences are much better when done in an integrated way, when we can bring nature, climate, and I would say the development agenda together. But they do pose challenges because we often tend to work in silos as well. I think some of the challenges are actually bringing the expertise together, the deep understanding of the ecological systems, of the services that we get from nature, and understanding what that means for human well-being. So bringing the experience and the insights of
of interdisciplinary thinkers and doers, really, people that understand what ecological and social integrity mean together. I think that would be a challenge. As UNEP WCMC, the challenge of bringing the biodiversity and the social data and the climate data together. We don't necessarily work together, we don't look at the same indices and metrics at a country level as well. I mean, I'm sure I had a lovely discussion with Tristan at some point. He said, like, we've tried to look at what this would look operationally many, many times. It is challenging to bring those data sources. The one thing that it does teach you at country level, and I can speak from someone, I'm from South Africa and worked at country level, you realize the gaps in data. So you realize what you have to work on when you start looking in an integrated way. So I do think, you know, there are many challenges, bringing the policy coherence, making sure that you have the right data, making sure you have people, you know, talking to one another. But I think unless we adopt integrated approaches, I think, you know, we would be not be able to challenge the complex, you know, situations. I think he's left the COP already, but Adil Najam, I ran into him and he says, you know, it's a poly crisis we're dealing with, and we need poly solutions, you know, solutions that can, you know, address multiple objectives. And I think ecosystem-based adaptation and nature-based solutions are exactly the kind of solutions that can, it's rooted in addressing a societal challenge. It has to deliver ecological and social integrity, so it's very well positioned to address the integrated crisis that we are facing.
Thank you, Najma. Yes, again, it's a huge challenge, you know, because we talk about it, how to operationalize these policies or strategies. And on top of that, climate change is such a moving target. You develop policies, you develop strategies, and by the time you get investment to operationalize, problem has changed. So with that, I come to you, William, that you are trying to look into NBS and the from the economic angle also and overall. So with WWF UK, all the work, would you share your experiences?
Thank you, and yes, hello everyone. As Director of Nature-Based Solutions in WWF UK, one of the components of my team is a Nature-Based Solutions Accelerator, which is trying to attract private finance into nature-based solutions, high-integrity, bankable nature-based solutions. So I think that is maybe the best offer I can bring, complementing esteemed colleagues here on the panel. But maybe take a step back, and the reason why we have this approach, have this work that we are doing, is because we have worked through what we call the triple challenge, although I might call it the poly crisis now. I quite like that. It's slightly more than triple, but how we meet the needs of 11 billion people, help them to thrive, how we tackle climate change, and how we reverse decades of biodiversity loss. Nature-based solutions is one of those few interventions right in the middle that can deliver across all of those. But we also know that to reach the scale that we need it to reach, to meet all three conventions objectives, we need to be attracting private finance. So then thinking about ecosystem-based adaptation, our experience of this has been, well, let me kind of talk you through it. Obviously, the opportunity to deliver improved adaptation through nature-based solutions, through ecosystem-based approaches, has that very high level of value for money, in that you can deliver biodiversity benefits, you can be able to deliver economic benefits, people benefits, and so on. And of course, any nature-based solution has to be resilient and be able to adapt to climate change for it to last anyway. So it's extremely good value for money. But at the same time, there are very few finance sources actually looking to pay for that. Is that tragedy of the commons. So you end up looking at projects that are delivering adaptation benefits, but financing them probably from a mitigation point of view. And so then we enter into our triple challenge, where usually we're seeking the synergies, but we need to be very much aware of the trade-offs. And anything that's financed from a carbon point of view is likely to raise questions of trade-offs from an adaptation point of view. What is the real priority? So that's where our kind of benefits start to move into the challenges space. And that's very true with a number of projects we are supporting, like a mangrove restoration project across Kenya is giving huge adaptation benefits, but it's purely financed on a carbon point of view. So it's undervalued, it creates trade-offs. And then we've started to look at how do we respond to that? What are the solutions we might have in response to that? And this is where the joy of the work that I do is seeing finance people linking up with nature experts and the two things kind of meeting in the middle. So our finance expert went away and worked out, well, here's this catastrophe bond idea. It's brilliant. The tragedy of climate change accelerating is that there are more and more extreme weather events, more and more expensive incidences like the floods in Spain, for example, we've seen recently. That opens the door for a catastrophe bond where an insurance premium could be reduced if the use of proceeds supports nature-based solutions that are reducing that risk over time. And so you create a kind of economically beneficial win-win-win for everybody involved, for the person who's taking out the insurance, for the insurer, and for anybody benefiting from the nature-based solutions. And it was all looking rosy until someone pointed out, well, there's just no way of providing a predictor at the moment on the reduced risk as a result of the nature-based solutions that are being intervened. We can easily, well, we have many examples where we say 10 years on, say, natural flood management has reduced incidents or peak floods, but it's very difficult to forecast and say in 10 years this might be the impact we can have. And so then we get into the technical challenge. And that's kind of where we're at right now. We're trying to unpack that and say, well, can we bring people together, starting in perhaps the UK or perhaps Spain, and start to gather that evidence, build a model that could be working our way around that, so that we can actually end up with private finance flowing for adaptation benefits and not for the co-benefits, if you like, that otherwise create that kind of risk of trade-off within an opportunity for a synergy. So just sharing that example to contribute to this discussion.
Thank you. Now let's come to, one way to perhaps address this multi-poly, sort of crisis is to have some sort of a standardized approaches towards the work we try to do, with all the investment and limitation of investment, whatever way we put it. So I come to you, Angela, you working and leading the work on NBA standard. What challenges and benefit you think on overall also working on nature climate nexus?
Thank you, Ali. Well, I would like to comment and complement what Tristan has mentioned already on the results of the CBD COP, because, in addition to targets 8 and 11, we also have another connection that is very relevant, that is the links on the concept of ecosystem integrity that is relevant for target 1, 2, and 3. And this is where I see that we can better connect the work on MBS with the red list of ecosystems assessment, because we are always, the ecosystem level, we are always referring to ecosystems, but only since very few years ago, IUCN also developed another global standard that is the red list of ecosystems. And this standard helps us to understand the risk of collapse of ecosystems all over the world, in regions, in countries, in different areas. In the case of Colombia, I'm from Colombia, so explaining it, we carried out the assessment of the red list assessment of ecosystems in Colombia, and there we identified some critical areas where if we are going to, the climate change element is included, is one of the criteria for assessing the red list status. So this is already a connection, because you have to add and include all this data and relate it to other threats that are happening at ecosystem level. But it also helps decision makers and the people that are working on climate change adaptation to identify these critical areas that need to implement transformative adaptation actions if we need to really be effective and create impact. So in that case, and the example that we have from our country is that the role of high mountain ecosystems that are the ones that used to provide I say use because due to climate change, this is changing a lot. Water for the main cities like the capital of Colombia, Bogota, that is now is facing a shortage of water in some areas. In others, we have a surplus of water. But the problem is that this is affecting sustainability. This is affecting the well-being of the local communities and also the provision of water to big cities like Bogota, that is almost between 8 and 10 million people. So I think that this connection at ecosystem level is critical because ecosystems are providing ecosystem services, and we have to avoid future trade-offs because if we enhance and promote one ecosystem service at the expense of others, we will be creating trade-offs in the long term. So this is one point, but in addition, we have all the social and governance trade-offs, being a city and the connections with the national government, the power relationships that exist across sectors and from the different levels. So these are critical elements that need to be considered. So if we really, at this point when climate change has created so much impact, ecosystem-based adaptation has evolved as well. No? At the beginning, when we work, and I think part of the assessments that we had at the beginning were more type of incremental adaptation actions, but now examples like the one I'm mentioning here goes beyond, and it requests transformative adaptation actions that really need major changes. That means this is in areas that are really at risk, when you have high vulnerability, but also where you need really to implement actions that are at multiple scales, that need a full path shifting of actions, and you need high investment, and you need really to anticipate future damages, because the vulnerability and the risk is growing, no? And when you have cities that are really in high risk due to water provision, so you are really at the border, no? So yeah, I want to highlight that this connection at ecosystem level is essential. For me, is the key, because if you don't have healthy ecosystems, you don't have the possibility to have healthy habitats for species. So it's an early warning connection on biodiversity and climate, but also provides elements to really promote appropriate transformative adaptation actions, that in this case the best approach is ecosystem-based approaches, that in this case when you are implementing actions at that level, at some point they get completely merged with what we know as nature-based solutions for adaptation, because we have to address all the challenges at the same time in a synergistic manner. We don't have time, we don't have the possibility to increase the problems in the future and the trade-offs. So I want to finish with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. Yeah, trade-offs also critical in all this. No, thank you, Tristan, for being here, and try to keep the agenda alive at GGA and other, also to have this integrated approaches. So thanks. Any clarification, any question you might have? We have 5 audience, so that's we fully understand so much going on in end of the 2 weeks. So any clarification? Otherwise, yes, please.
I mean, I think, Ali, what always stays with us at these moments, I mean, I know there's a lot happening in the negotiations, but it's the real stories that we tell. And I think Angela's story about Colombia now, it will stay with me. And I reminded me of my own city. So I'm from Cape Town in South Africa, also in a population of about, a few million people depending on water in that city. And I lived in South Africa when we were going on a countdown to what was called day 0, when the city would run out of water, basically. And it was incredible to see the policy shifts, the fact that all of the siloed way in which policies and government ministries are structured had to come down. And it was amazing for me, like language that we're using now about resilience building, the city of Cape Town now has a resilience plan. They've got resilience officers not sitting in the environment ministries, in the planning and the finance ministries of the city, which means that they've pretty much understood that their reality is going to be different going forward. And they've adopted that integrated thinking to what is it going to take. But I must also say it was very much a bottom-up push as well, because it was incredible behavior change from citizens that has remained, because South Africa is generally a semi-arid country and has experienced episodes of water scarcity, but never to the extent where we were counting down to the day when the city would run out of water. And that changed the thinking of the public, and it changed the thinking of the policymakers and the practitioners, to the extent that resilience and adaptation is common language now in the ministries of finance and planning, not in the climate and environment ministries. And I think that's where we really, need to move to.
Thank you, Najma. At times we have seen that when something disastrous happen, only then we take any action. So, so I hope that will not be the case all over other world places of the world. Yes, please.
Yeah, I think you just took the words almost out of my mouth, and it sparks my question. I'm Ulrike Kaus from the Caribbean Biodiversity Fund. The Caribbean culture is very much reactive. Once we have an emergency, everything works like a Swiss clockwork, and otherwise it's very much laissez-faire. How can we get people, policymakers, to be proactive, to prevent disaster rather than react to it when it happens?
Thank you, Ulrike. That's a wonderful question. William, any thoughts?
I'll take the microphone and see if I can think of an answer while I hold it. I mean, there's a big behaviour change question there, isn't there? I think, like all of us, I think in scientific terms, I can understand a scientific argument. I think we know that that doesn't necessarily lead to a proactive change in policy. I think the example I gave earlier was that need to provide evidence that could materialize a risk or a reduction in risk. That's one. We're certainly seeing businesses respond in that way. Will policymakers respond in the same way? I don't know. I think we've got plenty of evidence already on that at a ground scale. I don't know if I have an answer. I think it might be politician by politician, a different kind of approach. It will be different in the Caribbean to, say, making that case in Germany or South Africa or wherever else. So I took the microphone. I don't know if I answered the question.
Perhaps I can comment as well. I think at this point, we have been discussing what to do. So I would say that at this point, what is relevant is to make everyone aware of the situation. And we need to go beyond discussions that is because it's one political party against the other one, or is the mayor against the president. No, we have to make sure that the private sector is engaged and involved. They are more used to take risk assessments in their own companies. In the case that I mentioned, 25% of the gross product of the country is produced in that area. So when they realize that they may be also losing the possibility of produce all the goods and services that they are providing, so immediately they become aware that this is important. The general public, everyone, I like your example of the ministries that they have or the organizations, a resilience section or that has to integrate everyone. But I think we need to work with all, create partnerships, create networks, and make everyone aware. At this point, what we are doing is we have a shortage of water. We have every week 1 day with no water because we are at this point in one of the most critical periods. But when you look at the climate change projections, I think it will never be like used to be, because it's raining a lot, but not in the catchment areas. Then you need to make everyone aware and perhaps, as I mentioned, take transformative adaptation actions that may be beyond the intervention area. perhaps you may need to move some action, some activities outside of the city, or that's the only way. But it has to be something that everyone is aware, everyone gets convinced that is part of the solution, and it's not just something that has to be a problem of the mayor. Like at this point, most of the people say, it's because the mayor, no? Because it's easy to say that someone is responsible for what's happening, no?
Ali, time for me to add something? I mean, I think you've got to keep it in the public imagination. You've got to, I mean, if I go back to Cape Town now, people are still very climate aware. They are still having the practices that they had before. You've got to keep it on the political agenda as well. And as I'm living in the UK now, and I was speaking, I have a few colleagues of mine that are from Spain, and I was just asking them, how did that happen? You know, in a country with that level of governance, and maybe what I thought was political accountability, an ability to be aware of the risks. And it is, I think the policy making, the way we operationalize that policy, because it cannot just be a climate risk plan or a resilience plan for a city. It's got to be operationalized so that whoever is in charge of risk management or resilience is prepared for the disasters that we are seeing. Unfortunately, Angela, we are sitting next to one another again, as we were saying this morning. It's almost, we are preparing ourselves for things that were extreme to happen more frequently, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you all. Yeah, there's no easy answer. We can keep doing it. The problem is, I think, and again, if I could add on that, so many things change the world order. When the disaster were very visible, fear can change things, but it needs to be visible. Climate change is not visible till the disaster happens. When we talk about climate change, we always say likelihood of this happening. That somehow does not, we may register it, but it does not change the behavior. So that's one problem with climate change, that, fear needs to be visible. So with popular decision making, with politicians having attention span of 4 years or next elections, things won't change unless it happens somewhere where everybody getting impacted, and then they make it happen whether they believe in climate or not. So that's the problem with climate change. That's why, for almost 30 years now, we have been discussing how to implement and how to respond. And we humans have not come to any decision over here. So it would be difficult, and perhaps we might be discussing next year the same thing over again. But before ending this, if one thing you think it can change, what do you think could be that will help us to maybe respond in an integrated manner, or anything you think you want to leave it with us to think through? Just maybe in 1 minute, not more than that.
Hassan, give me a bit of time.
One thing that might change or create greater action on ecosystem-based adaptation, maybe because it's front of mind for me. We've just, WWF and partners at Trillion Trees and Climate Focus just published a review of NDCs and their inclusion of forests. And if you look at the 130 most forested countries in the world, less than half of them actually have a quantified emission reduction target on the forest and land sector, and about 28% have a quantifiable target on deforestation at all. And I don't think the purpose of our report wasn't to kind of point the finger at forest nations. There's a lot of reasons why that might not be the case, but it does highlight in one area, and I'm sure in another, on ecosystem-based adaptation, where the climate and biodiversity conventions coincide, we have a time-bound opportunity. We're at the climate COP, so let's talk about the climate process to renew and update those NDCs in the next few months, really making sure that those updates take account of the decisions that came out of the CBD COP, and hopefully signals that might come out of this. So that feels to me like the short-term political process to see if we can build in more ecosystem-based adaptation, more climate and biodiversity win-wins in those.
I would say that to be really transformative, EBA, and that is a big challenge in the future, is to be part of the agenda of all sectors and not only one reference to EBA in the MBSAP or NDC like something isolated. I think it should be across all the different sectors and at different levels. I think we all have to shift to an adaptation mode, let's say, and make sure that adaptation should be everywhere, no? And should be ecosystem-based, of course.
Thank you, Angela. So I think many of us coming to this COP expected this to be the enabling COP, the COP where we're going to talk about finance and planning, the means of implementation. And I think, can I choose two, Ali? If there are two things that I really want, I would like, the new goal that we're going to come out of to have a substantial amount of funding dedicated to ecosystem-based adaptation so that we can bridge that adaptation financing gap, and that the new NDCs 3.0 is not an 81% mention of adaptation, but 100% of them actually mention and commit to ecosystem-based adaptation.
Thank you all. So, all this adaptation, and again, so thanks all these points. We have to be, as said, in adaptation mode. And adaptation, end of the day, whatever we do, it's not just healthy ecosystem, it also access to resources, education, income. If we look at each other, our resilience is dependent on so many things, and things are not changing. They are, at the maybe not at the right angle where we can. So we need to relook. Maybe current model is not working. Having very siloed window of operations and funding, that's not working. So we need to maybe challenge a few things and then see whether what we do is, integrated or not. But that's the thing. But let's not forget, end of the day, 1.5 degree, if that does not work, which as per our current NDCs, that's not the case. It will go up to 2.6 or 2.9. So maybe adaptation might not even happen. We might to do, I don't know what will happen then. And, NBS might not work even in some cases, like we have seen corals and other. Yes, please. I believe there is a mic here.
Thank you. I'm George from Portugal. I'd like to ask how you see the different ways to monitoring adaptation. Once that this is very important, not only the actions that you made, but also monitoring that actions. So there are a different approach about that. That is very important. Not only the extreme events and so on, but in terms of monitoring the real action that is made for adaptation.
Thank you. Maybe that is best suited to you.
Yes, so I think the nice thing of the team that I'm working with that works on nature-based solutions is we have an opportunity to try and influence the policy, but we also work on the ground with practitioners who are implementing ecosystem-based adaptation projects. And I think earlier this week I was in an event with a discussion on the local level adaptation, and my experience and from my team is that adaptation needs to be, in the right place at the right time. And I think local level monitoring systems that are designed with the outputs and the outcomes that you want in mind has been, in my experience, one of the best way to take the monitoring down to the level of the application. Of course, all of that is going to feed right back up into the national adaptation plan of the country and to the nationally determined contributions. But that's what makes up the NDCs and the NAPs. It's the local level action, and that's where most of our experience is actually to work with local implementing partners to actually design the monitoring systems that speaks to that particular intervention. So we are needing to get very specific about the type of ecosystems, the type of actions we're implementing, and the type of social outputs that we want to achieve. And we are dealing, I think someone mentioned on the panel that we are already finding that it's challenging because the temperature increase is affecting nature in the same way that it's affecting people and livelihoods. And We have to be adaptive in the way we design and think about ecosystem-based approaches and nature-based solutions, because they are not immune to the temperature increases. And you will only really pick that up if you work at that local level and understand the ecosystem, the impacts on the local ecosystems and the services that the communities are going to get from those intact and resilient ecosystems. And I would fully endorse it. And I know, Ali, we didn't come to that point that we have a year to work towards, the indicators for the global goal and adaptation. And I think we need to make sure that we've got the right indicators going in there that can connect that global level picture to what's happening on the ground.
Thank you. So, lot of challenges. Let's keep working, exploring, another thing, because adaptation, as I said, is the way of life. So it's up to us how we look into that. But let's try that adaptation is not, in future remain only for the rich, and poor will be at the receiving end. This is the way things are going at the moment. But thank you all for being with us in this where not many people were here. So thanks, and thank you all the panelists.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. How are you doing? Don't worry. That's the problem with these late events. It's always like dragging